so greatly, so kudos to you. I know that doesn't mean much because you guys are who you are, but I just wanted to say kudos to you guys on that. Now, having said that, I wanted to talk about how when I played in the Big Ten in the 80s, we would lay lumber on people. We were taught to do that. And it looked like at some point in every game that Wendeliana got tired of being hammered. I mean, what I mean by hammered is not necessarily fouled,
yeah,
but
just being physical with him.
Beat up on. Yeah, so I think he got sore and he got tired. I know I was sore and I was tired almost after every game. But anyway,
Sean, we certainly appreciate the call, but we got to get going.
Right. They physically just beat him down by banging him. You continue to bang, and it wears him down at the end of the game.
And that's why he wants to go out on the perimeter. We talked to an expert about the Knicks winning the championship next on the Best Week Ever.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Grainger knows when you're a procurement manager for an office park, you're not managing one building. You're managing all of them. And to stay ahead, you need to see through walls and around corners. Lights about to fail, filters ready to clog, HVAC on its last leg. If you wait until something breaks, you're already behind. Count on Grainger for quality products, easy reordering, and 24/7 support. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer work travel can feel like extra innings. Long days, late nights, and not a lot of room to stretch out, especially when your hotel room feels more like the dugout than the clubhouse. But when you stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can step up to spacious suites that give you room to relax, recharge, and get ready for the next day. I always feel like I need that when I'm traveling on the road covering ball games. Plus, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Because when you've got space to unwind, you're always playing at your best. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book your next work trip at laquinta.com. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins, and for the first time in more than a half a century, all hail the NBA champion New York Knicks. Wemby floats for three. No good with 1 second to go. It's over. At long last, for the first time in 53 years, the New York Knicks are the world champs. 53 seasons. A generational drought is over. Mark Kestisher with a call on ESPN Radio. 94-90 the final. The Knicks celebration's going to last for quite some time. Parade plans for Thursday are being formulated right now. But right now, let's take a moment to hear from the runners-up. Here's the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama.
What are we made of, plus our experiences, and I don't think we could have learned more and gained more experience in one playoff run and in one season, and personally in 18 months. It's been hard and full of lessons.
That's San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama. The Stanley Cup Finals resume tonight in Las Vegas. That's where Carolina goes for the Cup in Game 6, leading the Golden Knights 3-2. 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the coverage begins on ABC television and the ESPN app. And there's Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. Red Sox hosting the Texas Rangers from Fenway. 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when our coverage begins.
Monday on The Rich Eisen Show, the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final latest in its NFL OTA week before the summer hits. So much to discuss on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio for Monday's Rich Eisen Show.
This is the best week ever on ESPN Radio. Peter Burns.
Hello, Peter. I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, okay? Thanks.
Courtney Cronin.
Courtney. Courtney, are you there?
The United States of Courtney.
Oh, yeah. Courtney is driving.
Courtney and Courtney for all.
Courtney. This is the best week ever on ESPN Radio.
Gabe Neitzel and Jordan Rodon in for the gang here this week on Best Week Ever, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Best Week Ever presented by Progressive Insurance. Make sure you tune in for baseball action tonight. Red Sox hosting the Rangers, coverage beginning 6:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Knicks are world champions. To help us break it down, we welcome in David Dennis Jr., Anscape Senior, NBA writer, of course, ESPN radio host. You see him everywhere. He's going to be on Matt and Myron coming up after us here on ESPN Radio. What's going on, David? How you doing this morning?
I am doing not as well as the people in New York. I think, like, part of me wishes I were there last night, hanging out. But another part of me is like, I was safe and sound in my hotel room. I got to bed at a decent hour. It was, like, good. It was, like, yesterday when I went to sleep instead of like sometime at 4 or 5 this morning. So, I mean, it just incredible story. I still cannot believe what I've seen over these last few months.
I was actually thinking about that because the parade's Thursday. It's like, should I go to the parade?
Yeah.
Or is it just going to be so crazy that like, do I really want to bring my 6-year-old to that craziness? Like, it might be too. I think it might be too much.
I think
for him.
I think it builds character for a young 6-year-old to survive something like that. If you survive that, you'd be like, yeah, I think you're ready for the world, young man. Time to go get a job.
Get a job.
As far as Game 5 last night, I mean, how incredible is it that basically every game played out the same way in this series? Spurs jump out to a double-digit lead. Spurs blow lead in fourth quarter, and that was the script last night, although the biggest difference was it was a complete takeover from Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, the Jalen Brunson of this all is the part that I think is actually the most surprising about the way the Knicks won, is that dude, I mean, that was Jordan. That was like a Michael Jordan game where we saw a guy score pretty much half his team's points. He was the only offense. And for it to be the guy who, like, the SGA couldn't figure this defense out. I mean, he had a good Game 7. Still at getting cracked 40. Like, this dude struggled the whole series. Jalen Brunson struggled early on in the series, and it was the idea of like the Spurs have this guy's number. He was sub 40% for most of the series. And then he just flipped the switch and said, nobody on this team can guard me. I don't care if you're 8 feet tall or 6 feet tall. And he torched this Spurs team single-handedly. Karl Anthony Towns had 2 points. There were no bench points. He was the entire offense. And for a Spurs team that has been suffocating everybody defensively, the defense wasn't bad. It wasn't like there were just a bunch of lapses. He made incredible circus shots and willed this team to a championship. Like, to me, that is the part that I'm going to choose to focus on for now instead of bashing San Antonio, because there's going to be plenty of time to talk about a team that lost a double-digit lead in 4 of the 5 games of the finals, and they lost them all.
Yeah, the fact that somebody called earlier, and obviously he was a Knicks fan, he was super excited. He said Jalen Brunson's the greatest free agent signing of all time. And, I'm like, okay, that's probably hyperbole. And now I'm sitting here thinking about it, and you know what? When we're sitting here talking about it, it might not be that crazy, right? Because it was just such a good move. At what point, you covered the league for a while, and it's been a debate, can you really win with a lead guy being a small guard? It hasn't happened in a while. Like Steph Curry obviously did it. Isaiah Thomas did, but it's super rare. Mm-hmm. At what point did you think you realized that Jalen Brunson was that dude?
All season, last season. I never really subscribed to that notion that there's something innate about Jalen Brunson and his size that made them incapable of winning championships. There have been plenty of small guards who were close to winning a championship, and they didn't. It wasn't a function of their size that they didn't win. I think part of it is team building around these guys. Another part of it is, Jalen Brunson's contract was uniquely equipped to build around him. Stephen Curry's contract, because of his ankles, uniquely equipped for them to build around him. I don't think that this is necessarily a notion of guys are too small. That never made a ton of sense to me. It's just you got to build a team around these guys in a specific way. And the New York Knicks, after decades of futility of front office and team building, built the perfect team around his particular skill set, which is exactly how you win a championship. You build a perfect team around somebody's particular skill set. I just think some front offices, teams, just don't know how to do that when the best player is a small guard.
David Dennis Jr., Anscape Senior NBA writer, also host here on ESPN Radio, joining us on the best week ever. Okay, I know, Dennis, you said David, you wanted to say that you wanted to focus on the Knicks and the great things. But how do you not send a double team Jalen Brunson's way? As you mentioned, he is the only one who's able to score, and at no point did the Spurs try to force the ball out of his hands in the fourth quarter.
It's funny you mentioned that, because there's probably 5 or 6 blunders that you can even mention before that. That's the thing. Sure. In any game, it was just such bad decision making, bad coaching, bad everything from this team after you build a double-digit lead every single game, man. Every game. And you could say, hey, go double Brunson, but being the dumbest double team of all time cost them the game in Game 4. It's every time, because yes, you could double. I think by the time we got to Game 5, Mitch Johnson realized that Mike Brown was dialing up something for every single thing that he did. Mike Brown was a step ahead at every stage. And yes, you can double team Jalen Brunson, but I think part of it is that you just feel hey, at some point we're going to stop this dude. But I think so many of these games, the Spurs just seemed shell-shocked, and it took them a long time to adjust and realize what was happening. And that cost them some of these games in series. Meanwhile, Mike Brown, as soon as he saw I can make an adjustment, I'm putting Jose Alvarado in the game, right? I'm moving Josh Hart around. I'm going small. I'm putting Shaman out there. I'm doing all kind of different things every time the Spurs did something. And there's no reason for me to believe that, okay, they're going to double Jalen Brunson, that Mike Brown's not going to figure out a way around that.
Yeah, I thought the gap between Mike Brown and Mitch Johnson was almost as big as it was between Brunson and De'Aaron Fox. Did I just say Brunson? Did I just say that wrong?
I got you. I got what you did.
The coaching.
You were partying last night, man. I get it.
It's been a long day. I'm just saying. Every name I say,
9 a.m.
Every name I say is just Brunson. So,
right? Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. But now, when you look at it from a Spurs side, how much is that we put on Wemby's shoulders up? Because obviously even at the beginning of the game. He's blocking everything. He's such a defensive monster. But, like, this is on his resume now. The fourth quarter, he wilted in these games.
Yeah.
Like, not only did he not make shots, when he went to the line in these last 2 games, he missed key free. Like, you could see his knees buckling. Not just him, but the whole team. But he's the one that it goes on his resume, right? Yeah. How much do you think that hurts and is going to follow him now?
It's going to follow him until he wins a championship. I mean, that's what it is. It's going to. This either becomes the beginning of a, like, this is troubling thing with Wemby. Like, this becomes like part of that part of the story. Or it becomes LeBron James in 2011, Michael Jordan in the Pistons, LeBron in 2007, Steph Curry 2016. This becomes like all right, you had your bad finals. Because there's a way that we could look at this and say, if Wemby racks up 2-3 championships, we say he was too young, he learned from that, and then became that guy. Fair. Or this is a thing where, man, this dude's missing these free throws in these finals again, or conference finals again. This dude is running out of gas again late in the games. This is the Achilles heel for Wemby. It's up to him to define how this story gets told, because if he becomes the guy that we think he will and the championships that we think he will, we're not going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this as he was young, and this is what made him great going forward.
Yeah, I still bet on him, right? Like, he's going to be that guy. But it is what it is. Like, it was a bad performance in the fourth quarter of these games.
Yeah, I'm still, like, my Wemby stock. If you want to sell Wemby stock, like, just come by, drop it right here on my doorstep. I will pick it up. Anybody that says that this dude cannot win because of what we saw, I'll take that.
David Ennis Jr., Anscape senior NBA writer, also a host here on ESPN Radio, joining us on the Best Week Ever. Getting back to the Knicks side of things, Mike Brown didn't seem like he was the top choice necessarily for this job just a little under a year ago. What do you make of the job he did? Because I'm just excited for him, David, because he's somebody who's a bit of a journeyman, obviously well-respected, well-liked within the league, but he goes from the Cavs to the Lakers, back to the Cavs and Sacramento, and now here he is in New York getting his last chance to be a head coach in this league, and now he's an all-time New York legend after leading them to their first championship in 53 years.
He's the coach version of Forrest Gump. He has been everywhere in the league for the last 30 years. He has had the most fascinating career I can ever think of, maybe even amongst players, too. Like, maybe the most fascinating career in the NBA. He coached LeBron. He coached Kobe for like 2 weeks. He coached, filled in for Steve Kerr, whose back was thrown out, and coached the Warriors to a championship pretty much. And now the head coach of the Knicks winning a championship. You were at the Spurs when they won. Like, Mike Brown is everywhere in these moments, and he pitched a perfect game. Coach, from the moment that they were down 2-1, and he went to Cat and said, I want to put you at the top of the key and facilitate the offense. He's dialed up perfection every step of the way. You cannot name a single bad Mike Brown. You got to remember, it was in game 2 or where he was like misused timeouts, right? Like, he misused timeouts against Atlanta. We were talking about that remedial level of bad coaching at that moment, and talk about people on heaters and flipping a switch. He flipped a coaching switch and was just on a absolute heater and a tear for the last 16 games.
Yeah, the ironic part is, as Knicks fans, and I'm guilty of this too, when they hired Mike Brown, you're like, eh.
Yeah, the same way. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Well, you're getting rid of Tom Thibodeau, who we know is a good coach.
Yeah.
Couldn't get you over the hump. That's his, resume. But you're like, if you're getting rid of him, why don't you do it for someone that you know can win? Right. And then Mike Brown obviously gets them. But I do think it's kind of like, because there's all these great stories, like we were talking a minute ago, the credit here. And it's underrated that he does, like, people don't talk about him. The job that Leon Rose has done putting this team together. Talk about that for a minute, like what the league perspective is on that. Because a lot of these moves even came, even the OG trade. People were like, oh, why are we giving up, Quigley, Barrett, all these other guys? Bridges, that's a lot of picks. Brunson, that's a lot of money. Cat, he's not a winner. He's not tough enough. And he put this team together, and look what it produced.
I don't think there's a single move during this team building where everybody was like, that was a brilliant move. That was like unanimously, that was great. Like nobody, there was nothing. Jalen Brunson, you paid too much for him. Like you said, OG, all this stuff. Mikal Bridges, all those picks. We were talking about that like a month ago as like an all-time bad move. Every move that they made was controversial. Every move that they made was criticized. And it doesn't matter. They won a championship making those moves, making gutsy moves, paying for players, having a vision, and seeing that vision. The Karl Anthony Towns trade was a split down the middle trade. Like a lot of people did not believe that was a good trade, and now it's looking like every move is now looking like one of the greatest moves of all time.
It bothered people that got rid of Dante DiVincenzo to get him.
Yeah, right.
That bothered people.
Right.
That's a thing. That's a real thing here.
Right. It was like you are getting Karl Anthony Towns, you're losing DiVincenzo, who, sad to say, he's out. He's like, he can't,
another injury.
Yeah, with the injury. And so, every move became criticized, and every move was absolutely the right move for them.
David, appreciate the time. Look forward to hearing what you have to say about this. Even more when you're co-hosting on Matt and Myron coming up next.
All right. Thanks, guys.
David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer, NBA writer, also a host here on ESPN Radio. But we want to continue to hear from you. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776 as we continue on the best week ever on ESPN Radio.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run the payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer mornings move fast, whether you're heading to the job site or catching the first pitch. But not every hotel makes it easy to start your day right. At La Quinta by Wyndham, you can wake up to a free Bright Side breakfast, including hot waffles, fresh fruit, eggs, yogurt, and more. It's the kind of lineup that helps you knock your morning out of the park. And while you're at it, book your next work trip at LaQuinta.com to earn Wyndham Rewards points with your qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the VivGuard Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VivGuardMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about VivGuard Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
been 53 long years, and there's so many moments of misery.
I'm 68 years old. I've been waiting for this.
Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
It's been so painful. I'm trying not to cry here, but I don't know, man. I'm holding back tears here. Dude, this is why sports is wonderful. This is why it's great to be a New Yorker, dude.
It is the best week ever on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Best week ever presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Gabe Neitzel, along with our Knicks fan, Jordan Runnon. Although
it feels
we have
like
a
the best week
change.
ever, Gabe.
Yeah, a wardrobe change, though. They're not going to allow you to wear the Anthony Mason jersey while you're playing golf today?
I think that would have been a little aggressive. The problem was...
I think they'd allow it. I think if they're going to allow it, Jordan, if they're ever going to do it, today would be the day.
I mean, I probably should. The only thing is, I wore it last night. I was swimming beforehand. It smells, okay? I'm not going to lie. It didn't smell great this morning when I put it back on after wearing it all day yesterday. It was 90. It was 90 plus degrees all day yesterday.
That's very fair. All right, I appreciate you willing to come forward and admit that.
I tried not to say that at first, but you got it out of me. You pulled it little by little. The Mason jersey needs a wash.
Hey, okay. Which, again, understandable after the Knicks win a championship last night, 94-90, the final over the Spurs, in a great run by the New York Knicks to their first championship in 53 years. Let's go back out to the phone lines, 888-SAY-ESPN. Jamar in Connecticut, you're on the best week ever.
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man?
We're feeling good, Jamar, right? We're feeling good this morning.
Yes, me too, man. Die-hard, lifelong Knicks fan. You know what I mean? Family's Knicks fan. We just, happy like everybody else today, man. 53. I'm 43, so I can't say 53 long years, but I remember 94, and I remember 99 also.
Yeah.
I'm waving a playoff towel, 90s Knicks playoff towel that's next to my desk here. Look at this.
Wow, you've got all the memorabilia there.
It says, I like it like that.
That's definitely a 90s towel. 100% a 90s towel with something like that. Oh, man. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sean in Baltimore. Sean, you're on ESPN Radio.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I want to say congratulations, Knicks, man. Y'all did a good job. But, hey, Cat, I hope you hear this, man. You owe, no disrespect to Mitch Robinson with that Mitch Robinson game, man, but you owe Bronson for this, man. Seriously, man. I just want to put that out there, man. I don't know what you was doing last night, but y'all got the job done, so that's all that matters. You got to hold the trophy up. Good job.
You want to hear this amazing stat about Cat in this series?
Please.
Fourth quarter, 5 games, 5 total points.
Oh, wow.
I think he's right to a degree. If the Knicks somehow were lost in these fourth quarters, a lot of the heat would have been on Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, without a doubt. But he had, especially earlier in the series, in David Dennis Jr., who had joined us earlier this hour, had pointed out as well, earlier in this playoff run, Cat has been such a huge part of this team.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like Mike Brown kind of unlocked a different level of Cat to change that reputation a little bit. Now, again, maybe that if you don't have Jalen Brunson doing what he's done in these fourth quarters, especially last night, maybe that narrative about Cat wilting in playoff games comes back to life if the Knicks don't do this. But he had been so good in this playoff run where, you could have that. But again, it helps to have Brunson being one of the best fourth-quarter players in the league.
Beauty of having the team that the Knicks have. They have 5 really, really good high-end starters. So some of them can have bad games.
Mm-hmm.
And, you could survive that because you have OG Anunoby who could drop 30 like he did in the previous game. You have Mikal Bridges who can have really strong offensive games, scored 25 or so in one of the games. You could kind of alternate which guy plays that second fiddle to Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's going to score his 28 to 30 every game, right? That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to then do that on the other side and have those other guys kind of alternate. And that's been the beauty of this Knicks team. That's why it reminds me of that. What year did you say it was? The 04 Pistons?
Yeah, 04 Pistons, yeah.
04 Pistons. Where they had 5 really good starters.
Yep.
And so they didn't need all of them to score 20 points. They could kind of alternate. which guy steps up that day. And I think this Knicks team was very similar to that.
And just an understanding of what your role is. Right? Like, and having just everybody trusts everybody, and they know that somebody is going to step up when it is their turn to step up. Quickly, let's go to Ben in Jacksonville. Ben, you're on the Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio.
All right, so we all agree that Brunson's performance and what's happened with the Knicks is legendary, right? We all can agree this is an epic moment, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here's the point. One title with the Knicks in this moment right now, is that bigger than the 4 titles that LeBron won? And I say that LeBron was carried 3 of them, and one, the bubble doesn't count. If you had to pick one, what do you pick?
I mean, I'm picking LeBron and his legacy and the 4 championships and pretending that LeBron was carried. Did he say LeBron was carried at the one in Cleveland? Like one of the greatest comebacks in finals history?
I thought he was going to get LeBron was carried to the one in Golden State. You know.
Look, I don't want to downgrade Brunson. He's fantastic. He's not LeBron. Yeah, he's not LeBron.
Yeah, look, if we want to just say individual, yeah, like this versus the winning in Cleveland, like, is probably comparable, and maybe you could probably say this is New York, 53 years. But overall, their legacy is not comparable.
We continue to break down the Knicks championship next on the Best Week Ever.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps, I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This is Freddie and Harry.
One of the most iconic snippets of a movie that you was in when you played David Ruffin. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. How strong was that role? Because when I mean you was a character.
Wait to say that to me.
Man, I've been waiting this entire time.
We could not. We're not gonna lie. You were like, when they gonna get to the part where I can say that line?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. Now, Mark Robbins, led by Jalen Brunson's 45 points. The New York Knicks win Game 5 of the NBA Finals and win the NBA title for the first time in 53 years. Brunson, the Finals MVP, was prepared to win, but not prepared for the way he'd feel after doing it.
It was definitely more emotional than I thought it was going to be right away. Once I got on stage and everything, it kind of started to settle, but, man, it's everything I dreamed of. Seriously.
That's Jalen Brunson. Now, he was on, by the way, ESPN's Inside the NBA. On the other side, the pain in San Antonio might linger a bit, but turn into lessons for Victor Wembanyama.
I think that's compared to anything before. This is the biggest lesson of my life, the biggest learning moment. I can't tell exactly what the lesson is, but we're learning from that for sure. I'm learning more than any other time in my life before.
That's Spurs star Victor Wembanyama. Now on to the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 6 tonight in Las Vegas as the Carolina Hurricanes try to win this series, leading it 3-2 over Las Vegas. Coverage on ABC television and the ESPN app at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now we turn to World Cup play, and just, less than 12 hours ago, Australia stunned Turkey 2-0, playing that one in Vancouver, British Columbia. The Aussies and the United States, both 1-0 in Cup play, will meet Friday afternoon in a battle on the unbeatens in Seattle.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup, and look ahead to what should be a wild offseason in the NBA. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Sirius XM Channel 80, along with Jordan Raanan. I am Gabe Neitzel, in for the crew. Make sure you catch This Was SportsCenter, a new interview podcast for Rich Eisen featuring SportsCenter legends. It's available now on Disney+, the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel, and all podcast platforms. This Was SportsCenter is presented by Gusto. We'll continue to get to your calls as we continue to break down the Knicks championship. But joining us right now is the normal co-host of this show, Peter Burns. He is in Omaha for the College World Series. So many things happening. We got to bring in Peter and talk with him. What's going on, Peter?
I have zero voice because I'm yelling last night for about the fifth straight game. I look at it and I'm like, wait a minute. How do the Spurs have about a 94% chance of winning that game, and then they puke all over themselves? So good morning, boys. Yes, my voice has felt better, to say the least.
They had to replace you with a Knicks fan today, so I think that was done intentionally with the idea that this was how this was going to go here. Because I'm kind of like curious, like Peter, like what you didn't learn from the first 4 times when they couldn't get shots or hit shots in the fourth quarter that it was going to happen again.
It's crazy because we're sitting here in Omaha and we're getting ready to go live after the Texas-Georgia game. And, our researcher, Justin, who's been doing a great job, he's like, oh, no. And that's the only words, Jordan, I'm hearing. And he knows that I'm a Spurs fan. So he's like, I can't even watch the game at that point because we're about to go on air. And I just hear, oh, no, in my right ear from my IFB. So I knew how the game was going, and I think Spurs fans knew it as well, too. It's just disappointing because, you go back, and we talked about it, last Sunday on the show with Courtney, is even LeBron had to learn how to win. Shaq had to learn how to win, but it had to be somebody other than them, right? They had to build a team around them, and I think that comes with what the Spurs are going to have to do with Wemby. And then there's going to be serious questions about the coaching down the stretch as well, too. And how much hell did Mike Brown get for the longest time after his runs, even when he was hired by the Knicks? And now, sure enough, Gabe, we're talking about one of the longest droughts in championship history coming to an end, and the city looked incredible.
Peter Burns joining us here on his own show, The Best Week Ever, here on ESPN Radio. By the way, the Knicks spent more time this series trailing by double digits, 62 minutes and 21 seconds, than leading by any amount, 56 minutes and 43 seconds. So that's, again, the Spurs.
That's me puking again. That's unbelievable.
Oh, I thought that was the Spurs choking, but it could go either way.
There's a little bit of both. There's a little bit of the Burns Heimlich. I think that's what it was right now there, Nick.
So what's the most disappointing part then as a Spurs fan, Peter, for what happened in those fourth quarters? Is it the not doubling of Brunson, not really having any sort of offensive game plan in the fourth quarters? What was the most disappointing thing to you last night?
That there wasn't this alpha dog that took over. Like Brunson, you know it. At some point, even in some of the games where he was struggling early, and you knew at some point, hey, he didn't look rattled. He looked fine. Everybody at that point for the Spurs didn't look like they wanted the ball in their hand. And that's the disappointing thing. We talked about that in baseball, too. There's certain guys, like even last night, Georgia got up to this game in Omaha, and from the jump, you could tell they were ready to beat the hell out of Texas. And Texas looked rattled right from the jump, and they settled in. But the idea of, in sports, who's ready for that moment, and the Knicks never wavered, even when they were down. And that comes from having an alpha, and that alpha was Jalen Brunson on this team.
So I'm, taking from this that your blame goes to Wemby for not being that guy at this point. Like that, if you had to assign the blame, and rank them, how would you do it right now?
That's a great question. I don't think I put it all on Wemby, because at some point you have to have this the origin story of how you become either the villain or the hero.
Right.
And I think this series was basically the origin story, for him. And
so reading between the lines, are you going Fox?
Well, I mean, listen. There was rumors around us over at the table last night saying, did De'Aaron Fox end up winning the MVP of the finals? but for the Knicks, like they were going to give him.
I had that at my party too.
I mean, again, it was just tough to watch, and I think ultimately the Spurs have to look at this and go. And I remember when they beat the Thunder in the Western Conference, finals. It felt as if they had won there. And I don't know if that's the mentality. I know that was a young team that was happy to go to the finals, but they also played like a team that felt like their season had already won. Like they already had everything accomplished. And, oh, by the way, we get to go into the NBA Finals right now. The Knicks didn't play like that at all.
Damn. But they did play well for the first three quarters of every game. That's the
I get it.
That's the crazy part about it, right?
It's like for the first three quarters of the night last night, and then now it's here right now.
Yeah.
Peter Burns joining us here on the Best Week Ever. And Peter, if we're going to have you on, we've been talking so much about the Knicks and them winning, but also one of the big stories of the week was everything happening in Texas Tech around Brendan Sorsby, their quarterback. And everybody's, in the college space kind of keeping an eye on, okay, how are ADs going to act about this? How are conferences going to? What do you think ultimately happens as, the SEC and the Big Ten and even some other schools within the Big 12 kind of take a look at this and we continue to get closer and closer to the season?
Well, guys, I mean, there was always there's like one cardinal rule, right? And whether it's professional, amateur sports, whatever it is, you don't bet if you're on the team. You just don't, especially if you're underage, right? And so once that kind of got thrown out of the window and Texas Tech says, hey, we're going to go down this route that a lot of people have gone down of, hey, you're ineligible, that's fine. We're going to find a judge that brings an injunction until the end of the season to allow you to play. All of this is a stress test. And I didn't know this was going to be that big of a stress test to figure out, hey, can conferences go out there and just not schedule anybody, right? There's all these unintended consequences right now. I think the most disappointing part of all of this is I really liked Cody Campbell as kind of this figure to say, hey, let's go out and revisit college sports, and let's do it the right way. Let's do it the way that it needs to be in the guidelines. And so this couldn't have been a worse situation for him now to kind of flip it and go, this is a cardinal sin. We know our guy did it, but we're going to say no big deal. And any other team, I think it would have played different. But because Cody Campbell had sit there and tried to be this knight in shining armor of the NCAA and now they're going this. Anytime you have to have 5 guys around a table do a 22-minute video explaining your conversation, but that means you probably didn't make the right shifts. And the only thing worse than that is whoever was doing the PR for Texas Tech, and it might be time. I don't know what was worse, the PR team for Texas Tech this last week or the Spurs finishing fourth quarters in the NBA Finals. It's probably a tie.
Yeah, we got you at a tough time. I could tell. Let's end on this. I gotta put the scenario on the table for you because this is the predicament I was in this week. Okay, before the NBA Finals, my brother came to me and said, "It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Come to the game with me. I got tickets to Game 4." We obviously don't know what Game 4 is, right? But the caveat. $4,500 for the ticket. All right, $5,000 day. I said, that's a lot for a day. Like, one ticket. I'm good. Go. You could find somebody else to go. Should I have guilt that I didn't go now, considering the way Game 4 turned out, or did I make the right decision?
Here's what you got to do. Like in hindsight, obviously, it's always going to be 2020. You need to take $3,500 of that, right, and go find, even if it's just a weekend getaway somewhere, that'll make you feel better. Because then you're like, all right, I just had a great weekend out, okay, and I saved $1,500, and you're still happy because the Knicks won the championship. So, think of it as you got $1,500 extra in your pocket. Go have a great vacation and go celebrate somewhere.
I just made money. See that? See that? Made money by talking to Peter Burns. Wait till I go tell my wife this logic, okay?
It's great. Just say, listen. Replay the thing if she can.
Honey, I'm going to Cabo.
Me for my voice this morning. Yeah, thanks. Go to Cabo. Yeah, great.
Peter, appreciate it. What we got coming up next with the College World Series?
We'll be back. I'm back in Charlotte for a couple of days, and then, of course, now we'll be back over here for championship weekend. But, Ole Miss Troy is going to be interesting. And then, my goodness, the way that Oklahoma beat down Alabama yesterday, and I still thought that whoever won last night between Georgia and Texas is winning it all, and that's still going to be my my pick for the whole trip. Now, Georgia Bulldogs going to win it all.
Appreciate you, Peter. I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon.
Later, boys.
Peter Burns joining us. Usually he's the co-host on this show, but he's in Omaha for the College World Series. Coming up next
he's
week.
Just too demoralized he couldn't come on this morning. It was Spurs. The choking part definitely bothered him. You could tell. You could tell by some of those little comments there.
Well, yeah. It would bother you too. If it was the Knicks that were doing the choking, he would also bother you. So I think you could see it. Yeah.
But he's got a lot of championships to lean back and sit back on. I think it's a little easier to digest. I might be able to convince myself I'm a Spurs fan. We're really young. We just weren't ready for this. We'll be fine. Moving forward, it might take a couple days, but obviously he wasn't there yet.
And the Knicks came out on top. We continue to take your calls. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Plus, we give you our best and worst week nominees. I'm sure you'll probably be able to guess a couple of those. It's the best week ever. ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer means travel, And for a lot of people, that includes their four-legged MVP. Mine is a yellow lab named Quinny. But finding a hotel that actually welcomes pets can feel like striking out. At La Quinta by Wyndham, pet-friendly stays are part of the game plan. So you don't have to leave your best travel companion behind. You can bring them along for every inning of the trip. Because the road is better when the whole team's together. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points on your qualified stays along the way. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, two blockbuster trades. Myles Garrett to the Rams and A.J. Brown to the Patriots. We'll explain how the mega deals came together, what they mean for this season and beyond. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
The future is happening now on ABC and ESPN. One of the most talented classes in history gives every team a chance at a star. Collegiate dominance mixed with unreal upside. This draft has everything.
This is one of the best and deepest drafts we've seen in recent years.
Who will change the league forever?
With the first pick
At the NBA Draft, June 23rd and 24th on ESPN and ABC.
Amber and Ian. Les Snead, GM, Sean McVay, head coach, Dan Gilbert and Sullivan. Just, writing it and producing it, and next thing you know, here comes the Pirates of Penzance and, the Mikado and, HMS Pinup. Whatever way you want to go with it, man, it is truly remarkable to watch. They were literally one play away from getting to the Super Bowl. If you don't think that Trent McDuffie or Myles Garrett can make one play for you, y'all are crazy.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Get all the way to Thursday now for the parade.
Yeah, I don't really have that much planned. I mean, this is like the Giants finished mini camp last week, so I'm basically on just cruise mode now until training camp at the end of the summer. So yeah, probably play a lot of golf, keep myself busy. Got the wife's birthday this week, but yeah, just got to get to Thursday and enjoy the parade. I believe it's Juneteenth, right?
Yeah. Juneteenth is Friday. Yes.
Yeah, this week. That's this week. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, we will have the boozy lunch on Friday. It's gonna be a good week, man. It's gonna be a good week.
Well, okay, but do you have any guilt? You asked the question for Peter Burns when he just joined us. You had the opportunity to go to Game 4 with your brother. You said no because ultimately ticket was $4,500. You're gonna go have dinner, all the things before. It's probably a $5,000 day.
Yeah.
Do you have any guilt for not going to Game 4 as a Knicks fan?
A little, because it was the greatest Knicks win probably of my lifetime, right?
Okay.
But I'm justifying it to myself. And you tell me if I'm crazy, okay?
Okay.
I'm justifying it to myself by saying, you know what? I would have really bothered me if it was the clincher. I could take this. I still enjoyed that game plenty watching from home.
Sure.
I'm jumping up and down, having a great time. If it was the clincher, I think I'd have real regret.
Yeah.
I still don't think it's worth it. Think about how miserable I would have been the whole first half. I told my brother he's lucky I didn't come because I would have been insufferable knowing that I paid that and they're down 30 points. Insufferable.
I think that's fair.
So negative and so upset, it would have been miserable.
I love my teams, $5,000 for one game.
Do you have a number? Do you have a number, you think?
I think.
Which is your number one team? Like which sport?
I mean, the Packers, but Packers. I mean, like the Brewers being so close to a World Series the last couple of years, like having a World Series in Milwaukee for the first time since '82, I think would be like, because that was a real thing being in the NLCS last year. You're looking at those tickets, and it wouldn't have cost me $5,000 to take me and my wife to that game, but I don't know, like $2,500 feels okay. It's not great, but $2,500 is probably worth the experience. You start getting higher than that, and I'd probably start getting uncomfortable with how much I'd be spending on
I think I would have been in that range, too. Like, he probably could have convinced me for, like, 3.
Sure.
He probably could have pushed me. The funny part is, so I had the conversation when we were doing it on the phone, and I was sitting on the couch, and my wife was next to me, and I had it on speaker. And I know he's, like, naming these numbers, and I could see her over there being like, you know, her eyes over me, like, you sure? Like, you know, and she was like, after I said no, I could tell she didn't say anything, but she was like, stay strong. Stay strong. And she's like, you sure you don't want to come? Stay strong.
Because it is. And as Peter pointed out, $3,500 is an unbelievable, great, fun weekend. And that's still saving you $1,500 on top, you know? So when you start looking at the other things you can do for that money, and then you still enjoyed the game, your team wins the championship, you're still floating.
What if they lost?
Yeah, what if they didn't come back?
Yeah, when they were down by 30 and that would have been, I mean, it would have been great to be there, but that would have been such a low point in your life, probably.
Oh, my God. I had all my friends texting me like, good thing you didn't take the ticket. Good thing you didn't take the ticket. And then, obviously, afterwards, they're like, ha, you didn't take the ticket. Ha, you didn't take the ticket.
So, yeah.
And that's when I started doing the justification in my head. Well, I would have really been more upset if it was the closeout game in Game 4, and they swept them, and it was Game 4, and I missed it, and I turned it down.
And again, that's so expensive to go to those Knicks games. Certainly, we close out the show the way we always do here on Best Week Ever by telling you who had the best, who had the worst week, and we always start at the bottom.
I wanna be the best of the worst.
Who had the worst week ever?
Oh no, this is terrible.
Yeah, it was not a good week for Mitch Johnson. Because, again, it wasn't even just last night. It was consistently throughout the series. Yeah, he's a young coach. Hopefully he can learn from it if you're a Spurs fan. But he was thoroughly outcoached in this series.
Mike Brown,
yeah, by Mike Brown.
But go to the next guy on the list because, yeah, sure, I totally agree with that. Totally outcoached. You know, huge gap in coaching there. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, in the end, the blame when you lose goes on the star's shoulder. And Victor Wembanyama didn't just lose. He came up small. He's 7'5". He came up small in the fourth quarter of every one of these games. On top of that, if we really want to go deep into it, they were tied in Game 2. He threw the ball away, right? They gave the Knicks a free throw, the game-winning point, and then guess what? He had a chance to win it, and then missed it on top of that. And Game 5 was just an extension. Every game after that was just an extension of that.
How about getting away from the finals? Texas Tech. I still can't wrap my head around them. I guess I can understand why they're while I completely disagree with it, while they're trying to justify playing Brendan Sorsby is okay. But if your defense for something, when your coach stands up, he's like, well, it's not like this kid killed anyone. Like, oh, so that's the standard? He broke every rule. He broke laws, did Sorsby, in doing this. In Texas Tech, trying to sweep it under the rug, pretending it's okay so they can win a couple of football games. The whole thing is gross to me. It just feels gross.
Yeah. And how about James Harden? Come on, man. 3:41 a.m. you get arrested for having a handgun observed on the seat of your car. Come on, man. Like, as if the end of that another playoff dud wasn't enough. This is what you got to begin to what is it? A few weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Let's get to the best.
You're simply the best.
Who had the best week ever?
I'm sure we'll get to a lot of Knicks ones, but let me go ahead and sneak a Wisconsin one in here, and Jacob Mizorowski, because the Miz for the Brewers Friday night, 9 innings complete game, 15 strikeouts, gave up 1 hit, faced the minimum because that 1 hitter was erased on a double play, 95 pitches. It is the most strikeouts ever in a game, and a complete game where somebody threw less than 100 pitches in baseball history.
I'm just amazed that he's throwing 3,522 miles per hour every pitch. I mean, it's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. So was the U.S. Soccer's performance the other night. I mean, that had me pumped. Like, the Knicks obviously put that to shame. But that had me pumped for the rest of this next month here with the U.S. in the World Cup. Like, are we actually good enough at this sport now where the U.S. Soccer can do, like, damage in this tournament? Like, good, amazing start for them. 3-0. 4-1 demolition.
4-1.
Yeah, 3-1.5. 3-0.5.
Obviously, great week for Jalen Brunson. Great night for Jalen Brunson. Silencing all the doubters, becoming one of the best Knicks of all time, if not the greatest New York Knick of all time. He is going to be riding high throughout the course of the week. I can't wait to see the shape that him and his teammates are going to be for Thursday for that parade.
Yeah, look, that's going to be a great experience. James Dolan, too. I mean, guy's been just a miserable owner for the Knicks, gotten a ton of heat for a very long time, and he gets to celebrate a championship. That's got to give him credit. And he owns
absolutely.
The team.
You win the championship, and you get the credit. Matt and Myron are going to continue with more reaction to that Knicks championship. That's coming up next. This has been the best week ever on ESPN Radio.
The best.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen. The New York Knicks win Game 5 and are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. So, where does this championship run rank in recent history? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend. Permission to come aboard, Captain? But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
They said if you bet on other teams, you'd get suspended. Am I right on that? And if you bet on your own team, you were gone. What a joke.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Brian Windhorst's back on the program. Does Stephen A. know you're in his office?
No.
Now he does.
We were going to do this in the studio, but there was something wrong with the lighting. And we said, hey, do you think Stephen A. would mind? And there were 3 people, and they all kind of gave different looks. So if you see me on the street, you'll know what happened.
Understood. Brian, thanks for the time and for putting everything at risk.
The Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, the New York Knicks win Game 5 and are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. Where does this championship run rank in recent history? It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Monday on the Rich Eisen Show, the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final latest in its NFL OTA week before the summer hits. So much to discuss on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio for Monday's Rich Eisen Show.
On the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. The New York Knicks rallied once again in the NBA Finals, beat San Antonio 94-90 in Game 5 to win their first championship since 1973. And Knicks head coach Mike Brown says when it takes 53 years to do something, kind of hard to believe.
It's absolutely amazing. It's a surreal feeling. I don't know how long it's been since that final buzzer went off, but I still don't believe it. I'm pinching myself. I'm telling myself to try to be present. All the stuff that I tell these guys every single day, I'm trying to do because I can't believe it.
That's Knicks head coach Mike Brown. The Carolina Hurricanes might be celebrating later tonight if they can knock off the Vegas Golden Knights in Las Vegas. Hurricanes lead the Stanley Cup Finals 3-2. The game's on ABC television and the ESPN app beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern. And if you're looking for a guy to do what Jalen Brunson did for the Knicks, ESPN hockey analyst Kevin Weeks says Jordan Stahl's already doing it.
He scored in 5 straight games, the first time since the great Yvon Cornway of the Montreal Canadiens. It's a historic Stanley Cup final for how well he's playing. He's scoring in different ways. He's a big power forward. I'm telling you, he could be in the paint in the NBA final the way he's been bullied by defenders, posting up in the paint and scoring goals seemingly at will, including 2 in Game 5.
That is Kevin Weeks on ESPN SportsCenter. ESPN Radio Sunday Night Baseball. Red Sox Rangers from Fenway. 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when the coverage begins.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kenny, coming up Monday from the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps. I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio.
And at guard 6'4" from Kentucky,
Matt Jones.
I've actually had an issue at a stadium for a soccer game where I was wearing the opposing team's jersey. A group of 6-7 fans actually tried to corner me to try and fight me because I was wearing the opposing team's jersey.
What soccer? What team? Where was this?
And mind you, I know what people are going to say. It was an MLS game.
Myron Metcalf.
I don't believe it.
At an MLS game, when they snapping their fingers and dancing, when they snapping their fingers and dancing, when they're surrounding you,
they were not,
and singing songs.
That's maybe the most blatant lie I've ever heard. You're telling me a New York Red Bulls game versus New York FC?
Yeah.
People were fighting. Stop it. Renee also got in a fight at a UFL game yesterday.
Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Myron Metcalf, joined by the great David Dennis Jr. here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance makes building home and auto easy. Learn more at Progressive.com. And my man David Dennis Jr. is filling in here for Mr. Matt Jones. David, always good to have you on the show. I want to get to, obviously, everything we're going to talk about with what happened last night, the history of last night. New York City doing what we expected New York City to do outside of Madison Square Garden and beyond. What was your immediate reaction to the Knicks winning their first championship in 53 years?
I can't believe I'm happy for the Knicks. That's my first thought. The Knicks are not supposed to be this team. We're not supposed to love the Knicks. You know, they're the Celtics. They're like the Patriots. They are, and it's New York. New York is never an underdog, man. Yeah. They are supposed to be, the underdogs beat the Knicks. That's what you're supposed to do. And, it feels unnatural to feel this level of passion and love for the Knicks. And part of it is the drought. Part of it is how long it's taken, all the terrible stuff that's happened the last or this century. And another part of it is just how doggone likable, quite literally, every single player in that Knicks team is. There is nothing but likable players on that team, and I find myself cheering for the Knicks, and I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I mean, who can be mad at Landry Shamet? Like, who can look at Landry Shamet and not appreciate a guy who played at Wichita State, the Villanova guys? I mean, all of the stories, the backstory.
Jose Alvarado.
It's incredible.
Jose Alvarado.
Incredible.
This dude is a hero in Game 4.
Yeah.
This dude is a hero in Game 4. He's the guy who sneaks up behind players and steals the ball. That's what everybody knows about, which is the slimiest, sneakiest thing you could do in basketball. Yes. And yet, New York-raised dude, New York Knicks fan his whole life, and a hero in the city.
You got to appreciate it. It's a ready-made Disney movie. And I've got a lot of thoughts about this that I'm going to tell you once we get off the top.
What are we thinking about?
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Time to find out. This is Off the Top.
Flash off the top rope
with Matt and Myron.
So David Dittis Jr. joining us, filling in for Matt Jones. My feeling was jealousy.
Oh,
right? And it wasn't jealousy of the championship. I'm from Milwaukee. The Bucks won a championship. I'll tell you, growing up, there were 3 cities that I was always jealous of when people could say they were from those cities. I was jealous of anybody from L.A.
Okay.
I thought, what do you mean you live near the beach and everybody's cool? Every song that anybody made out of L.A., they sounded different. They sounded so relaxed and laid back. I wanted to be able to say that I was from L.A. I was jealous of people in L.A.
They don't have the same kind of rap scene in Minneapolis?
Actually, believe it or not, no. It has not. It does not rival what we saw on the West Coast.
There's no Tupac of Minneapolis? I'm derailing the whole thing. But
there's some 6-packs. There's not a Tupac.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
The other place I was jealous of growing up was Atlanta. Like when Outkast came out, I was like, I wish I could just be a part of that.
Yeah.
Just a part of the movement. The Olympics in '92. Everything about Atlanta was like, that is such a cool place.
There's no Outkast of Minneapolis?
There's some Outcasts. There's not Outcasts.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
You know what I mean? It's a little different. But I wanted to be able to say, I'm from Atlanta. Like, I'm jealous of people who can do that, who can say, this is where I was born and raised.
Yeah.
And then the other city was New York. Got a chance to live in New York when I was in my early 20s. And just the culture of that place. There is no other place in the world like New York City. And for that city to get a championship, David.
Yeah.
For that city to be at the crowning achievement in the NBA, in the social media era, the celebrities all over the place. I was just jealous of the idea of being a New Yorker and experiencing last night. I wish I could have been able to experience it as that. I have friends who were texting me saying they were crying. People who were just celebrating in the streets. Jealousy, I have to admit, David, was my biggest emotion last night.
I felt a little bit of jealousy, too. As somebody who, again, not a Knicks fan, never lived in New York, have no ties to the city, I wanted to be out there in the streets last night. I was there at Game 3. I was there at Game 4. And after Game 4, I was telling people I'm really happy that I've been a Knicks fan my whole life. Really excited to have been here from the beginning. I've been here celebrating the whole time. Never doubted the team since I was a little pup. It's been great. And my wife lived in New York for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And she was like, I got to go to the parade. I'm on there. I got to go. I got to be a part of this. I'm in Bristol. I wanted to drive 2 hours last night and just be like, hey, I'm here with the people. Like it feels, New York City feels like a small college town. Myron, you've been in those situations where it's like everybody, everywhere you go, everywhere is rallying behind this little town, right?
Yep.
This Cinderella. It feels like a Cinderella team in a small college town with 8 million people in it.
And just all in love with this one team. He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf. He's filling in for Matt Jones. David, there's nothing like it because New York is a split city on by all accounts, right? Yeah. If you've ever been there. I mean, you can be on one street in Brooklyn and it looks something completely different from 2 streets over.
Yeah.
You have people from all different backgrounds. I remember the first time I went there, you're on the subway, and I think people were speaking 5 different languages.
Yeah.
There's nothing like New York City, except there's a split. There are Giants fans and there are Jets fans, right? There are obviously Yankees fans and Mets fans, Islanders and Rangers fans. The Nets don't really matter. No offense to the Brooklyn Nets. It's a Knicks town. Like, that's the one team that entire city is passionate about. And that, to me, is what I wanted to be a part of. You can spend $800,000 to get into Madison Square Garden or whatever you did the other night if you have that David Dennis Jr. money. I don't have that.
Okay, all right, okay.
You know what I mean? That's not, I haven't been given that.
Okay.
I wanted to be in some little spot in Harlem.
Yeah.
Someplace in Brooklyn. Someplace in Queens. I wanted to be in one of those places and to see those videos, David, of those pure, authentic celebrations of the people.
Yeah.
As a sports fan, you have to appreciate what New York City was just given the opportunity to enjoy and experience for the first time in over a half decade.
Look, I went out there to 4th Street Court while I was in New York. Out there with people doing, playing, street ball. A man was out there getting his hair cut, watching the game.
Perfect.
It was New York, right? Yes. And the way that they feel is, like, sports can be such a unifying thing, right? Not to go full Adam Silver here, but sports can be such a unifying thing. And you have people who are, when you think of Game 3 and Game 4, the 1%ers of the world. It was an arena in large part full of 1%.
It was.
Right?
Yep.
And you have people on this court, right? You got people, Harlem, you got Queens, you got all these people. And there's a unity right now around the Knicks. And really, sports is the only thing that can do that, right? That you can have people saying Knicks, yelling out Knicks and 5 at each other who are on the opposite ends of every single walk of life.
Yeah.
And that is what makes sports unique. That's what makes New York City what it is. Like you said, people speak in different languages, but one universal sentence right now in New York is Knicks and 5. I don't care what language you speak and you're saying Knicks and 5.
It's just been incredible to watch and to experience. And, the 1%ers thing is right. There were a lot of people in that building who weren't necessarily the authentic Knicks fans that people have seen all season. I will say, I've been to a Lakers game. The one thing I can appreciate about the 1%ers in sort of the New York Knicks fan base, they seem a little more real. I must admit, Dave. It's like there were like Ben Stiller and some of those guys. Then there was a couple dudes with like 8 gold chains whose money might be off the books. I appreciated the diversity within sort of that first couple of rows in Madison Square Garden. But I want Knicks fans to document this. Like I said, I'm jealous. I can admit that openly. I'm jealous of Knicks fans who are from the city, who are enjoying this moment. I want you to document for me what it was like last night to experience this championship run for the first time in 53 years. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Knicks fans, this is your moment. We want to hear from you. Tell us what this feels like. For those of us who are not able to experience what you experienced last night, we want you to tell us. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Give us all the details. That's next.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Grainger knows when you're a procurement manager for an office park, you're not managing one building. You're managing all of them. And to stay ahead, you need to see through walls and around corners. Lights about to fail, filters ready to clog, HVAC on its last leg. If you wait until something breaks, you're already behind. Count on Grainger for quality products, easy reordering, and 24/7 support. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. When you're on the road this summer traveling for work, your routine can fall behind faster than a 3-0 count, especially if your hotel gym is non-existent. But at La Quinta by Wyndham, every location features a full-size, fully equipped fitness center. So whether it's cardio, weights, or a quick workout before a long day, you can stay on top of your game. No excuses, no shortcuts, just your full routine, ready when you are. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
I'm Myron Metcalf. He's David Dennis Jr. here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. David Dennis Jr. filling in for Matt Jones. Ask your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Matt and Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. If you missed anything on today's show, listen to the Matt and Myron podcast, available where you get your podcast. We are asking Knicks fans to document last night, the moment, the glory, the euphoria, the experience from winning a championship for the first time in 53 years. Unlike anything we've seen in sports in modern times, and you got to be, I think, 60 years old to have really appreciated the Knicks championships in 1970 and 1973. So we want to hear from Knicks fans who can tell us all about what they experienced. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Give us a call and let us know what this moment is like for you. We're going to get to the callers in a second. David, I want to say something, and I respect you as an NBA minded. I mean that. You're one of the guys at ESPN where you're on that short list of when people say, what should I think about what just happened in the NBA? I think of you. You're one of the guys that we think about, right? Jalen Brunson, for me, entered the Michael Jordan category last night.
Okay.
All right? Now, that maybe sounds a little crazy, but let me get to where I'm going. He is now on the short list for me of clutch performances, greatest clutch performances that I've seen in my lifetime. Obviously, that was what Michael Jordan did over the course of his championship runs. I think about the first Dwayne Wade championship in Miami one of the greatest finals performances, one of the greatest playoff performances I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. We've seen Steph Curry do it. We've seen a lot of guys who were Jordan-like in the moment. And for me, that is how I'll see Jalen Brunson. I don't know where you see him among the greatest of all time, the greatest Knicks of all time, greatest clutch performers of all time. I think that's the category he joined last night.
I'm totally with you on sort of one of the great clutch performers. What struck me about last night is the fact that Jalen Brunson figured out a defense that nobody else in the league had been able to figure out.
Yeah.
And that puts him, like SGA did not figure out that defense. Like SGA was able to have a really good game 7, and people say, well, SGA's second and third best player were hurt and all that stuff. Well, Karl-Anthony Towns had 2 points last night.
Yeah.
There was no bench points for pretty much until halfway through the third quarter last night. Nobody played well. Jalen Brunson was half of the offense. He scored, I think, 43 points, right? And they had 94, right? Like, he was pretty much half their offense for the entirety of that game. When you think about performances like that against teams with this level of defense that are hyper-focused on you, when you have Stephon Castle guarding you and Victor Wembanyama behind them, and you are the size that you are, yes, this is one of the great clutch performances of all time. This is one of the great playoff. I think, to me, this is the greatest playoff run of all time from a team and a player leading a team. And then when I think about the great clutch finals performances of the last decade, let's say, I think Steph in Game 4 against Boston.
Mm-hmm.
I think Giannis in Game 6 against Phoenix, scoring 50 points. And I think whatever the hell LeBron and Kyrie did for them last 3 games against Golden State. Other than that, Jalen Brunson's right there with all of them, because every single Game 4, he carried that team. Him and OG carried that team. Game 5, he carried that team.
And I think what's unique is Jalen did it without another player next to him who was playing like a star, because Cat wasn't great. So it felt like he just carried the whole weight of the world on his shoulders. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We want to hear from you, Knicks fans. What was it like? How are you feeling? Tell us, for those of us who couldn't be Knicks fans, how much fun are you having right now? Paul in Florida, tell us what it's like for you as a lifelong Knicks fan.
Oh, man, Dennis, you were right, man. You were right. The euphoria. I waited my whole life, man, growing up in Florida. The feeling, the moment with Brunson and his dad. He's the greatest Knick of all time, man. He's the greatest Knick of all time. 16-3 in the playoffs, baby. You can't explain this stuff. You can't make it up, baby. Woo!
I love it, Paul.
I don't think Paul went to sleep last night.
No, I don't think a lot of Knicks fans.
Paul's still out at the spot.
I love that, because I think that's the whole city. Before we get to some other calls, he said something that I think is going to be a real debate. David, going for it. Now, Willis Reed, Walt Clyde Frazier, won 2 championships, 1970, 1973. Do you think, especially for this modern generation, has Jalen Brunson surpassed all the Knicks after what we saw last night? Is he at the top of the all-time list now?
Modern, yes. Walt Frazier, man.
It's incredible.
You got to remember, first of all, he won 2. Second of all, you got to remember that, like, it's not Walt's fault that the Knicks didn't win 50 years before Jalen Brunson, that it means so much more. That's why it means so much more to him, but it's not really his fault, right?
Yeah.
So I think they're 1 and 1A. I think Brunson is going to be the most beloved Knick of all time.
That's a great word. It feels like he's the king of New York City. It feels like, especially for a modern generation that never had a chance to see Walt Frazier, that never had a chance to see Willis Reed, this is going to be their GOAT for the rest of their lives. Frank in North Carolina, what was it like to be a Knicks fan and watch this unfold?
Well, it was great. First of all, congratulations to the New York Knicks. I just got to say, the sports bar I was in last night, it had well over 200. I don't know. It was packed to capacity. Even outside on the lawn, everybody, the entire place cheering for the Knicks. And they were all in tears. And we were in, so I'm from Charlotte. I live in Charlotte now. I'm from New York, but I was in Atlanta last night. And everybody in the place was in tears. But I do want to say one thing. I love the fact that the refs was allowing defense to be a part of the game again. The problem I have is they weren't calling the obvious. And I think that's the main thing that really bothers me and everybody else that was watching the whole series. They just weren't calling the obvious defensive calls. It just was insane to me.
Oh, whoa. You can't. Wait a minute. You can't be complaining about the refs right now.
I don't think that's their move.
You can't complain about the refs. You won a championship, man.
Yeah. That's petty on another level. Like,
leave it for later, man.
Yes.
Leave it for later. Go celebrate. Yeah. Go out there and party, man. Don't nobody worried about the refs right now.
But that's also kind of Knicks fans, right? Knicks fans are going to enjoy this, but they're also going to tell you that there was a conspiracy against them to win.
Yeah, man.
That's going to be a part of the Knicks folklore in this conversation about a championship. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tell us what it was like as a Knicks fan. Chris in the Bronx, what was your experience last night? You got about 30 seconds.
My experience last night in the Bronx was amazing. My mom was a diehard Knicks fan. She died 2 years ago. This is for my mom, for all of us. We are excited. Morris Park Inn, we had an amazing time. The energy, we've been waiting this my whole life. I'm 46, so I could not believe it. We are reveling in this moment, documenting, as you mentioned on the radio earlier. We are in it. We are loving it. We are celebrating each other, and this win has been amazing.
Chris, I appreciate that. That to me is, that's perfect, right? That's just perfection in terms of understanding the feelings that Knicks fans were enjoying in that moment, David.
Yeah, I mean, because first of all, love to Chris and the family and your mom and all that stuff. But that's so many people who are doing this for folks who did not get to see this, right?
It's amazing.
Who did not get to see this and not get to experience this. And now you're experiencing it through them. That is the emotion that this has brought out. This makes it so beautiful.
Yeah, and it's incredible. It's so many of those family relationships they got to celebrate together. More of your calls and more on the Knicks winning the title. That's next on ESPN Radio.
Monday on the Rich Eisen Show, the latest from the Stanley Cup Final and then the NBA Finals. There's so much going on in the NFL world as well as OTAs wrap up. Join us on Monday's show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This is Freddie and Harry.
One of the most iconic snippets of a movie that you was in when you played David Ruffin. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. How strong was that role? Because when I knew you was a character.
Couldn't wait to say that to me.
Man, I've been waiting this entire time.
We could not. We're not going to lie.
You were like, when they going to get to the part where I can say that line?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
It's over the wall, and Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage.
It is gone. Wilson Contreras.
The Rangers at the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is SportsCenter.
Hello there, I'm Mark Robbins. NBA champions, the New York Knicks. First time that statement's been made in 53 years. The Knicks defeated San Antonio in Game 5 Saturday, 94-90, to win the series in 5 games. OG Anunoby, the hero of Game 4, puts winning it all in perspective.
Just excitement. Everyone just happy for each other. The whole organization, just it's a long season. Started in September in Abu Dhabi to San Antonio in June. We've been through a lot. We're a very close-knit group, very together, very mentally tough, and we're just happy and excitement.
That's New York's OG Anunoby. The Knicks planning a victory parade set for Thursday. The Vegas Knights are planning to win Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals at home tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. And for that to happen, ESPN NHL analyst Kevin Weeks says one guy is a key to the Vegas jackpot.
It's got to be Brett Howden, who leads the entire Stanley Cup playoffs with 14 goals so far. To me, he didn't get utilized enough in Game 5. He only had 9 minutes played through the first 2 periods. I'd like to see him out there more.
That was Kevin Weeks. Now, coverage of Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals beginning 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC television and, of course, the ESPN app. ESPN Radio's Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park tonight in Boston. Red Sox hosting the Rangers. Coverage there beginning at 6:30 Eastern. And in college baseball, College World Series, Oklahoma shuts out Alabama 9-zip. Georgia over Texas 7-1. 2 more games today on ESPN.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this season. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
At long last, for the first time in 53 years, the New York Knicks are the world champs.
It's a surreal feeling. I don't know how long it's been since that final buzzer went off, but I still don't believe it.
I don't even know how to put it into words, and that's my job.
It's a storybook ending, and if you ask them, it's just the beginning.
Dreams come true. I'm pretty sure every basketball player want to feel like this, and we got it.
They had a group effort on this project, man, and everybody deserves an A+.
Tonight, we play like we wanted to go home champions.
He is David Dennis Jr. here on Matt Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Matt Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. We want to hear from Knicks fans. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But first, we are joined by the great Chris Carlin, host of Bart and Carlin on 880 ESPN New York. Chris, I'll just get right to it because there's a lot of conversations happening after what the Knicks did last night, and you're the person that I believe can answer this most definitively. Is Jalen Brunson now the greatest Knick of all time? Why or why not?
Not yet. Clyde is. Clyde Frazier for sure. 2 championships. You think about what he did. It again, similar to what Jalen did last night. Clyde had, everybody talks about the Willis Reed game. They talk about what he did, but Clyde had 36 and 19 assists in that game. I would say that Clyde Frazier still is, but Jalen Brunson is certainly right there. He's 1A now at this point. And it's really remarkable to say that when it's only been 4 years that he's been here too. But when you do something as historic as what he did and you put up that kind of performance at a closeout game, a game that frankly the rest of the night, it did not look like the Knicks were going to close it out. But one guy understood what it took. The rest of that team understood what it took, and one team did not, and is still learning what it takes to close out a series. And You saw it last night, and I think Jalen Brunson is right there. He's not quite number one, but that's the only reason why is that Clyde's got 2 and he's only got 1.
Chris, Myron just starts off, he asks you the tough questions, just doesn't even ease you into it. It's early in the morning. What time did you go to bed last night? What are the vibes? Did you sleep at all? Are you still out in the streets? What's going on? What's happening?
I was not out in the streets, but I was watching everything. And I probably went to bed at about 1:30 or so. I just marvel at what the run has meant to the city. And I know you guys have probably heard other people say this, but the Knicks unite New York unlike any other sports team there is here because of the simple fact that everybody roots for the Knicks. No offense to the Nets, but the Nets were never, the Nets didn't sell out a finals game. It cost $11,000 to get in the other night for Game 4. And the Nets, when they had the finals 20 years ago, couldn't sell out a finals game in New Jersey. So, I mean, that tells you where they are. I would just say that those kind of scenes that you see in the streets last night don't happen in New York. They don't happen for championship teams in New York. They didn't happen with the Giants. They didn't happen with the Yankees all those years in the 90s and in 2009. They didn't happen with anybody else. This is the team that happens with because it does unite the city more than any other sports team there is.
Chris, I don't know, and we're talking about a great Chris Carlin, host of Bart and Carlin on 880 ESPN New York. I feel like James Dolan is up there before this among the owners that are most polarizing, criticized. I mean, we talked about James Dolan in the NBA like we talked a lot about Jerry Jones, and now he has a championship. What did this run do for James Dolan? I mean, he hired Mike Brown. He's obviously the guy who allowed his front office to make the trades that led to this. How do we feel about James Dolan today?
So it's funny. Last night, if you've seen any of the clips at Radio City Music Hall, they had a watch party, which is owned by the Garden. And the first thing, as they cut to James Dolan about to get interviewed by Ernie Johnson, they're booing. And then within seconds, he says, "I'm sorry this took so long," and they're all cheering. So they couldn't get enough. I think that tells you what it probably meant for James Dolan. Look, he has been an exceptionally polarizing figure in New York. Even this week, with everything that was going on around the watch parties and his battle with the mayor. But you can't argue with a decision that was made last year that was highly controversial. Now, a lot of people believed it should have been made, but when you fired Tom Thibodeau, you felt like you needed to come out of there with option 1 or option 2. And if we're being truthful, Mike Brown was like option 4 or 5 because they couldn't get anybody else out of their deals, because they couldn't get Jason Kidd, because they couldn't get Quinn Snyder. So for them to make that move was awful gutsy. And then to hire Mike Brown was kind of a Joe Torre hired by the Yankees type move. Somebody who had never really done it before, but is of the right temperament and the right mentality that it just vibed with the team perfectly. So I think Jim Dolan deserves a lot of credit because that was a gutsy move to make, and not everybody loved it. And make no mistake, I think Mike Brown, probably down 2-1 in the Hawks series, was very much on the hot seat. But right now, it looks like a brilliant move.
So I know Myra asked about sort of Jalen Brunson historically amongst other Knicks. I'm interested in Jalen Brunson as a New York figure right now, right? You're going into a restaurant, one table is left, right? Jeter wants a seat at the table. Brunson wants a seat. I don't know, Aaron Judge, Jay-Z, anybody you can name. Is Jalen Brunson getting that seat at the table ahead of every other celebrity in New York City right now?
The reservation's in his name. Let's put it that way. When Jalen Brunson's people call up, it's not a question. Just to give you an idea, I mean, you kind of said Aaron Judge there. Aaron Judge at Game 4, among the celebrity list, was sitting way the hell upstairs for the game. So he's not in that discussion yet. Jeter is in that discussion. Eli Manning, because of a couple of championships with the Giants, is in that discussion. But I don't think he's on the level of Brunson right now, to tell you the truth, because it was a lot. this was so much more meaningful on so many fronts because he was the guy that it was so polarizing to make that move when they did. And the Knicks, there's no way the Knicks even thought that he was going to become this. But when they were investing so much in Jalen Brunson as opposed to other big names, they were getting knocked for it at the time as well. I think Jalen Brunson certainly is never going to pay for another meal in this town. And at that table, there's Jalen, there's Jeter. Mark Messier is probably at that table. But when you compare what they've done, Messier is the only other one that comes close, but he doesn't come close because it's a sport that people in New York don't care nearly as much about as they care about with the Knicks.
I think Landry Shaman isn't going to pay for it. I think, consider what we saw last night.
Ariel Hotporty might be at that table.
He's Chris Carlin, host of Bart and Carlin on 880 ESPN New York. Here on Matt and Myron, David Dennis Jr. filling in for Matt Jones. I'm obviously Myron Metcalf. We'll get you out of here with this. I got a lot of friends in New York, Chris. I lived in New York for a short period. I always understood the order to be in some form. Yankees at the top, Giants, Knicks, and then some order of the Jets, the Islanders, and the Brooklyn Nets. What's the order today in terms of New York City is a what town? Is it still a Yankees town? Is it now more of a Knicks town? How do you see that order today?
Well, it's always been at its heart a basketball town, but they haven't had the basketball to really celebrate. In the 90s, it was crazy like it has been in the last couple of weeks. They just couldn't get over the hump. I would say it's Knicks number one today, just because of what it talked about with uniting the town, with the Yankees a 1A and with the Giants a 2. And that's probably where it's always been. It's just never been looked at that way because they've never had a championship to celebrate. And so when you have the fan base, which is, I would say more than half of it has never saw the 90s playoffs, doesn't understand what that was about. All they've known is pain. This has been everything to them.
Well, this is going to be fun to watch, sort of the aftermath of this, and I can't wait to see the parade. He's Chris Carlin, host of Bart and Carlin on 880 ESPN New York. Thanks, as always, Chris, for joining us.
Guys, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
We've been asking Knicks fans to tell us what it is like. You all have not disappointed. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We thank you all for staying on hold. Keep calling in. We want you to document this moment for us. Jack in Chicago, what was this like as a Knicks fan and what you experienced last night?
Well, I can honestly say I feel very, very emotional and happy for the Knicks because there was not one team that I despised more during the 90s than the Knicks. And because of Mr. Brunson, who was a local guy here. I watched him score double nickels in the state championship game. But as your previous guest, I had never thought that I was seeing I believed I was going to see what has happened the way he has played the last 3-4 years. It's incredible. I never saw that coming.
It's definitely been incredible to watch. We appreciate the call. I mean, I think that the Jalen Brunson, just the underdog, it's hard not to root for a guy like that. We had Nick in San Antonio who was in the building last night. Nick, what was that moment like for you?
It was crazy. It was crazy. Thanks, guys. You're doing a great job. But I was just surrounded by Knicks fans. I could not believe it. But for me personally, going through those 90s, I couldn't get myself to wear Jordans ever after losing all those games. And for me, it was generational because my son bought me a Father's Day present last night. And then I got the chance to call up my 91-year-old dad and say, hey, the Knicks did it, Dad. 12 o'clock at night. I called New York. He got up. We talked about it. So this is amazing. Father to son to father to son. I'm just so happy. This is just amazing. And Brunson's magic, I got to see it with my own eyes, and it was just amazing.
I appreciate that call, David. I mean, we're fathers. We have obviously our own fathers. That has to mean so much to the Knicks fans who've been able to celebrate this generationally.
Yeah,
I can't imagine how great that has been.
and not just Knicks fans who celebrate generationally, the Brunsons themselves, right? Got to see those dudes hug each other in the game and have that emotional reaction. I talked to Rick pretty much before, after each game, and he just was. I mean, the guy, he just was so excited. You know what I'm saying? He was nervous. He had it was the nerves of a fan, a former player, and a dad all balled into one, and a guy who's got to do his job too. Like, that dude was just shouldering a lot, and his excitement was just through the roof.
I don't know who's going to play Jalen Brunson in the Disney movie about this, but it has to be somebody. I'm sure Michael B. Jordan is already making calls. More of your calls, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776, and more on the Knicks winning the NBA title. That's next.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen. The New York Knicks win Game 5 and are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. So, where does this championship run rank in recent history? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer mornings move fast, whether you're heading to the job site or catching the first pitch. But not every hotel makes it easy to start your day right. At La Quinta by Wyndham, you can wake up to a free Bright Side breakfast, including hot waffles, fresh fruit, eggs, yogurt, and more. It's the kind of lineup that helps you knock your morning out of the park. And while you're at it, book your next work trip at LaQuinta.com to earn Wyndham Rewards points with your qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way, my coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
Amber and Ian.
He's the former governor of Massachusetts, current president of the NCAA. Charlie Baker joins us here on Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio.
What is more difficult, being the governor and trying to get a bipartisan bill passed, or being president of the NCAA?
Let's put it this way. I found joy and downright dismay in both jobs.
Hey.
Good politician line, Charlie. Very well done.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The Hoop Collective Podcast.
Game 4 of the 2026 NBA Finals will go down in history as one of the greatest games played in the 80-year history of the NBA.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. The NBA Finals on ESPN Radio. All the dunks.
Ananobi catches under the basket, goes up and slams it home.
The dimes.
Harper lifted for Castle, who flies in for the alley-oop.
The daggers.
He's going to pull a half-court jumper. Hit it at the horn. Victor
The
Wembanyama.
NBA Finals on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Gusto.
The New York Knicks are the world champs.
It's a surreal feeling. I don't know how long it's been since that final buzzer went off, but I still don't believe it.
I don't even know how to put it into words, and that's my job.
It's a storybook ending, and if you ask them, it's just the beginning.
Dreams come true. I'm pretty sure every basketball player want to feel like this, and we got it.
They had a group effort on this project, man, and everybody deserves A+.
Tonight, we play like we wanted to go home champions.
He is David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. David Dennis Jr. filling in for Matt Jones. Ask your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Matt and Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. We are tapping into the Knicks fan base right now. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We want you to document this moment for us that we're not able to be there, that we're not a part of the Knicks fan base. Stay on the line. We're going to get to you. David, I was jealous last night. And I know I keep saying it, but I lived in New York for a stretch in 2004, and I'm just imagining myself in the streets of New York. It's 2 a.m. I buy 2 hot dogs from the dude on the corner who's selling hot dogs at the time. I'm in the streets dancing with people I don't know. Somebody's blasting music from a car that's riding down the street. You know, just the vibe of New York City on a normal day. That's just a Tuesday in New York, by the way.
It is Tuesday. You're getting your street meat on a Tuesday.
That's just normal New York City if you are out in the streets hanging out, enjoying your life. To add this layer of it, I was jealous to see New York City fans, New York Knicks fans, climbing on top of things, high-fiving everybody, hugging everyone in the streets. I wanted to be a Knicks fan last night, David, because that's how much fun it looked like they were having.
Look, I was amongst the people for 3 days last week.
So you felt it.
It was insanity. It was insanity. It was people could not contain themselves, right? Like to go from game 3, everybody was just like, this might be a sweep. We're feeling good. This is great. It felt like a party. Things got weird early in the game. As you know, there was a lot of frustration with that. You lose. You go to game 4. You say, all right, we lose game 4. This series is a whole different series right now. And then we already know that the Spurs have been up in these other 2 games. We lose game 4. We're tied 2-2. This is a lot of nerves. From the moment they started that run up until when I left New York City at noon the next day, it felt like the celebration had not stopped. It felt like everybody was tired but exhilarated. And it is carried on to now to where everybody, I don't know when they're going to stop celebrating New York.
Well, it's one of those things when you look at it, David, like when else do you see people from all those different walks of life and backgrounds hanging out? I saw Wall Street guys in suits hanging out with dudes in Timberlands and just like all across the board, just so many different folks in New York City enjoying the moment. And I just felt jealous that they could just experience something like what they experienced last night. And a happy New York City is the greatest place in the world. When that city is excited about something, I think the whole world feels it. Keith in Chicago, lifelong Knicks fan, how did you feel after what you witnessed last night?
Right now we're driving to the rate to see the Sox, and I wanted to wear my Oakley Knicks jersey, but I didn't want my son to deal with the comments. I've been a Knicks fan for 38 years since I was 10 in Northwest Indiana, dealing with all my Bulls fans around me in grade school with Jordan. And it was sitting there last night. My daughter, I had to show her what Reggie Miller did to us, and scoring 8 points in 9 seconds and sitting there with 6 seconds left. I still felt like it was a possibility of losing the game. But they did it, and it was unbelievable. I mean, when I was at my 20th anniversary as a fan, I developed this whole thing called the curse of Ewing, because they traded Ewing at the end of his career after the San Antonio thing, and I had a whole sign that had Knicks orange bleeding in.
But that misery's over, though, right, Keith? I mean, the misery's over, right? Today is just
it's a good day.
It's just celebration, right? It's cake and partying and music and fun today, right?
Yeah, the curse is over. Although you're right with the negativity, because when I looked and saw Stephon Marbury and Anthony celebrating, and I consider both of them team cancers,
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Come on, man.
David, hold on.
Come on, man.
David, we had a guy who called.
Complain about the refs.
The refs were against us. We have a guy who we said, tell us what it was like. And he just basically listed all of the players he thought had cursed the Knicks. David, are we going to have an issue with Knicks being able to fully celebrate this? Because the thing about being a part of a tortured fan base is, yes, you won, but the scars are still there. I think for the Knicks fans, I didn't realize that some of the scars are still there.
Yeah, I'm no therapist, so I encourage everybody to go look up trauma response, because I think these are some trauma responses that you guys are having. To even Joy right now, you got some trauma response that you guys got to work out and figure out. You can't be doing this. And you know, like, what's interesting as you mentioned all this stuff about being in New York. The closest I was in New Orleans when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and
that elation. But the difference is that the Super Bowl didn't happen in New Orleans. Like, that's a different thing.
Yeah,
and then also, as a Saints fan, there was no expectation of championships. The Knicks have had expectations of, like, the Saints didn't have heartbreak and then they won the Super Bowl. Saints just won the Super Bowl, right? They lost a couple years earlier, but they won a Super Bowl, and there was never an expectation as a Saints fan of, oh, this belongs to us. We're due. We have heartbreak. We should be. The Knicks have been waiting for this. I can never say I was waiting for a Super Bowl win for the Saints. So thinking about that level of celebration times whatever's happening in New York, I can't even wrap my head around it.
It's just incredible, I think, to imagine, like, what those fans are experiencing and right now. And we just want to hear from all of them. 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're going to get to a bunch of the calls, but just the euphoria, like that city. When I was younger, David, not anymore, but we go out in New York, we go to the clubs, and I was leaning back when Fat Joe dropped.
Okay, all right, yeah.
That was my era.
Wearing business casual to the club.
Yeah, like New York City was just a vibe before any of the winning. You add that layer. A bunch of somebodies had the greatest nights of their entire lives that they'll be talking about 50 years from now, and you have to admire and appreciate that. Coming up, more of your calls and more on the Knicks winning the NBA title. That's next on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Brandon Sorsby, he should be treated with empathy, but that doesn't mean you have to play football. I don't believe they should kick him out of the university. But once you go to the court system, it's no longer about football. It's about life, and it's about rules and legality. I don't believe rights are being taken away from him. I believe the privilege of playing football should be taken away from him.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. The Rich Eisen Show.
Chris Berman is the guest. It's episode 2 of This Was SportsCenter. Did you always do the nicknames?
The first one was either Frank Tanana Daiquiri or John Mayberry RFD. And I got in my ear in the middle and said, what was that? And we got to the commercial and the camera people were laughing. Nobody got hurt. I said, you know what? Tomorrow night I'm going to try a couple more.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
If your team is good, I don't mind you saying it, but Clemson is not good. They're yesterday's news, and I don't know why Chris can't get that through his head.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. The New York Knicks rallied Saturday once again, and this time it's the biggest rally because it secures the NBA championship. The first for the Knicks since 73, and Finals MVP Jalen Brunson able to explain how and who got it done.
Tonight, we play like we wanted to go home champions. To finish the game, not to start the game, to finish the game. It means the world to me to go on go in that court with those guys. Whatever environment we're in, home or away, doesn't matter for us.
That's the Knicks MVP, Jalen Brunson. ESPN's Stephen A. Smith admitting he didn't think this was possible.
It's been 53 long years, and there's so many moments of misery that we had to endure as New York Knicks fans. And to be here tonight, I got to confess, until this series, I never thought it would happen.
And that's ESPN's Stephen A. Smith. Game 6, Stanley Cup playoffs set for tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC television and the ESPN app as the Carolina Hurricanes lead the Vegas Golden Knights in the series 3-2. ESPN Radio, Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park in Boston. The Red Sox will host the Rangers with coverage beginning at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. College World Series in Omaha. 2 more games coming up today. Elimination game, Troy against Ole Miss, followed at 7 Eastern. Winners bracket, West Virginia against North Carolina, both on ESPN and the app.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty. Coming up Monday, from the finals to the Stanley Cup, and of course, mandatory minicamps. I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio.
And that guard, 6'4" from Kentucky,
Matt Jones.
you're as cold as ice.
You guys got to turn that music down. It is very hard to foreign, right? coherent thought when that's foreign.
I think your headphones are too loud.
No,
that wasn't like 40. That was so low.
Is that group foreign?
Myron Metcalf.
Is that the name of the group? Foreign?
Yes, that was foreign.
I got that right. You didn't give me credit that I got the group right, that it was foreign. That's good.
A couple people have written in. The song from a couple segments ago was by Foreigner, not just foreign.
Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Matt and Myron here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. He is David Dennis Jr. I am Myron Metcalf. Somehow when Matt isn't here, David, they play all my hip-hop favorite songs. Now, when Matt's here, it's like CMA Fest, and they kind of sprinkle in a little bit of hip-hop. But then when he's gone,
you got to look into it.
It's like BT's Rap City when he's gone.
Once again, I'm coming in. You complain when I do this when Matt is here. You complain when I don't do this when Matt is here. I'm just gonna do what I want to do, Myron.
Yeah,
we're gonna play Rachel music from now on, and we're gonna see what happens.
You probably
play what?
Rachel.
Sorry.
We're going to play basic white girl music for the rest of the show, and it's all Myron's.
Hold up, wait a minute.
You got to be clear on that. He's David Dennis Jr. I am Myron Metcalf. We want to hear from Knicks fans. You all have been incredible telling us what it was like to be a part of the Knicks championship. You've also told us that there are still some scars that you all are working your way through. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We will try to help you through that. One thing I noticed after the game, and I wondered about this, David. I want to know your thoughts on it. I wondered, do you visualize winning a championship and who you're going to hug first? Mm-hmm. Because it seemed like among the Knicks players, there were some, and I mean outside of the team, you're obviously hugging team people first. It seemed like they were pretty intentional about, okay, I'm going to hug mom. I'm going to hug wife, girlfriend. And there were others who it seemed like if just you were nearby, you were the first hug. Who would you hug first, David? You win a championship. You've hugged your teammates, coaches, all that. Outside of that group, though, who's your first hug?
Rihanna.
It'd have to be.
No hesitation. I heard she was there. I heard she was, she was running around in game 4 after the game, and I'm like, if she's there, I'm like, nobody touch me until she gets down from the box, from the top seats. Nobody, no hugs. Nobody gets a hug. Everybody sit down and wait, line up, take a number, wait in line until I give him a hug from Rihanna. Then everybody else, then we'll go from there.
How do you make that work? Because A$AP Rocky is there, I assume, with her.
Yeah.
Her partner. I don't believe they're married.
Uh-huh.
Do you just automatically, because you won a championship, you don't have to acknowledge him and you get to go straight to Rihanna? Does there have to be an acknowledgement of A$AP Rocky, adapt, something like that, and then you let them know you're going to? Because people do that with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Right, yeah.
Like, if you notice, people will walk up to Jay-Z, shake his hand, say what's up, and then they'll give Beyonce a hug. How would you manage that factor?
So I think A$AP Rocky, as somebody, as somebody who saw his level of excitement in Game 4, I think he'd be like, he won the championship for my Knicks. You get to hug Rihanna.
Yeah.
I think he'd be all.
Yeah, she'd give you the pass.
Yeah, give her the pass. Give her the pass.
Just in the moment. And then you can say you were just caught up in the excitement.
Yeah, you can wear my championship ring for a day. Just let me just hug Rihanna.
I think the challenge sometimes, if you hug Rihanna in that moment and you're caught up in all the emotions, you might end up holding too long.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing sometimes, this is just not even with the Knicks. Sometimes hugs just last a little too long for me personally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want you to hug me more than 2.5 seconds.
Okay.
You know, and if I don't know you, it's about half the time.
Yeah.
Like, I like the hug, acknowledgement, the embrace, where like now I'm in some sort of weird trap in your arms. I don't like that. So I'd have to be measured in how many hugs I was giving out.
I got you. I also think you win the championship, you get 2 sways. You get 2 sways.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, that's true.
2 sways.
A back and forth.
They're playing.
Yes.
Yeah, they're playing like New York. They're playing something. You get 2 sways.
Yeah.
Of celebration with Rihanna, and that's it. And then just go ahead, go about your way. You get a good smell with the fragrances, with the Fenty fragrances. The Hershey smells delightful. You get 2 sways.
2 sways.
And then
I
you
like
just
that.
Say, and then you go. Then you go on. I don't even. And then it's like, great to meet you, Rihanna. Okay.
Yes.
Mom, wife, you come on, give me hugs. Give me hugs.
Yes.
Kids, all that stuff. But I'm waiting. I'm going to wait. Crisscross applesauce in the court until Rihanna comes down and gives me hugs.
And then when you're done with the hug, you got to grab her hands, right? As you're done with the hug, you grab both hands, look her in the eye, and you say, thank you.
We did it.
Rihanna.
We did it, Rihanna.
We did it.
We did it, Rihanna.
We did it.
I did it for you.
What's the kiss on the cheek rule, you think? Because I saw a lot of that, too. You know, I don't think you can do that. Now, if Rihanna wants to,
you let her.
Let Rihanna do what she wants. She's a billionaire. She's Rihanna.
Too much dip on the chip for that.
If she wants to give you a kiss on the cheek, that's up to her.
Yeah.
You don't get to.
You don't lean in first. Let her initiate.
You never lean in first if you're hugging Rihanna.
Yeah. Let her. That's it. Just a hug, a good whiff.
Yes.
She's
in control of the hug.
2 sways. She's in control of the hug.
She's in control.
Yeah. Little whiff. And then you go about your way. A$AP could be also. I got all kind of securities. Madison Square Garden, whatever. I got security.
And you're probably like 6'8".
Yeah, right.
I think A$AP Rocky is like 5'5" or something. You'd be okay.
You're good. You're good. Nothing to worry about.
He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're talking about who would you hug first. We're going to get to Knicks fans.
Watching James shake his head. Just so much disapproval on his face. I don't know why.
We want to know who Myron's going to hug first then.
My first hug is going to be Tracy Morgan because I know he's going to say something during the hug that's going to be memorable. Like, he's going to say something. It's going to be a real, genuine hug. I feel like if you hug Tracy Morgan in that moment, you're going to feel better about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I just feel it's going to be one of those real. Now, it's going to be a long hug.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be one of those 30-second.
Yeah.
Boy, I know we could do it.
Uh-huh.
I told you, one of those, like, pep talks in your ear.
Yeah.
As he's hugging you. He's a little sweaty, I bet.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily going to be the most comfortable hug. And, I mean, probably a little bit of cologne, a little bit of what he's been drinking that night.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a memorable moment if you hug Tracy Morgan.
And
he's going to say something that...
Only cologne and alcohol, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, got you. No other smells. Okay, got you. Drink it, sure.
Yeah, definitely cool water mixed with some other substances in there.
Got you, yes. Yeah.
But he's going to hug you tight. He's not going to let go. Now, you got to be ready for that.
Yeah.
You don't pull away from Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
Tracy Morgan pulls away from you. Right. And it's going to be a long, it's like you go to a family reunion.
Yeah.
And you see one of your uncles you haven't seen.
Yeah.
He's going to wrap you up and say some amazing things to you that have nothing to do with basketball.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And I think Tracy probably even make some stuff up.
Right.
He's
going to just hug you and be like, last week I had a chicken sandwich. It was delicious. And that's just it. You just got to roll with it.
Or make something up. Like, remember when you were 5 years old, I told you we would do it.
Yeah.
You didn't see him when you were 5.
Didn't know him when you were 5. But
he never said a word when you were 5. He's just making stuff up. But he's Tracy Morgan. He gets to do that. Guess what? If you're a Knicks fan, you don't have to make anything up because you just experienced that moment and it was real. Greg in Atlanta, Knicks fan, how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah, I'm out here in this countryville right now. But I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut, raised up in the South Bronx of New York. Yeah. And I've been with them since the Busher, Frazier, Reed.
Old school.
Bradley, Earl to Pearl Monroe. And this is the best, though. This is the best. He's not the best Knicks player, in my opinion. But it's a good thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I mean... Just the emotions of someone like that, David, who saw Clyde Frazier, and Willis Reed in 70 and 73, and lived long enough to see this again. I mean, that has to be a special feeling too. When yes, you saw that success, but you had to wait 53 years to see it again.
Yeah, you see the success, and you're like, oh, we're going to get some more of these. Like we got to run. We're going to do this. We're not going to go the 80s without it. You're going to go like you're like, okay, it's a matter of time. We're good. No problem. Like you get these things and you feel like it's just going to happen, and then for it to not happen. I mean, first of all, Walt Frazier was at all the games. All the games.
He does TV for him.
Traveled around, was on all those things, and was totally locked in, and got to meet him in Atlanta. Just the coolest dude. Cool cat. Just a cool cat.
And that's the thing. To be New York, I feel like I talked about LA and Atlanta, you automatically have a level of cool.
Yeah.
That like the rest of the world can't match. You add this championship on top of it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, can you imagine the barbershops?
Yeah.
On Tuesday? I don't know if barbershop, like where I'm from, barbershops close Monday. On Tuesday when the barbershops are open and rolling.
Yeah.
In the Bronx somewhere, in Brooklyn somewhere, I just would want to be a fly on the wall just to enjoy that moment. Scott in Baltimore, lifelong Knicks fan. What does this moment feel like for you?
You know what? It's indescribable. I just some context here and then a comment, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
My parents, born and bred from the Bronx. Okay? My parents, Jewish ancestry, are 90 and 91.
Woo.
Okay? They did a George Jefferson, moved to Manhattan, all right, when I was 8 years old. Just breathing. I called my parents last night at 5 after 8. Truthfully, between us, I wanted to make sure they were awake to watch the game.
Yeah.
My mother answers the phone. What are you calling us for? We're pre-gaming. That was the word she used. A 90-year-old Jewish lady says we're pre-gaming with friends. And I'm like, excuse me, Mom. I'm really sorry I called. I really thought I thought I was going to be their alarm clock to say, the game starts any minute now. And she's like, you don't have to let us know. She goes, no, and like basically dismissive. Don't bother me. Go back to your wife and kids and go enjoy the game. And she was like so dismissive. We're in the middle. Don't mess up our flow. I was rolling.
Yes.
I was absolutely rolling. But
you know what? And that to me, those family bonds, David.
Yeah.
To hear the fact that there are 90-year-old Knicks fans. And somewhere there's a 5-year-old Knicks fan who this is just their reality.
Yeah.
Now all they know is the Knicks as champions. You got to appreciate just how diverse that fan base is and all the experiences. He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf. 888-SAY-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Coming up, more of your calls.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer mornings move fast, whether you're heading to the job site or catching the first pitch. But not every hotel makes it easy to start your day right. At La Quinta by Wyndham, you can wake up to a free Bright Side breakfast, including hot waffles, fresh fruit, eggs, yogurt, and more. It's the kind of lineup that helps you knock your morning out of the park. And while you're at it, book your next work trip at LaQuinta.com to earn Wyndham Rewards points with your qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
Brunson leaning in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson.
2026 NBA Finals MVP is the captain, Jalen Brunson.
It hasn't sunk in. I'm just thankful that this opportunity presented itself and we were able to get it done.
This is Mr. New York. He is the new Derek Jeter of this generation.
I envisioned at some point I knew I was going to win.
Jalen Brunson is him when it comes to New York basketball.
He's David Dennis Jr. I am Myron Metcalf here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. We got a ton of calls, and Knicks fans have not disappointed, kind of documenting the night, the championship run, the moment, the emotion. Thank you for calling in. We're going to get to you. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Stay on the line. Sometimes on this show, David, I got to admit, we'll say like, hey, let's talk about this topic. And then sometimes I'll make a left turn because I think about something else. I'm thinking about the Knicks movie that we know is going to happen.
Okay, all right, okay.
Like, there's going to be a Knicks movie. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an automatic, top showing on a weekend, whatever it opens. But you got to have someone who's playing all the characters.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out who plays who. James Dolan feels like De Niro or Pacino locked that in, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a question.
Okay.
Right? I think one of those two, take your pick. I would think they have to be.
Okay.
Mike Brown feels like Denzel. Like, it feels like
all right. You got Denzel and Pacino in the movie together.
I feel like it has to be Denzel, right? I think it has to be Denzel playing Mike Brown.
Okay.
And then Pacino or De Niro as James Dolan. I would feel like, right?
What about a Delroy? We're thinking budgetary here. What about a Delroy Lindo as Mike Brown?
Delroy Lindo would be incredible as Mike Brown.
That's a good Mike. I just want to note we're already doing better at this than last time we were on radio together when we tried to cast the Team USA hockey.
We didn't do great.
And struggled at naming names for some reason. Naming actors.
Somehow we're doing better here.
Somehow we're doing a little better. Figured out the names of the actors for the Knicks than we were for Team USA hockey.
See, this might be our lane. This might be a better lane for us.
Not sure why that's possible.
One might wonder, right, David?
Yeah.
Rick Brunson, I think we got to bring Will Smith back. I mean, I think this is his. This is his comeback role.
Okay.
Will post slap. Has it been enough time? I don't know, but I give Will the chance to say no.
Okay.
I think to the Rick Brunson role.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I mean, sure. I mean, this budget is through the roof already. We got
money. We got money, David. We got millions. They're letting us spend whatever we want. They don't care.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What about this? This may be one that people have to look up.
Okay.
Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
My man, Justice Smith. Are you familiar with Justice Smith?
No, tell me about Justice
From
Smith.
Detective Pikachu. Look him up. Looks just like Karl Anthony Towns. He's a little shorter. Put some stilts on him. Looks just like Karl Anthony Towns. Look up Justice Smith, everybody.
Who's the guy that dated Teyana Taylor for a little bit? He's an actor. He's a British dude. Like Carl Towns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. He was in...
Can't think of his name.
Yeah. Okay.
But that guy.
Yeah,
it has to be a taller actor.
Yeah. He's in the Lanterns TV show. Yeah. And you can say he could play Karl Anthony Towns just because they're light skinned. It's got a light skin. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a light skin.
Like that would be.
You just picked Aaron Pierre is what you're talking about.
Aaron Pierre is the guy. I think he'd be great. Rachel, do you have a suggestion?
I just have a question. So since Rick Brunson's going to be Will Smith, does that mean we need to break out the Jaden Smith?
For Jalen? No.
I mean, father son.
Yeah, okay. I can't put Jaden in a role like that. I mean, you're going to have a special actor playing Jalen Brunson. You're going to have someone who can capture the role. It just really both the athletic component and I think the character. That's why I think Michael B. Jordan may end up being the guy, just because Michael B. Jordan does everything in these situations. Why wouldn't he be Jalen Brunson?
So do you have to retell the story now so that Timothy Chalamet can play Tyler Kolek? So do you have to accentuate more of the Kolek contribution?
You do.
And do you have to so you can get Chalamet in there?
You got to make up who Kolek was. Like in the movie version, Brunson and Kolek are side by side.
Yeah, they're side by side.
Lead the championship.
Yeah, this is Lethal Weapon.
This is
Knicks style here.
They do it together.
Yeah,
they do it together. But I think, listen, there's an interesting group of actors and actresses that we could cast. And again, the Disney movie is going to be made. The Knicks movie is coming for sure at some point. Matt Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, audio, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be. Adam in Kansas City, how does it feel as a Knicks fan this morning?
I think everybody uses the word surreal, but I just wanted to bring it back to, it was never our time in the 90s. It was never us. It was Jordan. It was Miller. Even during the later years, it was Miami. It was never us. And, my pops, I'm a diehard Yankees fan also, but my pops never got into baseball, but he loved basketball. And for me to be able to enjoy this, not only with my pops still around, but with my son, to get to watch this, I was overflowing with tears, and I'm not an easy crier. But this was as an emotional victory to be able to watch this, because again, in the 90s, it was never us. We were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And how many times those heartbreaking losses and then some of the rough times, it was never us. And the thing that you got to give this team credit, the way they fight, it's not just we went and got out every best free agent that was available and said, okay, we bought this team. These guys are generally great players who care about each other and who represent the city that has been knocked around a little bit, but New York City is back, and that means more than anything. The fact that they were bumping Biggie had me more emotional in the locker room. I don't know if you've seen that video yet.
I was jealous.
They were knocking Biggie.
Listen, I was jealous. I'm jealous. Like I said, the New York vibe. We got about a minute left. We're going to get to more calls on the other side. Is Randy Scott in the building? Did I see?
He popped in for a second. Had to go do some.
He popped in, dapped
I was going to ask him about,
and then ran away.
I was going to ask him about superior dap than Devin did.
Okay,
which is important. Devin
I wanted to know who Randy Scott would feel like has to be in the Knicks movie.
Yeah,
like who do you have to cast?
Yeah. So my question. So here's my question: does Ben Stiller play Ben Stiller?
Ben Stiller plays Ben Stiller, but not as Ben Stiller. You can't make him the celebrity.
Okay.
He's a guy who starts in the nosebleeds and randomly ahead of game 4, somebody hands him some tickets, and suddenly he's just in celebrity row with all of these people.
Gotcha.
And they have no idea who he is. So it can't be as Ben Stiller. It has to be as everyone's got to have a role in this movie.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay? And we got to make the story fit together, and I promise you we will. We're also going to get to more of your calls coming up. Plus, we're going to take a few minutes to talk about football in the World Cup. Did I say that the right way? I don't know. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I might have to go, E-Dog, and check out The Proof is in the Pudding.
Yeah.
Because we all love pudding.
Yeah, and give us do a reconnaissance mission on this. Pudding. Of course, it's always got to be tasty. The proof has to be in the tasty pudding because there's no tasty pudding, then there's no proof. No proof, no tasty, no proof when it comes to pudding.
I love it.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
It's over the wall, and Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage.
It is gone. Wilson Contreras.
The Rangers at the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Will I be able to find the words to discuss the New York Knicks winning their first NBA championship since 1973 after taking care of the Spurs in 5 games? Find out on Red Gate Money with me, Freddie Coleman, Harry Douglas, 3 p.m. Eastern time on the mighty ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Go Knicks!
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. The Knicks, NBA champs, first time since 1973. A 5-game finals series victory over San Antonio brings the championship to the Big Apple. And according to Christian Winfield of the New York Daily News, it puts this team among the great squads over the last couple of decades.
They're in the same conversation as those Golden State Warriors that were dynastic, that won so many titles in such a short span. They're in the same. They've won just as many playoff games in a row as we're talking Tim Duncan, San Antonio Spurs. We're talking Kobe's Los Angeles Lakers. We're talking KD and Steph and that squad right there. They're in the same conversation as those guys.
As Christian Winfield earlier on ESPN Radio's Game Night. Now in the Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6 tonight. Carolina going for the Cup, leading the Vegas Golden Knights 3-2. Hurricanes made a mid-series change in the nets, and Brandon Bussey has been tremendous. Why? ESPN's John Butchergross has the answer.
He's fresh and unorthodox, Randy. He's almost like a knuckleball pitcher. It's like, you're facing Roger Clemens and here comes Tim Wakefield. He's just different. He's all over the place. He's the same size as Freddie Anderson, but he looks bigger. His family members are wearing these hats that say house money on them, and that's the attitude he's taking. He feels like he's got nothing to lose.
It's John Butchergross on ESPN SportsCenter, 8 p.m. Eastern for the coverage to begin of Stanley Cup Game 6 from Las Vegas. It'll be on ABC television and the ESPN app. Sunday Night Baseball here on ESPN Radio. Red Sox hosting the Rangers at Fenway. 6:30 Eastern is when our coverage begins.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup, and look ahead to what should be a wild offseason in the NBA. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
I'm Myron Metcalf. He is David Dennis Jr. here on Matt Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Knicks fans are dreaming. I actually know a Knicks fan who went to a World Cup match before the Knicks championship and got to experience everything that's happening in the world of sports. Shaka Hislop, ESPN soccer analyst, has certainly been enjoying all of the action in the World Cup thus far. I have to ask you, starting off, Shaka, and thank you for joining us, about one individual in particular. There's a young man, I believe you pronounce his name, Folarin Balogun. Did I say that right, or am I messing up that name?
Balogun. You got it right, Myron.
And I'm just curious, Shaka, how should we view him? Is he the torchbearer, the one who's going to carry U.S. soccer into the next era and maybe to the top of the hierarchy across the globe?
Well, certainly what we saw from Balogun against Paraguay, he is the number 9. He is the striker that the U.S. have been waiting on for as long as I can remember. I will also say that I thought that was his best performance in a U.S. shirt, in much the same way that USA's performance against Paraguay is easily the best performance from a USA team I have seen in all my years of covering this game, of playing this game. I don't think I've seen as complete a performance. Balogun will grab the headlines, but you also have to include players like Christian Pulisic, Serginho Dest, for the roles that they played. This was an incredible 90 minutes from the US of A.
So, yeah, there was so much excitement from that performance. What does it mean? Does this raise sort of the ceiling of what we believe this team can be in this tournament?
Yes, it does. Coming into the tournament, there was a lot of uncertainty. Uncertainty around the starting 11, uncertainty around Mauricio Pochettino, his tactics, how he bedded in with this team. Because there were these concerns kind of in the friendlies, in the build-up, particularly late last year, and then all of a sudden, this performance. I don't think anybody saw this performance coming, and it's one that the U.S. can certainly build on. Paraguay are reputedly one of the most defensive countries in certainly South American football. So to see them, to put it in context, Paraguay conceded 10 goals in 18 games in CONMEBOL qualifying. They beat Argentina. They beat Brazil. And then to see the U.S. dismantle them in the manner that they did, I think it raised a lot of expectation around who the U.S. are and how far they can go in this tournament.
How far can they go, Shaka?
Before ball was kicked, I was saying that a quarterfinal appearance, I think, is about right for the U.S. I couldn't really see them going much further, given the dominance of countries like France, of Spain, of Holland, of Argentina. A quarterfinal appearance was fair. Anything less, I thought would have been seen as a failure. Anything more was exceeding all expectation. That performance, though, kind of has me second-guessing my pre-tournament pick. But right now, I'm going to stay where I am. Say a quarterfinal is about right. A good run at that semifinal, or at least a very tight quarterfinal, I think gives the U.S. a lot that they can be proud of.
So one thing that seems to happen that makes these runs magical is we fall in love with somebody from this team. From every time when they make a run, who is that person that we need to keep an eye on that you think we're going to be wearing their jerseys for the next few months? Like, this is the person that we are going to be enamored by and their story and how they perform.
It's Balogun. And I say that because Christian Pulisic, at this point, certainly in soccer households, is a household name in the game. While I say that, you cannot underestimate his importance to this team. He came off at halftime against Paraguay, and while the game was won, it was already 3-0 at halftime. You see, maybe it's unfair to say there was a drop-off in the second half because the U.S. had to. I think the onus was on defending that lead, not doing anything silly, not taking chances. But the performance kind of was reined in somewhat. But Pulisic, everybody knows who he is. Everybody already has his shirt. Balogun, coming into the tournament, while I always felt Balogun would start, there were question marks as to whether it would be him, whether it would be Haji Wright, whether it would be Ricardo Pepi. Balogun has established himself as not just a back-to-goal or in-the-box finisher, but somebody who links up play, allows Christian Pulisic to be the best that he is. The Tyler Adams, the Jedi Robinsons, even Gio Reyna, who came off the bench later on and scored this incredible goal. Those things happen when you have somebody like Balogun, who, as much as he's a goal scorer, as a centre forward, he allows those players to be their best selves.
He's the great Shaka Hislop, ESPN soccer analyst. We'll get you out of here. with this. I'm going to be in Las Vegas for my birthday on Friday, and I'm going to be somewhere on the Strip. What was that?
Is that an invite?
Well, hey, listen, if you want to come, and me and all the other sports fans who will be watching on the Strip, right? We're going to be watching
Mine got
the United
VIP,
States.
he got table service, he got all this stuff.
I wish.
Just tell everybody you with him. You get everything on him all weekend.
No, just say you know David Dennis, and they'll give you a key to the city. But I'm going to be watching with a lot of other fans on the Strip, United States versus Australia. What's the magnitude of this game, not just for this World Cup, but for United States soccer?
It is huge, and it took on a far bigger context with Australia beating Turkey yesterday. Turkey probably was neck and neck with the US as the favourites in the group. Australia, similar to Paraguay, defensive unit, will look to hit you on the break. I did not see them beating Turkey in the manner that they did. So now all of a sudden you've got the two teams sitting on top of this group, facing off against each other right in the middle of group play. A similar style team, far more effective than Paraguay. The U.S. have to build on that to show that they're the real deal against a very organized, very well drilled, far more explosive team on the counterattack. They put in a similar performance, get a similar result against Australia that they did against Paraguay. Again, that raises expectations even more around the U.S.
He is Shaka Hislop, ESPN soccer analyst. Thank you for joining us here on Matt and Myron.
Great speaking with you all.
We have been tapping into the Knicks fan base, all the emotions that are pouring out of these fans who are having 24 hours that they'll be talking about for the rest of their lives after the Knicks captured the championship. The greatest margin of victory in the history of the NBA, plus 283 for the New York Knicks. Literally, you can call this one of the greatest things we've ever seen in sport. That's a greater margin of victory overall in the playoffs than the 2017 and 2018 Golden State Warriors by a significant margin. The Knicks are on top. Tony in Montreal, you're a Knicks fan. What was this moment like for you?
Well, you guys who were playing earlier, taking care of business, that's the BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive from Canada. That's what the Knicks did. They took care of business. And, you know, you watch that game and you watch the last three games of the series, they never gave up. Jalen never gave up. Hart never gave up. The starting five never gave up. Anybody off the bench. But if you remember last night into that game, Robinson made an incredible tap to tie the game right at the end. So it shows that every player is a chain link. That chain has multiple links, and each one of those guys contributed. Of course, Jalen scored like 48% of the points last night, but he's got a surrounding crew. He's the band conductor or the maestro, and everybody around him is this great complement of musicians, if you can use the analogy of an orchestra. He was just an amazing player, and you know what I like is that he's so humble. And the guys, I remember when he was upset with some of the calls, his men, I call them men, his soldiers come and get him right away. The general is upset. We don't want him to have any harm come to him. Yeah. And they come and surround him and hug him and give him kudos and give him, consolation and give him words that are appropriate.
Yeah, they protected him.
That's why the teams won. That's why they
I appreciate
won.
the call. I mean, we got Knicks fans. They're so excited, David. I mean, they're using like Saving Private Ryan.
Is it gladiators out there saved him?
Generals and soldiers and battalions. And he did bring up something that's interesting.
Uh-huh.
There are some finals runs, David, that we view as the team did this.
Yeah.
There are some others, Dwayne Wade in 06, Dirk 2011, where we say that dude actually won the championship. How do you think we'll view this run for the Knicks? Will we say the Knicks won this championship in 2026, or will we ultimately say that was the Jalen Brunson championship?
I think this will be the Knicks championship, but I do think we'll look at this very similarly to the way there's always the Warriors comps and all that stuff. We're gonna look at this is the Dirk Mavs championship.
Yeah,
where one guy was above everybody. Every Knicks player has, like we're talking about the movie. Every Knicks player has a showcase moment. Everybody has a moment that they have that, like, you have to do almost a season of television with everybody. Sohan was out there on the last play defending Wemby. He has a full circle moment. Everybody has some sort of storyline that came to fruition in these finals.
David Dennis Jr., you just changed my whole mind about everything. We're going to get to some calls, more calls. Keith in Virginia, we see you. Everyone stay on the line. You just changed my whole perception. I've been saying all show a movie. There's a Knicks movie. Scrap the movie. I just canceled the movie.
Yeah.
It's a series now.
It's a TV show.
Now we're doing a TV series. We're scrapping the whole movie. Montel Jordan as Mitchell Robinson. Where do you stand on that?
Montel Jordan?
Something to think about. He's tall. You need somebody tall.
Okay.
Like all of the tall. Idris Elba's going to be there probably for some reason. Anyone tall is going to have a shot.
Okay.
And probably getting into this miniseries, I would feel like.
Okay. All right. I don't know his acting chops. That's
true.
Montel Jordan. Not sure how many lines there are for Mitchell Robinson in the movie.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think Montel can pull it off.
You just stand there and be tall.
Listen, we're going to all the tall people. Get your lines ready because you are going to be asked to audition for the Knicks series. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. More calls on the other side of this. Also, what's next for De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs?
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps, I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer means travel, and for a lot of people, that includes their four-legged MVP. Mine is a yellow lad named Quinny. But finding a hotel that actually welcomes pets can feel like striking out. At La Quinta by Wyndham, pet-friendly stays are part of the game plan, so you don't have to leave your best travel companion behind. You can bring them along for every inning of the trip, because the road is better when the whole team's together. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points on your qualified stays along the way. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
The future is happening now on ABC and ESPN. One of the most talented classes in history gives every team a chance at a star. Collegiate dominance mixed with unreal upside. This draft has everything.
This is one of the best and deepest drafts we've seen in recent years.
Who will change the league forever?
With the first pick
at the NBA Draft, June 23rd and 24th on ESPN and ABC.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
Game 4 of the 2026 NBA Finals will go down in history as one of the greatest games played in the 80-year history of the NBA.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended.
It's been 53 long years, and there's so many moments of misery.
I'm 68 years old. I've been waiting for this.
Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
And it's been so painful. I'm trying not to cry here, but I don't know, man. I'm holding back tears here.
This is why sports is wonderful. This is why it's great to be a New Yorker, dude.
He is David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf here on Matt Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Matt Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. Ask your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. You miss anything on the show? Listen to Matt Myron's podcast, available where you get your podcast. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're tapping into Knicks fans, and we're saying, tell us what you feel. What has it been like? I'm just still jealous, David, of the idea of being in New York, celebrating this moment. I'm curious if you're a GM. Mm-hmm. Usually, when a team wins a championship, NBA teams will go, "Wait a minute, is that the model we need to use?" This is the first team that kind of did this without the draft since probably the Lakers in the bubble era. But before that, you got to go back to teams that played 20 years ago almost, because everyone has usually built up their teams from the draft, and yet the Knicks went out and made a bunch of trades. Is this a model we'll see more of going forward, David, or the Knicks more of an anomaly in how they constructed this championship team?
I think the Knicks are an anomaly. I do think they're an anomaly. I think it's tough. What makes this tough is that the two instances when you have guys of smaller size win championships, they have one thing in common, is your best player was on a bargain. That's what it is. Your best player is not a max guy. The Warriors were built around the fact that Stephen Curry was not a max guy, or a super max guy, I should say, which sort of predates that. But he was not a super max dude. He was on a bargain because of the ankle injuries. Jalen Brunson came in. He was not a max guy when he came on, and he is somebody who took a pay cut. So that is what's difficult to do. That requires a level, which is why you're seeing the NBA, I think, look more like football has been, where if your quarterback is still on their rookie scale contract, you can build a team around them and win some championships. When they get that max money, then that becomes a little bit more difficult. Now you're seeing that more in the NBA, where you have young teams making the finals, winning championships, right? Oklahoma City, where you have guys who are young or in those situations. So I think that's what makes this tough, is that I'm not sure how you can build a team when you're without your best player, without your best player being on that kind of bargain.
Well, and I think that's fair, because it does feel like the Knicks have a unique situation. Jalen Brunson taking a pay cut is also a big part of their ability to keep this group together if they decide to run it back. All 5 starters, I believe, are under contract for the next couple of years. They got to figure out a cat extension, guys like Jose Alvarado, Mitchell Robinson. But it does feel like it's somewhat unique. The Spurs fit the model more of what we've seen with championship teams in the past. Wemby does not cost as much as he's going to cost in a couple of years. A bunch of young stars, yet here they are in this situation where every team in the Spurs position goes out and does something else. The Thunder lost to Dallas in 2024. They said, give us Alex Caruso, Isaiah Hartenstein. You have to do something. And it feels like De'Aaron Fox, who's going to make $49 million. People think his extension just started already. It has not started. His extension kicks in next year when he's going to make $49 million. It's a 4-year deal that ends with him making $61 million. That's a big number for a guy who had some hits but more misses in these playoffs, it feels like. What would you do with De'Aaron Fox if you're the Spurs, David?
So my gut is – this is what makes it tough. My gut is that this dude cannot have he cannot be the same guy he was in terms of being so necessary to this team because he's a stabilizing force, theoretically. He wasn't no stabilizing force in the finals, but he was supposed to be the grown-up in the room. You would want him to have a sort of restricted role because you want Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper to play, to have a more accentuated role, especially Dylan Harper, who looks like the next guy. The problem is, if you do that, that makes De'Aaron Fox less tradable, right? And he's pretty untradeable right now. Like, I think when they picked him up, there was no thought that he would play in a way that would make him virtually untradeable at his salary. Thought, hey, if we need to move on from him, somebody would still value him for that amount of money. I'm not sure who that team is that would value him for that amount of money. His trade stock is as low as it has ever been. That's what makes it tough.
It feels like they're in a tough spot because of what you just said, the number attached to De'Aaron Fox. If I'm the Spurs, who have a bunch of draft assets on the table that they can use, my first call is to Minnesota. Now, they're not going to answer the phone when you say Naz Reid, but you still got to make the call because they need, to me, a backup big, a big next to Wemby, someone where you can take Wemby out of the lineup, give him some time to recover, and you still feel like there's not going to be a major drop-off offensively. Luke Cornett can't be that. All the other pieces they have can't be that. And if you can't get Naz Reid, because you can't, you got to call up the Bobby Portises of the world. Someone who you can say, can you come in and complement what Wemby is doing? I think they need another shooter who teams take seriously because they didn't really take Dylan Harper and Steph Castle seriously as shooters, which allowed them to do more to push Wemby outside the paint. And I also think they need a more of a locker room guy, if you will. We don't have as many of those guys anymore with the new rules contractually, David. But there was something to be said about Udonis Haslem being able to stop LeBron James from punching Mario Chalmers in the face in the playoffs. Yeah. You know, a guy who is a culture guy. Alex Caruso, what he did to the culture of the Thunder. Nothing against Harrison Barnes. He's not that kind of vocal leader that I feel like they need. And, David, had you had one of those vocal leaders, I think when you're up 29 and now you're starting to play pickup ball as if you're not in the NBA Finals, that vocal veteran is the one who can look at you and say, hey, I know you're Wemby. Chill out with all that. You're about to come up with the biggest collapse in NBA history.
Yeah, I wonder if the Spurs thought that Coach Pop was going to, like, just being around Tim Duncan, all those guys would be that, and underestimated the value of that person actually being on the roster in the locker room on the day-to-day basis instead of being an OG. Like that. That's something I wonder if they hadn't considered. But yeah, I do agree that they need that. Maybe it's all in the same person. But if you're going to move on from De'Aaron Fox, which I would try to do, you're probably going to have to attach a pick to that, and have somebody assume that contract, which makes it tough because I think they would want that for something that's valuable.
Yeah, I mean they're in a contractually difficult spot. That they have to figure out going forward. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. More of your calls on the other side. Knicks, how does it feel?
Monday on the Rich Eisen Show, the latest from the Stanley Cup Final and then the NBA Finals. There's so much going on in the NFL world as well as OTAs wrap up. Join us on Monday's show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Patton Oswalt, who's here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Hang on. There's no cough button on TV, is there?
All right, just do what you need to do. Ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? When I'm hit with a bad cough, I reach for Rich Eisen Show water. It's super refreshing. It has an extra hydrogen molecule in it for extra refreshment.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Amber and Ian.
He's the former governor of Massachusetts, current president of the NCAA. Charlie Bakers joins us here on Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio.
What is more difficult, being the governor and trying to get a bipartisan bill passed, or being president of the NCAA?
Let's put it this way. I found joy and downright dismay in both jobs.
Hey. Good politician line, Charlie. Very well done.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
If the Knicks win and he wins Finals MVP, you would have a Mount Rushmore sports figure in New York sports be a fan openly of a rival football team. It doesn't get much worse than the Philadelphia Eagles.
I think that they don't care. They'll take the banner.
I think they'll live. I think they'll be okay.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. The new NBA champions are the New York Knicks. New York earning the title with a Game 5 victory, 94-90, Saturday in San Antonio over the Spurs. Yes, the Knicks earned it at a time when expectations were not that high at the start of the season, according to ESPN NBA analyst Danny Green.
They said, "Oh, Knicks are good. They should," but only Knicks fans were delusional up to see this. Nobody saw this coming. Other than those just move the basketball, sweep 2 series to get to the finals, win 13 in a row. Like, nobody saw that. They had a historic run that only Golden State and the 96 Bulls in the conversation, with 2017 Golden State Warriors. The point differentials, like, nobody saw that coming from this group. But they did think that they were, good enough to win. Like, they had the talent, they had the depth, they had a group to get to the finals. A lot of people thought, also counted out, like, whoever comes out the West is going to beat the hell out of whoever comes out the East, and that didn't happen.
That's Danny Green earlier on ESPN Radio's Game Night. They're planning a victory now in New York City, and it'll be at the Canyon of Heroes on Thursday. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes hoping to win the Stanley Cup, leading the finals 3-2 over the Vegas Golden Knights. Carolina and Vegas in Vegas, dropping the puck with coverage at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC television and, of course, the ESPN app. There's Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. Red Sox hosting the Texas Rangers from Fenway. 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when our coverage begins. Lewis Hamilton wins the Formula One Barcelona-Catalunya Grand Prix today. Denny Hamlin on the pole later for the NASCAR race at Pocono.
Monday on The Rich Eisen Show, the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final latest in its NFL OTA week before the summer hits. So much to discuss on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio for Monday's Rich Eisen Show.
This is Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio.
And that guard 6'4" from Kentucky,
Matt Jones.
Do they do a gun at the horse race?
They don't do a gun. What if they were like being raised in L.A.? What are they supposed to run every time they hear a gunshot?
I don't think these horses are in a place where they're going to hear frequent gunshots.
Myron Metcalf.
One of these kids like an up-and-comer from a tough neighborhood. A horse that came from a bad part of town.
There's some Cinderella stories. He raised the horse on the problematic, as you would say, side of town.
Horses got out of a tough stable, and now he's trying to turn his life around. And, come on, man.
I like the idea of a horse that just grows up in the city and then works its way up and ends up in the Preakness.
Adopted by a family in the country. Shown the finer things in life.
It's like the blind side, but horses.
Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Asher Smart speaking to play ESPN Radio. David Dennis Jr. filling in for Matt Jones. Matt Myron is presented by Progressive Insurance. This was SportsCenter, a new interview podcast from Rich Eisen featuring SportsCenter legends. Available now on Disney Plus, the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel, and all podcast platforms. This was SportsCenter is presented by Gusto. Here's the thing to me, David. I don't know if you've seen this series. For me, SportsCenter is the reason I'm here.
Yeah,
Like that, I told my parents, there were kids at school. We didn't have cable. We're talking about this thing called SportsCenter. And when I was in the 8th grade, I made a presentation to my parents about why we should get cable because I have to be able to talk about this thing called SportsCenter when I go to school. My parents never bought anything in those situations. They believe me. And they got cable because of that pitch. I saw Stuart Scott and all the other greats and legends, and it fueled a dream, man. And I hope people pay attention to that series because that, to me, is how ESPN was built.
That's a cool story. Shout out to your parents, man.
Yeah, they bought it.
Forwarded it to the dream. I mean, so I'm here in Bristol, and you just walk around Bristol, man, and it's like it doesn't get old. It's the history. It's the booyah on the wall. It's the all the catchphrases, all that stuff, man. This is like it's a dream to be here and just be around all that. It's just so cool every time. It doesn't get old. Like the day that you walk in here and you're like, it's probably not a good day.
Go walk around a little bit and remember because we're doing something that people dream of doing, and I never take that lightly or take it for granted. And those legends in SportsCenter, they created these opportunities for so many of us. The Knicks created opportunities for Knicks fans to have a fun night, a fun year, a fun decade, a fun life, because this is going to last a lifetime for the fans who've experienced this. This team probably comes back. The starters are all under contract for the next couple of years. I know there's been a lot of Karl Anthony Towns chatter, but the Knicks will figure that out and kind of what they're going to do. You win a championship, owners are going to bring you back. James Dolan will bring this group back. They have some spots they have to fill in, but the nucleus of this group will return. The one challenge is we have not seen a team repeat as champion since 2019. And how many times have we said, that team is going to be a dynasty? You had mid-30s LeBron, Anthony Davis in the bubble. That team's going to win a bunch of championships. Didn't happen. You had Giannis and the Bucks, young Giannis. Didn't happen. Obviously, the Warriors kind of snuck in there. They didn't win another championship after that run. The Denver Nuggets, we were sure. Jokic and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon, that team is definitely winning multiple championships. Mike Malone got fired. They never won another championship. The Celtics, I know for a fact, David, we did shows specifically about Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum combining to win multiple championships over the next decade. I believe Jaylen Brown did an interview where he said 4 or 5, whatever he was going to win. He might be traded in the next week for all that we know. And then just last year we said, have you seen the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yeah.
Have you seen this team that has SGA, the MVP, now 2-time MVP, and the supporting cast full of young guys, the right mix of veterans with Alex Caruso, Isaiah Hartenstein, built for a run, multiple championships, didn't even get to the NBA Finals. Can the Knicks be different? Can the Knicks become the dynasty that these last teams were not?
So I think we're still in that parity era of the NBA. I think that there's so many things. This feels, out of all those teams you mentioned, Thunder, Nuggets, Celtics, this feels like less of a sure thing than all of those, right?
Yeah.
Because it feels more, all of those teams have gotten lucky. All those teams were lucky. Denver never played a 50-win team. Everybody was hurt when they played the Celtics, so on and so forth, right? Thunder had, of course, the injury luck in Game 7. Everybody had some sort of a break. The Knicks had a similar sort of situation. Didn't have to play probably 3 teams that a lot of people would have had favored over them in Boston, Detroit, and OKC, which is, again, not to take anything away from it. I know Knicks fans get to, but it just happens. It happens every year. And now with the way the league is, it's hard to just look at a team and say, yeah, let's pencil them in for 2. We're just not there anymore. This Knicks team are all veterans. They're old. Health has to be a big part of that as well. And then, but here's the bigger question to me, though, is when I think about the Knicks fans, like I mentioned, Saints won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. It was like we stole something, right? Yeah. It was like we stole something. It was like we didn't expect them to ever win. And so the next 2 years for the Saints were heartbreaking losses, right? Yeah. There was the Seattle Marshawn run, right? Yep. And then there was the San Francisco, right? And 2 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes or whatever. They stung, but they didn't really sting in a way that you would think that because we stole one. We just stole. And I wonder how the Knicks fans are going to be next season, right? Like with that feeling of, like if the Knicks are not doing well, are they going to be as outraged? How do you even approach this as a Knicks fan? If your team, say the Knicks get bounced in the first round next year, like I don't expect that to happen, but say they get bounced in the first round, something happens, there's an injury, Mikal Bridges sprains a thumb, he's out, whatever. Is it going to be like, are you going to be upset? You just got the championship. Like, how are you going to feel as a Knicks fan?
In any other city, I would say nobody cares. In New York, there would be fans ready to fire Mike Brown in that situation. I mean, there's going to be fans who want this to be 2, 3, 4, 5 championships, right? And in the second apron era, it's just difficult to keep a team together. I think Knicks fans, for the most part, are just going to be excited no matter what happens in the years ahead. But make no mistake, I don't think the Knicks want to be viewed as a one and done. Like, I don't think Knicks fans want one championship and then they say, okay, whatever, we did it. We'll see you all in 20 years. Like, I think if you tell me the Knicks if Giannis goes to Boston and they lose to the Celtics at some point in the Eastern Conference semifinal, they're going to be furious. Because I feel like if you're a Knicks fan, you don't just feel like this was a championship. You feel like this is your window. You beat the team that beat the champion. You in the Eastern Conference dominated. So I definitely think we're celebrating the Knicks and saying, David, you did it. Congratulations. The parade is on Thursday. Enjoy the moment. I would imagine that Knicks fans are saying, give me more of what I just witnessed last night.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it, though. Like, I haven't seen any Knicks be like, all right, let's go get another. You know what I'm saying? Like, time to
they ain't awake yet. They didn't wake up yet. They're still asleep.
OKC, Boston, Denver, all of them were like, what are we going to look like next year? Right?
Give us more.
Give us more. Give us more. Knicks fans, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Like, I'm interested if in April things look rough, what talk radio is going to sound like in New York.
Oh, somebody's
going to call and be like, Mikal Bridges was a waste of picks. Get him out of here. You know, like how are we going to talk about the Knicks in April if they're kind of like regress to the mean?
The danger of being the Knicks right now, in that situation you're describing, the danger is history isn't always kind to the teams that won a championship. Too often, teams in that situation, we come up with excuses. Mm-hmm. There's the world of, okay, you played the second youngest team in NBA history to make the NBA Finals, a team whose average age was 25 years old. All right. What did you do after that? Mm-hmm. Like, there's a world where if they run into, let's say, the Thunder make the finals, or they got to face Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, and they lose 4-2 or something like that, I think Knicks fans will be upset about that. Now, you can't take away this year, but this doesn't strike me as a fan base that is saying, you know what, 50 years from now, I'll take another one, but until then, who cares? I think they want all that they can get right now, and they want to feel like they are the undeniable team of this generation.
Yeah, that's great. You're not, though. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is an incredible story. It's an incredible story for the Knicks.
But that's the thing, David. You think the Knicks are a great story.
Yes.
And I think that's how a lot of people see the Knicks. I think Knicks fans want to be a great franchise.
Well, look at the Mavericks. Like the Mavericks, I feel like people approach the Mavericks the same way. Dirk got his win. Everything else was kind of like gravy.
Yeah. CJ in Virginia, what was the experience like with the Knicks winning the championship?
Hey, guys, listen, let me preface this by saying I'm not a Knicks fan, but this is not hate. I'm 53 years old. I've been a long-time sports fan. Objectivity is part of what I like to do, so I'll make a couple comments here. Where the Knicks are concerned, I have not looked. I promise you I have not looked, but I would assume probably for the first time in several years they'll be an NBA champion who's not favored to win next year. And I think that is because they are a great story, not a great team. I think that, I've heard people saying, I thought the West was so strong. If the Knicks had to go through that gauntlet, who knows if they'd even won a title. So it might have got them more rest and stuff where they weren't really beat up going into the playoffs, where De'Aaron Fox, for instance, who's being criticized, was on the ankle, and that's no excuse. He played, so if he played, he should have played well. But I'm just saying, if you look at the odds for next year, they probably won't be a top 3 or 4 favorite to win a title. So whether Knicks fans want them to be a great franchise or not, I just don't see that. I see them.
Well,
as
that's a fair. I mean, that's interesting. I think James Steele has the odds going into next year.
I'm on DraftKings. The Knicks are the Spurs are favored plus 250. OKC is at plus 260. The Celtics are at plus 550, and then it's the Knicks at plus 650. So they're fourth.
Spurs, Thunder, Celtics, we're assuming they get Giannis probably in those odds, and then the Knicks are fourth. That's a conversation I want to have on the other side of this. We're going to take more of your calls. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The Knicks, the fourth best odds to win the championship? We'll talk about it.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. When you're on the road this summer traveling for work, your routine can fall behind faster than a 3-0 count, especially if your hotel gym is non-existent. But at La Quinta by Wyndham, every location features a full-size, fully equipped fitness center. So whether it's cardio, weights, or a quick workout before a long day, you can stay on top of your game. No excuses, no shortcuts, just your full routine, ready when you are. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Brunson leaning in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson.
2026 NBA Finals MVP is the captain, Jalen Brunson.
It hasn't sunk in. I'm just thankful that this opportunity presented itself and we were able to get it done.
This is Mr. New York. He is the new Derek Jeter of this generation.
I envisioned at some point I knew I was going to win.
Jalen Brunson is him when it comes to New York basketball.
He's David Dennis Jr. I am Myron Metcalf here on Matt and Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Sugar Hill Gang is coming to the Minnesota State Fair. I'm going. I mean, this is the group that's rapping right now. The Sugar Hill Gang is still somewhere. I'm going to the Sugar Hill Gang concert. Like that it's gonna be fun. Like shout
out to Sugar Hill Gang.
Sugar Hill Gang. Yeah, I think Melly Mel's gonna be there. It's gonna be a lot of old school hip hop artists. You know, I wish I could break dance. Because I bet there's going to be some of that happening there, but I don't know if I can do it.
Bring a little cardboard out there and get a little break dancing.
See what happens.
You can do it.
I agree. See what happens.
Lock. You've pop locked before out in the club.
Yeah, but I'm worried now about locking.
But the locking will
like,
get
I just don't know if I can unlock anymore.
Yeah, some might pop too while you're doing that.
That's the whole problem.
That's a problem.
You know, you got to. If I go in the club at this stage, I got to stretch before.
You got to. Yeah.
I got to make sure like I'm loose and. You can't once you get past 40, you can't just start dancing. You know, you not those dances.
Right.
Well, you got to do the dances that are modest, so you don't put yourself in a position to hurt something. Like my dancing now is like a lot of shoulder movement.
A lot of shoulders. Okay. Yeah.
It's a lot of shoulders, a little bit of swaying.
Yeah.
It's not too much at this stage of my life.
What was your go-to I'm at the club move? Like were you prime? Were you lean and rock with it era? Were you, you know what I'm saying? Were you heel toe? Were you, you know, what was the move? What
lot
was
of lean with it, rock with it.
Rock with it.
Okay.
I
was a big hands in the air guy.
Okay.
Like I was a big, you know, when the song start,
like you were raising the roof?
No, like just like hands in the, you see my hands in the air a lot. Like that was a lot of, that was a lot of the, not necessarily raise the roof.
Were you like waving around as if you didn't care?
Almost like, you know, the dude who like when a song comes on, you're surprised that the song even exists, even though you've heard it 50 times.
Okay.
That's me. Like you play my song, one hand is going in the air.
Gotcha.
And I'm looking at everybody going and pointing at people I don't know.
Okay.
To just see if they feel what I'm feeling.
Okay. So you're mixing. You're being mixy in the club.
Yeah,
just being like, hey, everybody, look, this is my
I'm helping
jam.
the DJ. Like I feel like I'm working for the DJ and they just don't know it.
Okay.
And I'm trying to, you know, keep the energy high.
Okay.
In the room.
What would be the song that would make you raise your hands to the highest and wave
Lean back.
around? Lean back. That was it.
Lean back. I was living in New York when Lean Back Fat Joe came out. I was young in the clubs, like having a great time. That song was the song of the summer in the world.
There you go.
And that was. We went to clubs all over New York City.
People can't see. You know, his hands are up in the air as we speak, just waving them around.
All day.
Pointing.
All day.
I don't know if anybody's in the house with him right now, but he's pointing at people right now. He's pointing.
Listen, this song, when it came on, I was definitely pointing at people. If you were sitting down, you got to get up if you're with me.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I thought it was that amazing to me.
Okay.
Lean back, drop. You know what else is amazing to me, David Dennis Jr., and I know we talked about throughout the show, are Knicks fans going to be happy?
Yeah.
Because there's a part of me that, you know, Knicks fans are happy. But it's easy to make Knicks fans upset, too.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot for Knicks fans to go from elated, happy to, wait a minute, You all have tried to pull one on us. I'd like to read the odds for the 2027 NBA championship from DraftKings, if I can do that. Okay. Knicks fans, you just won the championship. You have the core of your team coming back. All 5 starters are under contract for the next 2 years. You've got some pieces to figure out. There's an option for Jose Alvarado, Mitchell Robinson. What do you do there? There's some things you got to figure out if you're the Knicks. But here are the odds. Based on what we just witnessed last night, the core of your team is returning. The favorite to win the 2027 NBA championship, the San Antonio Spurs at plus 250. Slightly behind them at plus 260, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Far behind them, plus 550, the Boston Celtics, who I assume could get Giannis, or maybe that's a part of what's happening there. And in 4th place, not even on the podium right now, David Dennis Jr., not even getting a participation trophy, the New York Knicks at plus 250. Help me understand this, David Dennis Jr., how the Knicks have the 4th best odds in the NBA right now going into the 2026-2027 NBA championship race.
Well, I get it if you squint. I get Spurs and Thunder 1 and 2. Right. I would actually put Thunder above the Spurs, actually, because you think about if they're healthy and things like that. Okay. But they're going to be interchangeable for the next, 5 years at 1 and 2. Yeah. And Boston, I'm guessing, like you said, it's because of the Giannis thing. Because as currently constructed, I don't see why, if you're a Knicks fan, you shouldn't be at least confident that you can come out the East. The East is kind of up in the air. So I'm assuming that's about a Giannis thing. But I just think overall OKC and San Antonio are going to be 1 and 2 on the odds at the beginning of pretty much every season for the next 5 years.
But the disrespect, though, David. I mean, this is a team that just won the championship.
Yeah. I got
this is a team that beat the Spurs team that beat that Thunder team.
Yeah.
This is a team that made sure that Wemby didn't show up in the 4th quarter. That's the series. The comebacks will be the story.
Yeah.
The fact that Wemby couldn't do anything in the 4th quarter in this series because the Knicks executed so perfectly on defense, that's what decided the series. And yet, they're at plus 250, and the Knicks are at plus 650 with basically the same team.
I get. Here's the other thing I get. If you're San Antonio, I'm assuming that there's also expectation that you're going to get so much better than the Knicks are going to get. The Knicks guys are all kind of in their prime. Maybe some are past their prime, but they're kind of in their prime. I don't think, as great as OG Anunoby is, he's not going to have the same leap that Dylan Harper is. Theoretically, right? You think that Dylan Harper was going to leap from whatever he was, I think 13 points or something like that, to maybe 20, 22 points. You're going to see a leap from all of these guys in a way that you won't. So I'm assuming that's why. But this is probably, since the Warriors in 22, the first team that's not favored the next year.
Yeah, I think the Spurs had a double-digit lead in all 5 games.
Yeah,
so
right.
I understand the energy around that, having the youth, maybe even the Thunder, but the Knicks being that far behind them in the odds, it's still surprising to me, considering that the Knicks won in 5 games and didn't have a lot of trouble when it came down to it, getting rid of the Spurs in this race. Coming up, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're going to take more of your calls. Knicks win the championship in 5.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the Vyvgart Hytrulo pre-filled syringe, which contains efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. It means I can inject in my space, on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You should be relying on your superstar. I don't care what sport it is. I don't care if it's the NBA, if you're Victor Wembanyama. I don't care if it's the National Football League, you're Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills. You don't want them to feel like they must do everything, but you should want them to lead the charge. I don't want my superstar to be passive. I don't want my superstar to be indecisive. Being too reliant on a superstar, that's why you're a superstar.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
They said if you bet on other teams, you'd get suspended. Am I right on that? And if you bet on your own team, you were gone. What a joke.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
It's over the wall, and Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage.
It is gone. Wilson Contreras.
The Rangers at the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. The New York Knicks earned the NBA title in 5 games over San Antonio. Jalen Brunson, Finals MVP, finishing strong with 45 points in Saturday's Game 5 clincher. And that impressed two-time NBA champ Norris Cole.
Well, that's what you call championship pedigree. And in order to be able to come back so much, you have to have what we call the closer. And Jalen Brunson is the ultimate closer in the NBA. And he's shown that year in and year out, all season long, that if the game is reachable and if the game is at hand, you can trust him to deliver.
That's Norris Cole earlier on ESPN Radio's Game Night. World Cup play. Earlier this morning, Australia stunning Turkey 2-0, sending a huge warning to the U.S. ahead of its matchup with the Americans on Friday. Here's ESPN soccer analyst Jermaine Jones.
You made a first step into the tournament with an amazing win, an amazing game. But now we know the next game will come. And we saw that how dangerous Australia can be with beating Turkey. And we have to be on the point again.
That's Jermaine Jones earlier on ESPN Radio's Best Week Ever. Tonight, Game 6 Stanley Cup Finals. Carolina trying to win the Cup. The Vegas Golden Knights trying to stay alive and force Game 7. Coverage beginning 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC Television and the ESPN app. Lewis Hamilton wins the Formula One Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix today. And Denny Hamlin is your pole sitter for the NASCAR race later today at Pocono.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this season. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Yes, the rhythm, the rebel.
He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Myron Metcalf here on Matt Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. Now we're joined by the great Tom Crean, ESPN college basketball analyst, former Indiana, Marquette, and Georgia head coach, Coach OG Anunoby at Indiana. Obviously has a lot of experience with star players. Coach, when I saw Jalen Brunson score 45 last night, one of the players I thought about who did something similar in terms of how he carried a team to a title was Dwayne Wade in the first championship with the Miami Heat, 3 years after he led Marquette, your Marquette team, to the Final Four. Where does Jalen Brunson's performance stand among the clutch performances that you've seen?
Oh, it's right there. And when you mention Dwayne, you start thinking about Game 3 of that Dallas series and how he just played in the second half. And that's really what Jalen Brunson did. The game eased up as time went on, and it was so much of a fight, a physical fight, and it was so hard to get any type of space to get open. And San Antonio was doing such a good job of keeping the Knicks at bay. You know, the switching was good, all those types of things. But Jalen just kept probing. He kept attacking. He was phenomenal in the paint. He was excellent at getting to the layup. I mean, it was both sides. He was excellent there. 3-point shots. I think it was incredible because there were so many clutch plays at different times, but he never stopped being on the attack, even when they were down and fighting. There weren't forces. I thought it was incredible. I thought the whole team allowed that to happen. Their rebounding was so good. They were aggressive. They made up for mistakes quickly. But there's no question to put a game away like that on that stage for the New York Knicks, that'll go down as one of the absolute best performances for an NBA player.
Tom, one of the interesting things about this is the character of these players, right? The leadership of Brunson, the resolve of OG, of course, sure. You coach. When you're sort of recruiting and you're seeing these kids, like, what do you look for that says that these guys can be somebody like that when they're in a pro?
Well, I think it's once you start to get to know them, because there definitely has to be something in them that everybody wants to make the NBA. But like in OG's case, he wanted to absolutely know the plan, and he wanted to know basically that you believed in him the way that he believed in himself, and a lot of that was because he was so under-recruited. I think Jalen Brunson is a lot of that. I think because he was always a great player, always a known player, but there was just something about him. There was an edge. You know, we talked about Dwayne. Dwayne had always been doubted, and I think that those doubts that people have just drive you to different places. So I think it's the personality. I think it's the competitiveness. But there's something about having that proverbial chip on your shoulder where people have either said, in Jalen's case, you're not big enough, you're not fast enough, or in OG's case, he wasn't being recruited as high enough, or he might not have been skilled enough. And it's always those guys that there's always been something that people thought held them back, which they didn't believe held them back, and they just needed somebody or a group of people or a school that would be behind them that same way. But the other thing that is this, there are no true off days when you want to be great. Even if you didn't get in the gym, you're doing something, right, for your body. You're doing something maybe with film, especially after they learn it. In the case of OG, he is a twice-a-day type of workout guy in the off-season, and I think the only time that doesn't happen if he's on a cross-country flight somewhere. I mean, it is going to be twice a day. When you look at Jalen Brunson and when you look at the way he was raised, that footwork, you could put his footwork up with anybody's. I mean, with absolutely anybody's. With his ability to nudge you, bump you, create contact, create space, create separation, fake. And his dad did an incredible job with that. Jay Wright and the staff at Villanova did a great job with that. The Knicks have, and I think Dallas before that. But Jalen is the common denominator, just like OG's the common denominator. You can push them all you want. If they don't have an inner drive to work and be something way more than people can think that they can become, they're never going to be quite as good.
We're joined by Tom Crean, ESPN college basketball analyst, here on Matt Myron, former Indiana Marquette and Georgia head coach. Coach, you have coached the greats at so many levels. Victor Oladipo, obviously Dwayne Wade, we talked about, Anthony Edwards. I want to put you in coach mode, and I want to give you an opportunity to have an off-season session with Wemby, who obviously we saw the skill, the promise, the generational talent, and we also saw a guy who had some missteps, couldn't get to the basket in the fourth quarter throughout the playoffs. What do you do with Wemby? What would be your message to him to make take that next step in his progression?
Well, the first thing has got to be the games where he came out. The Minnesota series had one, the first game in the New York series, where he gets out of character, where he's trying to show or prove how good he is rather than just be that good. You know, when a player stops trying to prove how good they are and they truly believe that they are, their mindset changes. And in his case, he was out there trying to show skills, maybe rather than trying to show force and will and just knock the ball right down your throat, right? And I think with him, you show him the film, you really try, you don't need to overthink it. And I don't know Wemby, but there seems to be too much overthinking at times with him, and I don't mean that's coaching. I mean, that's him. And I think what you've got to do with him, certainly the strength part, he's got to be able to deal with people that get into his lower body better. And it's gotten a lot better with San Antonio. It was always something that you could see. Smaller people, they couldn't necessarily keep him from catching the ball because he was so big, but they could keep him from being comfortable with the ball because he never liked people sitting in his legs. And I think he's got to do more with his footwork. I think there's got to be more sessions where he has some patience at times to read the double team, to make the play, and then flash and get open. But then there's sometimes he's just got to go quicker. And I think there would be really good combinations of that. I think another big thing with him is going to be to play with his eyes up more, catch the ball with his eyes up, drive the ball with his eyes up. At 7'5", it's really hard to maybe tighten your handle, but I think that lower body strength and core strength is going to help with that. He's got to get lower with the ball. And then again, continuing to look for ways offensively for him on the perimeter not to just have to look for his jump shot. More cutting, more handoff and roll, more misdirection type of stuff where he can use his quickness and speed, some added strength, and again, be better playing through his lower body, whether he's taking the contact, whether he's exploding through. Because, man, when he gets the ball and he's moving quickly with his shoulder-to-rim quickness, with how big he is, and with his touch, there's so much there. But he's got to have a really, really tough summer. And not that he's not tough, but he's got to build a bigger toughness in his game, and I think he'll get more confidence in his game.
The great Tom Crean, ESPN college basketball analyst. Thanks as always, Tom.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
David, I thought Coach Crean said something that I think this is the Spurs approach. And I know some folks with the Spurs. I do think there's maybe the attitude of you don't have to do a lot. You kind of just have to let Wemby continue to grow. And I do think there were certainly stretches where, A, you said, okay, does he have the stamina for this? Mm-hmm. And B, he's trying to do too much, which is what happens when you're a young player. But I don't think you have to do a whole lot to necessarily change Wemby other than get him to play to his strengths.
Yeah, I think Wemby's just naturally going to get better. Like, this was a part of even the stamina thing. I think part of the stamina thing is you got to remember the Spurs were a play-in team projection going into the season. They had, I think, 34 wins last season. Like, this was not a team that was started the season gearing up for a deep playoff run. So they were not starting off the season thinking, hey, we're going to need Wemby 40 minutes a game every 2 days. Like, they were still slowly building this thing. And so I think if there's a couple of things that they're going to do, one thing in the offseason is just like, hey, get his conditioning up. Like, just get the guy to learn how to play. And now he knows what these playoff games look like. I'm not going to hold it against the Spurs that they didn't prepare Victor Wembanyama at the age that he's at for a finals run. Like, nobody thought they were going to be here. So I think now, though, that you have that expectation, I think part of it is, hey, let's get this dude ready to know what it's like to play this intense basketball for every 48 hours and go to 7. And I think that is probably the biggest responsibility that they have.
I think Wemby's talent made us forget that the NBA is an experience-based league.
Yeah,
like, those are the guys who win championships. Okay, you can go back to Kareem, I think, won his first championship his second year in the league. And Magic Johnson and what he did. But for the most part, Michael Jordan got beat up in the 80s, scoring 35-plus a game. It didn't matter. He couldn't get his team to the mountaintop. You look at Shaq, everyone cheering and smiling after they beat Michael Jordan and the Bulls in 95. Just to go get swept by the Houston Rockets. Kobe Bryant shooting air balls against Utah in the playoffs. LeBron James, in 2007, I think he had 14 points, I believe, in game one. Like, the greats have always kind of been in this stage. Steph Curry and the challenges they had before they became those Warriors. So this is kind of what happens to young players in the NBA. And usually this is actually something that helps them prepare for what's ahead. And I think that'll be the case for Wemby. This will just, to your point, David, build him up for what he knows is ahead in his career.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little different because, I mean, LeBron is probably the only person who could kind of relate to this, but we still kind of gave him a mulligan for 2007.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama, the spotlight is on this dude. He's becoming a little bit more unlikable. There's just talk about the dirty plays. Like, if you do not win they're going to be, you lose, there's not going to be the same sort of grace that some of us gave LeBron of like, hey, man, you're still ahead of schedule. You got some time. This dude is 8 feet tall. And the noise for every failure is going to be louder than probably any other superstar at his age.
Yeah, I think what changed for Wemby, what's different from those guys, to your point, is the Spurs were favored coming into this series.
Yeah.
They beat the defending champion. They had a double-digit lead in all 5 games, and they lost 4-1. So I do think the circumstances are different. The pressure, obviously, they're favored to win next year. We'll see how Wemby handles all of that. But you're right. He can't run from the spotlight. And you know what? If anything, I think we saw in these playoffs, outside of him skipping media after that one game, I don't think Wemby will run from the spotlight. I think he kind of realizes he's the face of the league now, along with, obviously, a lot of other young stars, including Jalen Brunson. But he gets that the pressure is here and is not going away anytime soon. Tune in for baseball action this Sunday as the Red Sox host the Rangers. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up, take your pick.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cole, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps, I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer work travel can feel like extra innings. Long days, late nights, and not a lot of room to stretch out, especially when your hotel room feels more like the dugout than the clubhouse. But when you stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can step up to spacious suites that give you room to relax, recharge, and get ready for the next day. I always feel like I need that when I'm traveling on the road covering ball games. Plus, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Because when you've got space to unwind, you're always playing at your best. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book your next work trip at laquinta.com. Terms and conditions apply.
The future is happening now on ABC and ESPN. One of the most talented classes in history gives every team a chance at a star. Collegiate dominance mixed with unreal upside. This draft has everything.
This is one of the best and deepest drafts we've seen in recent years.
Who will change the league forever?
With the first pick
at the NBA Draft, June 23rd and 24th on ESPN and ABC.
Hey, it's Greg McElroy from the Always College Football Podcast. Check out our current episode where we give you our top 10 defensive lines in college football. Download it anywhere you get your podcast.
I be able to find the words to discuss the New York Knicks winning their first NBA championship since 1973 after taking care of the Spurs in 5 games? Find out on Red Game Money with me, Freddie Coleman, Harry Douglas, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the mighty ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Go Knicks!
It's important to buckle up your kids.
I know.
Sometimes car seats can be complicated.
I know.
And if your child's in the wrong seat and you get into a crash,
I know.
it could lead to a serious injury.
I know.
So you're 100% sure you have the right car seat for your child's age and size?
I don't know.
Don't think you know. Know you know. Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Make sure you have the right car seat. Visit safercar.gov/the right seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
David Dennis Jr., Myron Metcalf here on Matt Myron on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Thank you for joining us on this wild ride. Knicks fans enjoying the bliss, the aftermath, the euphoria, the incredible emotion attached to winning their first championship in 53 years. Enjoy it. Have fun. And we're going to end the show as we always do with something we like to call Take Your Pick.
Take your pick. You take your pick. It's time to take your pick with Matt and Myron.
All right, what do we got first up?
Hi, guys. Let's go with the Stanley Cup Final. Game 6 is tonight between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. Carolina leads the series 3-2. You can watch it at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC television. Hurricanes are a slight favorite. They're on the road against the Golden Knights. Myron, who you got here?
I mean, we've been talking about like Disney stories.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of what the Knicks just did and that becoming a Disney movie. Brandon Bussey, the goaltender for Carolina, it feels like he's in that mix if Carolina wins the Stanley Cup. His first action was in the Stanley Cup Finals. Played well. If he has an incredible game tonight in Game 6 and Carolina wins the Stanley Cup, I think you're talking about who plays him in some movie about this run. The ultimate underdog. I think he'll show up big, and I think the Hurricanes will get the win.
I think it's going 7. I think it's going 7.
Ooh.
And I think it's going 7. We're in the midst of one of the great Stanley Cup finals. Who plays him? Who plays him in the movie, though? Myron?
Brandon Bussey. He looks like a Keanu Reeves type. I don't know if you've seen him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Keanu Reeves plays him.
All right.
Keanu Reeves is older than we think,
A little bit of an age gap there.
Keanu Reeves looks young, but he's older. Isn't he really young, older than we think?
You want 1990 Keanu Reeves.
Which would be
you can AI it.
Well, it could be like Timu Keanu Reeves, which is Adam Driver. Isn't that his name?
Adam Driver would be a good one.
Just get one of the guys from off campus. That's fine. They already play hockey.
Goalies are tall, and Adam Driver's pretty tall, right?
Pretty tall.
Adam Driver. That's a good one.
He's when you order Keanu Reeves on Wish. You get Adam Driver.
You get Adam Driver. I respect that.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
All right, we have the Phillies at your Brewers. The Phillies are favored in this one. They have Christopher Sanchez, who's having a great season. He's 8-2 with a 1.54 ERA. Brewers have Kyle Harrison on the mound. He's having a pretty good season, too. 7-1 with a 2.72 ERA. Who you got here, Myron?
Did you see Jacob Mizrowski threw 104 miles an hour? I mean, what are we talking about? I hear all these old school people who love to say things were better back then. No, they weren't. Nothing was better back then.
Yeah.
Like in any sport. And that's okay. But we literally have a human being on a Major League Baseball field throwing 104 miles an hour. I know he's not starting tonight, but it's like, what are we talking about?
You trying to tell me Babe Ruth went throwing gas like that?
Well, someone will tell you he was. No, you could make up everything about sports until about 1978.
Yeah.
When people got TV across the like a lot of stuff, people were just exaggerating a little bit. What's not an exaggeration is the Brewers should be viewed as one of the great teams in Major League Baseball. This is our year to win the World Series. I know people have doubted us for ages, But Jake Bowers has become an incredible young star as a first baseman. Brewers not only win this, Brewers are winning it all. Give them the ring now.
Oh, lock it in.
Lock it in.
Okay. I guess I got to go the Brewers to win tonight for sure. They're locking them in for the World Series. I think if somebody threw 104 miles per hour in 1930, they would burn them at the stake because they thought they were witch.
It's been amazing, right?
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
We have the Cubs at the Giants. That's on ABC today, 3 p.m. Eastern. Giants are favored here. Myron, who you have?
The Cubs have had one of the weirdest seasons that we've ever seen. I mean, incredible winning streaks. I think still the first team we've ever seen in the first 2 months of a year with a 10-game winning streak and also a 10-game losing streak. Mm-hmm. I think they just lost 18-3 to the Giants, which is like the Cubs' bad is terrible. And on the road, I'm not picking against the Giants. Give me the Giants to win that.
I'm taking the Cubs because they're unpredictable, as you said, ups and downs. I think they had their down. I would say that their down just happened. I think they bounced back.
Okay, I like it. What's next?
Sunday Night Baseball. You can hear it right here on ESPN Radio. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Rangers at Red Sox. The Red Sox are a slight favorite. Myron, who do you have here?
The Rangers are a good example of a team that's just starting to really hit its stride. Now they're getting a little healthy. Corey Seager is back. Josh Jung, I know, has been hitting a couple bombs for them in the last few games. I got to go with the Rangers here on the road, even though the Red Sox are favored.
I'm going Red Sox. They're going to sweep. Give me the Red Sox.
Okay.
All right, that was baseball. Let's go to the UFC tonight. The main event, Ilia Topuria against Justin Gaethje. Topuria is favored. He's minus 470 to win. This is at UFC Freedom 250 in Washington, D.C. Myron, who you got here?
I've never seen a forecast that said mosquitoes and gnats could be a problem. Mm-hmm. Lightning in the area could shut this whole thing down. Mm-hmm. There's a 60% chance of a thunderstorm. Mm-hmm. The Weather Channel just put this all out. Mm-hmm. They're basically saying that even though there's this canopy that's supposed to keep the octagon dry, nobody else is safe. Like I said, I'm going to watch it for the spectacle of it, not for the UFC of it, just to see what happens because it just seems so chaotic. It's just a wild event. Ilia Topuria is really good, though. Justin Gaethje is kind of the guy you put in there if you want an exciting fight, but he's also a dude who uses his face too often to block punches, and that's not a good idea against someone like Ilia Topuria. I think Topuria knocks him out in the first round.
And this is UFC. They're in the octagon, right? All that stuff.
They're in the octagon on the outside of the first. So there's a chance a giant mosquito comes in and changes everything.
Yeah, it's just ironic that it's a freedom card and everybody's in a cage. But I would say who I think here,
not American either.
I would say we're going with Mother Nature is going to win this one. Mother Nature. I don't know what the odds of Mother Nature here or God are on the betting odds, but I think we're going to go with Mother Nature to win here. I
think that's a good
striking down with furious anger.
A bad mosquito bite can change your whole weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about like when they get you good.
Yeah.
Like one of those mosquito bites those greedy mosquitoes who are just, they're doing Thanksgiving on your shoulder.
Yeah.
That can change your whole weekend. Yeah. And that could happen tonight.
Yeah, trying to swat a mosquito and get knocked out while you're swatting a mosquito is a bad look.
It could definitely happen. David Dennis Jr., thanks as always. Incredible work. Coming up, not sure.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps, I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
The NFL, the viability, the revenue the league is generating is off the charts right now. And so for the Chicago Bears to move that franchise out of the city limits, it's not prioritizing creating the best experience for your fans. So it's just disgusting that greed would take the team out of the state.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Amber and Ian.
John Kincaid, 97.5 The Fanatic in Philadelphia, joining us here reacting to what we all knew was going to happen, expected to happen. A.J. Brown is now a Patriot.
John, what was the driving force behind A.J. Brown getting traded to New England?
Well, I think when somebody quits on you in the middle of games, it's best to get them playing in someone else's uniform. He got what he wanted. I hope he enjoys himself.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The Rich Eisen Show.
Brian Windhorst's back on the program. Does Stephen A. know you're in his office?
No.
Now he does.
We were going to be doing this in the studio, but there was something wrong with the lighting. So we said, hey, do you think Stephen A. would mind? And there were three people, and they all kind of gave different looks. So if you see me on the street, you'll know what happened.
Understood. Brian, thanks for the time and for putting everything at risk.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
MLB.tv on ESPN is your home for every out-of-market game, live or on demand. Catch your favorite teams and players, plus MLB Network and ESPN app features like Multiview, syncing your stats, key plays, bets, and fantasy, all in one place. Sign up now for MLB.tv in the ESPN app. Separate subscriptions required, blackouts and other terms apply. Visit stream.espn.com/MLBTV for more information.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm John Ryder. The New York Knicks are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years after defeating the Spurs 94-90 in Game 5 of the Finals last night in San Antonio with Finals MVP Jalen Brunson leading the way with 45 points. ESPN NBA analyst Danny Green on this remarkable postseason run by the Knicks.
They said, "Oh, Knicks are good. They should," but only Knicks fans were delusional enough to see them. Nobody saw this coming. Other than they'll just move the basketball, sweep 2 series to get to the finals, win 13 in a row. Nobody saw that. They had a historic run that only Golden State and the 96 Bulls are in the conversation with 2017 Golden State Warriors. The point differentials, nobody saw that coming from this group. But they did think that they were, good enough to win. They had the talent, they had the depth, they had a group to get to the finals. A lot of people thought, also counted out, whoever comes out the West is going to beat the hell out of whoever comes out the East, and that didn't happen.
Danny Green on ESPN Radio's Game Night. Tonight in Las Vegas, Carolina looks to close out Vegas in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. And ESPN NHL analyst Kevin Weeks says the Golden Knights star defenseman is a key for Vegas to stay alive and force a Game 7.
It's got to be Brett Howden, who leads the entire Stanley Cup playoffs with 14 goals so far. To me, he didn't get utilized enough in Game 5. He only had 9 minutes played through the first 2 periods. I'd like to see him out there more.
And you can watch Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights tonight on ABC at 8 p.m. Eastern, with Carolina looking to win their second Stanley Cup in franchise history. Their lone Cup title was 20 years ago. One baseball game right now, third inning, Marlins lead the Pirates 2-0.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kenny, coming up Monday from the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps. I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Last night History in San Antonio.
Rebound loose, Fournette trying to dig it. Taps it to the perimeter, and Anunoby has it for New York. They have a chance to tie it or take the lead here. Here's Brunson in the lane. The layup for the tie's good. 4:48 to go. 42 points for Jalen Brunson. All 3 free throws gives him 43, and the Knicks have the lead with 3:40 to go. Brunson leading in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson. Knicks lead by 2. We go under a minute to play.
The New York Knicks are world champions for the first time in 53 years.
Fox with 5, gives it to Wemby. Wemby floats for 3. No good with 1 second to go. It's over. At long last, for the first time in 53 years, the New York Knicks are the world champ.
It's happening, Knicks fans. It's happening. It's been 53 years. But for this moment, it was well worth the wait. A playoff run that'll go down in history. And a team that will live forever.
React with us right now on Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
An historic night, not just in New York sports, but in all American sports last night as the New York Knicks are NBA champions. Welcome to Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. You heard the calls there. Mark Kestisher on ESPN Radio, Mike Breen on ABC. Alongside the coach, Tim Welsh, I'm Jonathan Zaslow. Good to have you aboard on the first morning of many Knicks fans' lives today, Tim. That Knicks fan woke up and was able to say, my team is NBA champion.
Well, I have to tell you, Zaz, and good day to you, my friend. You know, you're talking to a guy that woke up this morning. I felt old. I felt old because the last time this young New York Knicks fan, when I was a kid, not anymore, because too many friends in other places, but I was 12. I was my daughter's age. And I told her that this morning, and she said, Dad, really? Yes. And I just gave away my age, Zaz, but you can look it up anyway. I was around in 1973. Yeah, I was war number 10 in the playgrounds of Messina, New York, and I was a young Walt Frazier. And little did I know that it would take me all the way to this point in my life for them to do it again. But a lot of drama over the years.
Like you must, Tim, you know, so you don't have that fandom anymore, which happens when you work in sports and you coach in sports,
right,
like you have, and you know you're doing a lot of work in Boston. So I know you got friends in the Celtics organization,
exactly.
But you must still have family and friends who still kept that fandom with the New York Knicks, who feel unbelievable now.
Absolutely. I mean, from my guy, from the Richie from the Bronx, Richie Pett, to Mike Parker in upstate New York, to every other fan, anyone that grew up in New York back then loved the Knicks. How couldn't you love Willis and Dave and Bill, Dollar Bill and Phil Jackson and Earl the Pearl, Red Holtzman, Danny Whalen, the trainer, the one man, no assistant coaches back then, Zaz. How about that?
Yeah.
It was Red Holtzman, and then he sat next to the trainer, Danny Whalen. Danny used to get technical fouls. I loved it. And he was dressed in all white. I mean, what was better than that? John Condon, score the goal. That was goaltending. I mean, I can still hear those voices and those memories. And obviously, you still have childhood memories of what brought you through childhood and what made you smile in sports, and that made me smile as a youth. But I'll have to tell you, I've not liked the Knicks for a long time. And yes, I do some work for the Celtics and have friends in other places, and you're friends with coaches, and you want all your friends to do well, so you don't really pull for anybody. But I'll have to tell you, this team was very likable.
Yep.
This team was very likable, starting with the coach. Mike Brown has done it all in this business, and I've heard all that. You've read it all. Can't win the big one. Get you right to the doorstep, but can't cross the finish line. But the Nova Knicks, man, they were brought up well. My man Jay Wright coached those guys how to win and how to be competitors and how to never back down and never quit. And those three guys really it really developed throughout the whole team because of those three, and then OG too. Tom Crean did in the 1 year at Indiana. He really coached him. The heart and soul. This team had a lot of heart. They had, and any team that in sports, I don't care what the uniform is, what the sport. If a team has heart and togetherness and fight and no individualism, you gotta love them. And this team is pretty likable.
Well, and to show you how overwhelmingly likable this New York Knicks team is, you got someone right across from me who has ties with the Celtics organization. You got someone in me who is a lifelong Miami Heat fan, and both of us are going to tell you that the Knicks, the New York Knicks, are a likable team. And it starts with this guy, with Jalen Brunson, all right, who is impossible if you're a basketball fan, impossible to watch and not like everything that he is about. And someone who has been so stoic throughout this playoff run. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. After every game this finals, he tells you, it doesn't matter if they were up 2-0, if they were up 3-1, it's 0-0, okay? No emotions. But finally last night, you saw, or, you heard, well, actually, you kind of didn't hear because he was very overwhelmed. Jalen Brunson finally letting that emotion out. Here's Jalen Brunson with Lisa Salters, NBA on ESPN, a very emotional Jalen Brunson right after the game.
There are no more games left. We can talk about it now. You're a champion. What is this moment feeling like to you?
Holy
Take your time. Wait a long time for this.
I got no words. Everything I ever dreamed of.
You're obviously feeling a lot of emotions. Can you tell me just what you're feeling?
I don't know what I'm feeling. I'm just like, I'm in awe. I don't know. Whenever someone counters out, we find a way to come back and do something about it.
When the championship was on the line, you took over the game, really. Especially in the fourth quarter, 15 points in the fourth quarter. Just what were you saying to yourself about finishing this tonight?
My confidence comes from my work ethic. Every time I got the ball, all I can think about is all the hours in the summer. For every summer I had since I ever could remember making this a reality. So whenever I had the ball, I'm just thinking about just me alone in the gym.
And you're getting to share this with your father. Just how special to you is that? We can see it.
That's it, we can see it.
You said you've been doubted your whole life. Too small, not this, not that. But what has this team shown about heart?
We're going to find a way. Whatever you put in front of us, we're going to find a way. Doesn't matter. It does not matter whatsoever. We're going to find a way every single time we step on this court. Every time. Every time.
Congratulations, champ.
Thank you.
I don't know how a Knick fan watched that last night and doesn't just start crying alongside with Jalen Brunson. Tim, that was good stuff.
Well, I have to tell you, Zaz, that's what sports is all about. I think it's lost. Sports in general has lost some of that over the years, whether in every sport. Although you watch the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, it's still there in hockey.
It's still there. I think in basketball, a little bit has been lost. Too much love, too much money, and it takes away the grit, the desire, the will, the want to win. But that is not the case. In this whole series, I think both teams really exemplified that. And the Spurs have obviously some issues, and they weren't ready for prime time. But this team, it wasn't about contracts. It wasn't about, individualism, whose team it is, all of that garbage. It was about winning. And that's what makes this really fun to watch. We made it fun to watch, and we'll make it really fun for the New York fans to cherish. I mean, I lived in New York when the Yankees won during the Jeter years. We were in New York when the Rangers won for the first time. We saw the Giants win in the Super Bowl. But this has a different feeling because it's been so long. And New York's, let's face it, they've been in a big drought as far as winning. And this team is really, I've had to listen to even in the Boston area, the Knicks are trash. The Knicks are trash. No, they're not. They're a really good, really great, they're a great basketball team. They really are. And that guy right there, if you don't like him, if you can find something wrong with him, I would have to find out who
He's
you
terrific.
are. He's unbelievable. You can't be negative about him in any way. It was an incredible performance last night.
He is terrific. He is terrific. It really. I find it really difficult to find things about Jalen Brunson that maybe you don't like. And by the way, going into the game yesterday, I mean, I was sitting here on game day here on ESPN Radio talking about, all right, Finals MVP, probably Jalen Brunson, but OG Anunoby's got a real chance. It depends what happens in Game 5. And Jalen Brunson's like, yeah, I'm going to score half our points, all right? I'm going to score 45 points in Game 5. I'm going to carry us in the fourth quarter. I'm going to will us to this victory once again. Yeah, that's like, I didn't see the voting. I would imagine it was unanimous for Jalen Brunson as Finals MVP. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. We got a lot going on here today. There's a quadruple header of World Cup games that are just underway now with Germany and Curacao, so we'll keep you updated on all of that. You got the Stanley Cup tonight. The Stanley Cup is going to be in the building this evening as the Carolina Hurricanes can clinch their second Stanley Cup championship ever, but we're going to be mostly wall-to-wall here on the New York Knicks winning the NBA championship. Coming up next, the Spurs, they blew a double-digit lead in all 5 games this series. What's next in San Antonio? This is Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Celebrating 30 years of the NBA on ESPN Radio.
All right, it's win or lose. Game 6 for the Bulls. 10 seconds. And with it, of course, the championship. Jordan, 20-footer, head of the key. Good! Chicago by 1.
And we're just getting started. The NBA is on ESPN Radio.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. When you're on the road this summer traveling for work, your routine can fall behind faster than a 3-0 count, especially if your hotel gym is non-existent. But at La Quinta by Wyndham, every location features a full-size, fully equipped fitness center. So whether it's cardio, weights, or a quick workout before a long day, you can stay on top of your game. No excuses, no shortcuts, Just your full routine, ready when you are. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
Victor pulls up left wing three, no good. The New York Knicks are NBA champions.
I think as compared to anything before, this is the biggest lesson of my life, the biggest learning moment.
There's a lot that goes into it, but the simple consistencies, we didn't deserve to win the games.
One thing that they have to do is take this into the offseason with them. They got to feel the pain of this.
I don't think we could have learned more and gained more experience. It's been hard and full of lessons.
This was Sports Center, a new interview podcast from Rich Eisen featuring Sports Center legends. Available now on Disney Plus, the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel, and all podcast platforms. This was Sports Center, is presented by Gusto. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio alongside Tim Welsh. I'm Jonathan Zaslow. Good to have you aboard. The New York Knicks are NBA champions for the third time in franchise history, the first time in 53 years. But if we could focus here on the runners-up, and that is the San Antonio Spurs. You know, no one had the Spurs getting to the finals or winning the NBA championship before the season started. Like, you expected them, obviously, to continue to get better, but still Victor Wembanyama, first 2 years, which, you know, the first year they handled him with kid gloves. Last year you had the blood clots, so he missed the second half of the season. He never made the playoffs, all right? So this is a Spurs team that had practically no playoff experience, certainly none for Wembanyama, and to get to the NBA Finals is a heck of an accomplishment. It's probably a sign of things to come, but I would imagine, Tim, that no one in San Antonio feels any type of, glass half full kind of way today.
Well, I would guess, I don't know why they all sold their tickets to the Knicks fans, but that's for another story, I guess. A lot of New York fans, I mean, we heard that interview with Lisa Salters and Brunson after the game. It sounded like they were in Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
It was pretty impressive that the Knicks fans did that. But you've got to give them credit. I mean, it's so hard to climb that mountain. We all know it. We thought, well, maybe they would be the ones to get there right away and do it without paying the price, paying their dues. I mean,
really rare.
Yeah, very rare. And you could see it as the series progressed. They weren't ready. They weren't ready for prime time. Now, they had some deficiencies. They didn't have enough bigs. Their size was lacking. They couldn't handle the New York front line. Wemby by himself, he needed more help, definitely. And Luke Cornett is not the answer for that. They need more help. They need more bigs. And to be fair, the coach wasn't ready either. Mitch Johnson got out-coached in the series dramatically, in my opinion. I thought that Mike Brown really coached circles around him. He didn't use his timeouts properly. In the game, they were up 29. I thought his rotations were iffy. I thought Dylan Harper should have played more at times, as we'll hear down the road. He feels the same way. And then last night, I mean, the Knicks had nothing other than Jalen Brunson, and he just danced around the Spurs. I mean, when someone does that to you in basketball, you've got to change the scheme and somehow, some way, make someone else beat you. Someone else has to be able to beat you. Now, this is the NBA. Someone's going to beat you. So they have a lot of players that could, but last night he was clearly the guy who was going to carry them over the top. Especially when you're at home, you've got to do something to take the ball out of his hands, something, some way, and make someone else beat you, because it didn't look like anybody else was ready to beat you last night if you were the Spurs, except for Brunson, and they let it happen.
Well, and here's what Tim is referring to, all right? Last night, rookie Dylan Harper, who came off the bench like he has been all season, Dylan Harper had 25 points last night. He was really, really great all postseason, all finals. You never see a rookie perform like this on this kind of stage. And this is interesting here, all right, because Devin Vassell This is post-game last night after the Spurs have lost, and Devin Vassell speaks here on rookie Dylan Harper.
I think we all knew he was talented. I don't know anybody, if anybody knew he was this talented, probably besides himself. You know, he was upset with playing time and different roles that he was in, but when we needed him most, he stepped up, and we have a star in the making, and I know that he's going to put so much work into the offseason. It's not just offensively, but defensively. He's made a lot of plays. He's grown so much, and what is he, 20, 21 years old? I mean, the sky's the limit for him.
Upset about roles, upset about playing time for Dylan Harper, rookie Dylan Harper. It's okay for him to feel that way because, hey, you know, you're all of us have an ego. You think that you're the best. You want to play more, especially when you're as talented as he is. But I would imagine Dylan Harper was not quite appreciative that Devin Vassell let that information out to him.
No, but it's okay. He didn't show his disappointment while in his play. That's for sure. And, you know, hey, maybe it shakes the tree a little bit. Maybe that's what's needed sometimes. You know, he didn't say it. It's okay to confide in your teammates, and sometimes your teammates just let stuff loose out there, especially after a tough loss, after a tough series. Yeah, I would imagine no. Imagine Ron Harper's dad said this is not the way you handle business. But, hey, you know, they're young. They're very young.
Very young.
And they need a little bit more of a grown-up in the room, I think, you know.
Well, and so that brings us to De'Aaron Fox, right? Because De'Aaron Fox was brought in last year to be the grown-up in the room,
exactly,
all right? Like,
exactly.
He's 29 years old, and now, forget that Dylan Harper wants to play more, was upset about his role, whatever. We don't even need that information to see that next year Dylan Harper is going to be starting on this Spurs team. He clearly needs to be a starter on this Spurs team. And from that and his play in these finals and the money that he's owed, Tim, I think De'Aaron Fox is the odd man out. I think they're going to trade him this offseason.
Yeah, they're going to, if they can find a willing taker. You know, they've got some draft capital. They're probably going to have to include some draft picks to get rid of that number. For sure. So that's tricky. Obviously, he just was horrendous. You know, there's no other way to put it.
He's supposed to be the adult in the room. Like, it's okay for the young players to make the mistakes late in games. You're not supposed to be the one doing that.
You're not supposed to be the one doing it. You're supposed to be more consistent. You're supposed to be the guy that can go out and lock down, at least slow down Jalen Brunson. Now, I know that was Castle's job, but you've got to be out there. And the game in New York was that was the killer for the Spurs, and capped off by Fox trying to, be the hero and score the layup with 10 seconds to go, up one, when they could have pulled the ball out. But I could see his thinking that he was ahead of Anunoby and he was going to score and they were going to go up 3. I could see that, but you got to dunk the ball. You got to go up and dunk it and make him foul you. You can't let him block the shot. But if I'm the Spurs, I'd find a way to get Tim Duncan out of the suite up top with Pop and bring him down to the bench somehow,
and work with the big man, right?
Work with the big man, and I think he does. I don't know exactly how they operate there, but I think he does. But they need some help. They need some help on the bench as far as the coaching goes, and they need some maturity, and that'll come with time. I'm sure they'll be back.
He's Tim Welsh. I'm Jonathan Zaslow. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. The New York Knicks, NBA champions, finally, once again, coming up next. We'll talk to someone who's been around the team the entire season. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen. The New York Knicks win Game 5 and are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. So, where does this championship run rank in recent history? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
It's over the wall, and Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage.
It is gone! Wilson Contreras.
The Rangers at the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is Freddie and Harry.
One of the most iconic snippets of a movie that you was in when you played David Ruffin. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. How strong was that role? Because when I knew you was in character.
Couldn't wait to say that to me.
Man, I've been waiting this entire time.
We could not. We're not going to lie.
You were like, when they going to get to the part where I can say that line?
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If your team is good, I don't mind you saying it, but Clemson is not good. They're yesterday's news, and I don't know why Chris can't get that through his head.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
The Baseball Tonight podcast.
Don Kelly, I think, is Aaron Boone, the Pirates manager. Yeah. He, like Aaron Boone, is like the nicest guy ever. Yeah. And I don't know if you've noticed this, Dan. He's already been ejected 7 times in his first 186 games. He's got 3 already this year, and I'm thinking, man, Don Kelly and Booney are like the same guy.
The Baseball Tonight podcast is on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm John Ryder. The comeback Knicks do it again this postseason, and this time it's to win their first NBA title in 53 years after knocking off the Spurs 94-90 in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night in San Antonio. The Finals MVP Jalen Brunson scoring a game by 45 points, including 13 straight in the fourth quarter. Knicks head coach Mike Brown.
It's absolutely amazing. It's a surreal feeling. I don't know how long it's been since that final buzzer went off, but I still don't believe it. I'm pinching myself. I'm telling myself to try to be present. All the stuff that I tell these guys every single day, I'm trying to do because I can't believe it.
Mike Brown winning an NBA title in his first year coaching the Knicks, who rallied from double digits down in all 4 of their finals victories. Tonight in Las Vegas, the Hurricanes look to hoist the Stanley Cup if they can get past the Golden Knights in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Watch the game on ABC at 8 p.m. Eastern. Vegas has gone 58-12 this season when scoring at least 3 goals. 4 more World Cup games today, and right now in Houston, we're in the 29th minute, and Germany and Curacao are tied at 1. Germany a heavy favorite. Curacao, the smallest nation to ever qualify for the World Cup. Early this morning, Australia upset Turkey 2-0. The United States takes on Australia on Friday in Seattle. Lewis Hamilton wins the Barcelona Grand Prix today, his first win racing for Ferrari. 1 baseball game in progress. The Marlins lead the Pirates 2-1 in the 4th in Pittsburgh. Miami with 2 home runs off Paul Skeens.
Monday on the Rich Eisen Show, the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final latest in its NFL OTA week before the summer hits. So much to discuss on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio for Monday's Rich Eisen Show.
This is not a dream. Your long wait has ended.
It's been 53 long years, and there's so many moments of misery.
I'm 68 years old. I've been waiting for this.
Go ahead and cry.
why, after 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
And it's been so painful. I'm trying not to cry here, but I don't know, man. I'm holding back tears here. This is why sports is wonderful. This is why it's great to be a New Yorker, dude.
The coach, Tim Welsh, here with us, game day on ESPN Radio. Good to have you aboard. The New York Knicks are your 2026 NBA champions. Joining us now, you see him on ESPN Television, MSG Network as well. Alan Hahn, host of Don Hahn and Rosenberg, 880 ESPN New York, here with us on game day. Alan, you're from Long Island. Does it feel the way that you thought it would feel?
It's still honestly surreal, like it still has just that. Did that really happen? This started for me after Game 4 at the Garden, just being on the court, and that just, again, surreal is the only thing I can use. That moment of seeing the entire court filled with a who's who of just celebrities and former NBA players and all the ESPN stuff being set up, and everyone just looking like children, just big smiles and eyes wide with amazement of, did that just really happen? And then last night was sort of the same thing. It was this sense of, we had a post-game show to begin on MSG Network the minute the game ended, and we weren't sure what was going to happen yet because it was still in the balance. You still wanted to see, could the Spurs make a play here or even force overtime? And once they got it to 4, you're like, okay, I think this is going to happen. And we were only had about 10 seconds to react before it was time to get on the air and start talking some sense. But at that point, I don't think I could make any sense. Like, probably not right now. So surreal is the word I would say right now. And I really don't know when it will sink in that something that had been a long time coming has finally come.
Well, thank goodness it didn't happen on 33rd and 7th, Alan. I mean, who knows?
I went out. We got out of there at 2:00. I'm telling you, we went out on 7th Avenue. And if you went anywhere north of 34th or south of 29th, yeah.
Can you imagine if that happened on Tuesday night? I can't even imagine it. But you've been there since the beginning of Jalen Brunson, since he arrived in New York. And you're a basketball guy. You're an expert. You're an analyst. You've been around the ball a long time. You know what you're talking about in the NBA. But did you ever think when Jalen Brunson came to the Knicks that he would be the guy that could not just take them to the title, but turn them into a legitimate franchise year after year when he came from Dallas?
I didn't. Obviously, no one could have imagined that, right? What we saw, the way he played in that game last night, in the ultimate moment, the ultimate winning moment, right? Like you can't envision that. But I have to admit, I actually had covered the Western Conference playoffs for ESPN the year he was with Dallas, and they went on their run, and they went to the conference finals, and he had been lights out to start, and a bit of a surprise when Luka was hurt early, and he and Donovan Mitchell had just a great back and forth, and he had some 30-point games, and I knew the Knicks were interested in him, and so I just was watching him even closely because of it, and I'm like, this guy can play, like he's good, but of course all the things that come with it. He's kind of, he is undersized, I don't know how great of a player he could be, but hey. You get a point guard that can score, it gives you a reason. Now you got to find another piece, maybe you can build a championship team, a winning team. I didn't even dare say championship. But the first time I started to say, I think this guy can be their centerpiece to a team that can win and turn this thing around, was in the playoffs in his first year when he took his game to another level. And it just seemed like there's something about him when it's winning time. And each year, he seemed to just become more and more of someone you couldn't take your eyes off, and you also knew that him and that Villanova DNA, they brought in Josh Hart, they brought in at the time Dante DiVincenzo, now it's Mikal Bridges. There's just something about those guys that in any game they're in, it's never over. And how many years have you seen Knick teams where they just, won They get one punch in the third quarter, and that's it. The game's over. There's no fight back. There's no nothing. There's a lot of slumped shoulders and frustration. And that guy never, ever wilted, ever. Even in losses, he fought all the way to the end. And that was something special that made me feel like if they put the right pieces around him, this team's got a shot because that guy's special.
Alan Hahn with us here, Don Hahn and Rosenberg on 880 ESPN New York. Of course, you also see him on ESPN Television, MSG Network. Where, Alan, can you describe to us a Knicks championship? Where does it rank in the hierarchy when it comes to all of the pro sports teams in New York?
It's a great question. It's something that we've talked about on my show in New York leading up into this because I don't know if you're aware, it's been 15 years since any of the four major sports in New York has won a championship.
Yeah.
Now, again, the Liberty won WNBA, and there's no disrespect to them, of course. NYCFC won and MLS. Like, we're not disrespecting them, but we know the four majors, right? So, and there's two of everything and three hockey teams. And nobody's won a thing since the Giants won the Super Bowl the second time around against the Patriots in 2011. So it's been a while. It's the longest drought this city's ever had. So, first and foremost, to end that drought, that's special. Second of all, I think there's something about this team that the city gathered around. Now, again, I've said there's two of everything. But in reality, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the Brooklyn Nets, but it really is a New York Knicks town. This is the one team that the whole city gets around. If the Yankees were in the World Series 2 years ago, there's Mets fans that are not cheering for them. They're not happy for them. So there's a large chunk of the fan base that doesn't want to see them win. Same with the Giants and Jets. Same with everybody else. But when the Knicks go on a roll like this, you really saw it. Tri-state area, not just the five boroughs, not just Manhattan, everywhere. Guys, there were watch parties for Knick playoff games in the Hamptons. Like, these people aren't going out in the street doing this, right? But it just became a thing all around the area that they rallied around this team. So when you put it in the history of New York, I think it is one of the great championships. I think, obviously, that Game 4 will go down, and that tip by OG Anunoby, you're talking about the Tyree catch on his helmet from Eli Manning. Like, it's moments like that are hard to describe, but are ones you'll never forget. The 86 Mets and the Buckner play in Game 6, like, that's where it ranks. It might be one of the greatest in New York history.
So, Mike Brown, not getting all the accolades, but finally got it over the top. I really was so impressed with what he did, not only in this series, but in the entire playoffs. Just the rotations, having his team ready, the different schemes, understanding how to guard Wemby. What did you see from him, not only in the playoffs, but all season long, and what he did with this team?
What did you think of the adjustments that he made at halftime in every game? Because the first half, they looked so bad in the first half.
How did it happen? Every game they looked terrible in the first half.
But, isn't that something, though? When you see adjustments that lead into a second half where they're just a different team. Like, I love playoffs because you do have the same team, so you're going to go game-to-game adjustments, and it's the chess match, and I really get into that stuff. But I find it more compelling that you can have a first half like the Knicks have. First quarters, they trailed every first quarter in this series. They trailed 72% of the time they were trailing in this series. But what does it matter? It matters when you're leading at the end of the game. It matters at that point. Staying in the game. Doesn't mean you have to have the lead. Stay in it, apply pressure, and close against a young team. So I feel like Mike Brown's adjustments and Chris Gent, what they did, Brendan O'Connor, these guys were elite when it comes to in-game adjustments. All right, what's Mitch Johnson doing? What is this game? Okay, I see what he's doing. Okay, now we're going to do this. And all of a sudden it flips the game. So that's in-game stuff. But what you're talking about is also a coach who took over a team that was kind of ready-made, that thought they should have been in the finals last year. And he said, I've got ideas that I think can make us better. And then as he learned, the veteran team's like, listen, let's not change too much. We're not comfortable with this. And rather than be forceful, and I compared it to when Don Nelson took over for Pat Riley and really tried to change everything, and Patrick Ewing and company were looking at Don Nelson like, hey, bud, this is not how we're doing things around here. And Don Nelson was out of there within the year. Mike Brown listened to his veterans. And instead of forcing his will and turning it into you do what I say, it became a collaborative thing that doesn't always work because you don't always want to give the players all the power. But he was smart enough to understand, I need to listen, and they need to listen to me, and a mutual respect was born. And they went through the trials and tribulations throughout the season of getting it right and getting it wrong and players not being happy. But the one thing he was able to do to keep everyone connected. I know that sounds trite. I know that sounds kind of corny. But beyond the X's and O's, I think what Mike Brown did with his personality was very important to leading to this team being at their best when their best was needed. And they won 15 of their last 16 playoff games. That's an insane thing to think about for a team that didn't finish first in their conference and wasn't even, I don't think they were top 5 in record in the league. So that's very impressive.
Alan, I got 60 seconds here, but one more question. $1 million question, very controversial question. Where does Jalen Brunson rank all-time Knicks?
All-time Knicks. Well, I think with 2 rings, you go Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed. I think you have to. Because it's 2 championships and 3 finals appearances. And I just feel like that's there, right? But I think now with a ring, Jalen Brunson and all he's done in the playoffs, he's right there with them. And I'll tell you this, guys, he's already going to Springfield. Done. It's locked. He's a Hall of Famer. We know 11's going up in the building, and we know that's going to happen. But when it comes to Hall of Fame, tell me how he can't be now with 2 national championships, with what he's done with an NBA championship and his numbers in the postseason, it's a lock. Jalen Brunson is a Hall of Famer.
You're right. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's not the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
Correct.
He's a champion on every level there. Alan, excellent job. Thanks for giving us some time here. Congrats.
Great to talk to you guys.
Coming up next, let's keep it going there. Jalen Brunson. Is he the greatest free agent signing in NBA history? Game day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. When you're on the road this summer traveling for work, your routine can fall behind faster than a 3-0 count, especially if your hotel gym is non-existent. But at La Quinta by Wyndham, every location features a full-size, fully equipped fitness center. So whether it's cardio, weights, or a quick workout before a long day, you can stay on top of your game. No excuses, no shortcuts, just your full routine, ready when you are. And when you book at LaQuinta.com, you can earn Wyndham Rewards points with every qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
The future is happening now on ABC and ESPN. One of the most talented classes in history gives every team a chance at a star. Collegiate dominance mixed with unreal upside. This draft has everything.
This is one of the best and deepest drafts we've seen in recent years.
Who will change the league forever?
With the first pick
at the NBA Draft, June 23rd and 24th on ESPN and ABC.
Hey guys, Kevin Carr from This Is Football Podcast. This week,
Patrick Doherty and I rank the best and worst GMs in the NFL. That's This Is Football, wherever you get your pods.
Will I be able to find the words to discuss the New York Knicks winning their first NBA championship since 1973 after taking care of the Spurs in 5 games? Find out on Red Game Money with me, Freddie Coleman, Harry Douglas, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the mighty ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Go Knicks!
Meet Keith, loving dad, board game champ, bus driving pro.
I drive 65,000 miles in my bus each year. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. Like how there are some things I simply can't see. On my route the other day, a car tried to sneak past me and ends up right in my blind spot. I turned slowly, so accident avoided. But no car should be in the blind spot for a 40,000-pound bus. It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Leaning in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson.
2026 NBA Finals MVP is the captain, Jalen Brunson.
It hasn't sunk in. I'm just thankful that this opportunity presented itself and we were able to get it done.
This is Mr. New York. He is the new Derek Jeter of this generation.
I envisioned at some point I knew I was going to win.
Jalen Brunson is him when it comes to New York basketball.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. Jonathan Zaslow, the coach Tim Welsh here, as the New York Knicks are obviously the big story, NBA champions. We do have World Cup action going on right now. They are very late in the first half. They're in stoppage time. Germany, a lot of goals here. Germany leading Curacao 2-1. So that's the first of... Well, I shouldn't say first of 4 games today because technically the first of 5 games today. You stayed up for it, right, Tim? At midnight tonight, you had Australia. Australia played at midnight. Did you stay up for that, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was so fired up after that Jalen Brunson performance.
Yeah,
I was just tossing and turning, and I've got to get up and watch a little World Cup.
Yeah, so Australia, they started the day at midnight tonight, Eastern Time, with a 2-0 win over Turkey. And right now, Germany leading Curacao, like I said, in stoppage time in the first half, 2-1. But Jalen Brunson, your finals MVP, leaving no doubt. 45 points last night. Really the only Knick who you could say had a good offensive game last night. So it had me thinking, Tim, where does Jalen Brunson rank as far as we could hold off on the all-time great Knicks, and you could say Clyde Frazier, maybe you throw Patrick Ewing. I don't know. I mean, Brunson's now a champion, but is Jalen Brunson the greatest free agent signing? Where does he rank in free agent signings in the history of the NBA? And I want listeners to stop and think. If you want to join the show, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Because if you think about it, Tim, every fan wants their team to sign a big free agent, all right? That's always exciting, and getting good players to join your team is always very, very exciting. But it's not very common that your team signs a free agent. I'm talking about where he's got to be a star. Now you add a bench player and he helps put you over the top. I'm talking about you give the massive money and he's your best player. He's a star player. You sign that guy in free agency and he leads you to a championship. It's very, very rare in the NBA. So when we talk about Jalen Brunson and free agent signings, this, Tim, is among the all-time greats in the history of the NBA.
Top 4, absolutely. I don't know how you move them around. The pieces, I'm never big on that, but I like the top 4, top 5 lists, whether it's who's the best Knick, who's the greatest coach, who's the best player. But absolutely, he's in the top 4 with Shaq going to the Lakers.
I think Shaq's number 1. I think Shaq's the greatest free agent signing of all time.
I mean, surprisingly, to hear you say that, since I know where you reside, because there's a guy named LeBron that came down there.
LeBron number 2. I got LeBron number 2.
Okay,
yep.
All right. And then Durant, of course, going to Golden State.
See, I got Brunson ahead. I got Brunson number 3.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what where he came from, what they had, where they've been.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Durant, they were already ready-made. And he just added to the mix, and they won before him and they won after him. So I don't think that's happening in New York. If it didn't happen in New York before Brunson got there, and if he wasn't there, it's not happening again. And I still think they can win some more. And people say, well, this is it. This is it for the Knicks. Well, why? I don't believe that. They've got a great organization now. Leon Rose and Worldwide West are doing a great job just organizing. Everybody criticized the draft picks that they gave up for Bridges. But the key, obviously, was Brunson coming from Dallas. And, I mean, why Dallas let him go? I mean, you'd have to talk to them about it.
Don't ask Mark Cuban. Cuban will tell you at the top of his lungs he would never have traded Doncic. He'll never remind you that they let Jalen Brunson walk over $55 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that you could see this and you couldn't. But seriously, he was good. He was good with Dallas. He was
very good.
He was very good with Dallas. And the Knicks have they've pulled all the right buttons, pushed all the right buttons, including keeping his dad there. I mean, Rick Brunson clearly has been a great motivator for his son and brought him up in the business, brought him up. He was a player and moved him around. And you've heard all the stories, but he certainly raised him the right way. I mean, you talk about parenting, and somebody asked me this once about what makes the great ones great. And I said, well, there's all sorts of different stories and opportunities, and lives change depending on where you come from, and not everyone has the same advantages. But I'll just tell you one thing, the great ones have been parented very, very well, and Jalen Brunson is at the top of that list with his dad, Rick Brunson.
888-SAY-ESPN. We want to hear from you. Where does Jalen Brunson rank all-time greatest free agent signings in NBA history? Let's go out to Minnesota. This is Chris. Chris, you're on Game Day on ESPN Radio. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, I don't know where Jalen Brunson ranks. He's near the top, but I think one of the top has to be the LeBron-Chris Bosh going to the Heat. That was the beginning of the super teams. Yeah, they had Wade, and he'd won before, but he wasn't winning anything until they brought the super teams in again or another free agent, and that just happened to be who it was.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I mean, obviously, like Tim referenced there, I know it well, being here in Miami. I was on the Miami Heat radio broadcast team during that entire run that LeBron was here. I got LeBron signing with the Heat. LeBron as a free agent signing as the second best free agent signing in the history of the NBA. Shaq signed. I got Shaq number one, won 3 championships, 3 in a row with the Lakers when they signed Shaq as a free agent. Took a couple of years, but I got Shaq number 1. I got LeBron number 2. And like I said to him, I have Brunson number 3 ahead of Durant for the reasons that you laid out there. He joined a 73-win team. I think the Warriors still would have won. Even the Warriors should have won the year that they lost, all right? We know what happened with Draymond Green getting suspended. I think they still would have won even if Durant didn't join them there. So I guess I still give Durant credit. I have him number 4 greatest free agent signing, but I got Durant number 4. I have Brunson ahead of him, and no one, Tim, would have said, we heard Alan Hahn there say you couldn't have possibly expected this when they signed him. Who would have ever said when the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson that he's going to be maybe top 3 free agent signings in the history of the league? That's crazy.
Yep, and I like this debate much better than who the greatest Knick is, because that's a tough one. And Alan Hahn just said it, with Walt Frazier and Willis with the 2 titles, they'll have to get there. But I tell you what, this is pretty special in New York. It's unbelievable what he just did.
I love how I love the story between Rick and Jalen Brunson, and from everything I understand, Rick coached him very, very hard. Was not easy on him, but Jalen Brunson wanted it. He wanted all of it, and that's the key. All right, we'll continue with your calls, but coming up next, we'll talk to someone who was on the call last night, Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this year. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more. The Rich Eisen Show.
We have some breaking news out of Cleveland Browns camp.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
Dylan Gabriel's wearing number 6. Oh, rocking the look he has to have because somebody took his number.
Told you, it's like Friday, man. He Debo'd that. Debo took Red's bike. Verse took Gabriel's number.
Just took it.
The Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
That play, that tip-in by OG Anunoby, will be the statue at Madison Square Garden that they choose to immortalize this moment in this championship. That's the one. That's the play. And Jalen Brunson has been awesome. He's had a lot of moments down the stretch, but that moment by OG Anunoby is the moment that will be immortalized.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Amber and Ian.
Les Snead, GM, Sean McVay, head coach, let Dan Gilbert and Sullivan. Just, writing it and producing it, and next thing you know, here comes the Pirates of Penzance and, the Mikado and, HMS Pinup. Whatever way you want to go with it, man, it is truly remarkable to watch. They were literally one play away from getting to the Super Bowl. If you don't think that Trent McDuffie or Myles Garrett can make one play for you, y'all are crazy.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
MLB.tv on ESPN is your home for every out-of-market game, live or on demand. Catch your favorite teams and players, plus MLB Network and ESPN app features like Multiview, syncing your stats, key plays, bets, and fantasy, all in one place. Sign up now for MLB.tv in the ESPN app. Separate subscriptions required. Blackouts and other terms apply. Visit stream.espn.com/MLBTV for more information.
ESPN2. This is SportsCenter.
I'm John Ryder. One World Cup game in progress. It's at the half in Houston. Germany leading Curacao 3-1. The drought is over for the Knicks after winning their first NBA championship since 1973. After a 94-90 victory over the Spurs in Game 5 of the Finals in San Antonio. Another Knicks comeback as Jalen Brunson scores game-high 45 points, including 13 straight at one point in the fourth quarter. Brunson named Finals MVP. And you already say that Brunson is the best Knick of all time. ESPN NBA reporter Tim McMahon.
The debate about whether he's the best Knick of all time can start now. Certainly this was the best playoff run, I think, by a Knick of all time. And by the way, all respect to OG Anunoby, but it was not a difficult decision for the MVP at the end because this
Mr. Bontemps had a vote.
Yeah, and it was unanimous. Even Bontemps got it right.
Tim McMahon on the Hoop Collective podcast, and we have another potential title game tonight. It's in the NHL as Carolina looks to close out Vegas in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final in Las Vegas and on ABC TV and the ESPN app at 8 p.m. Eastern. To golf, final round of the Canadian Open. Jackson Suber and Jimmy Stanger tied for the lead at 14 under. Brooks Koepka withdrawing from the final round with a hand injury. In the College World Series, an elimination game between Ole Miss and Troy. First pitch coming up on ESPN TV. In the majors, the Marlins lead the Pirates 2-1 in the sixth inning. Roberto Hernandez and Joe Mack with home runs of Paul Skeens. Reds lead the Diamondbacks 1-0 in the first on J.J. Bleday's 12th home run of the season.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, I'll tell you which NFL team that made the playoffs last season that I'm most concerned about heading into this season. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
last night. History in San Antonio.
Rebound loose. Fournette trying to dig it. Taps it to the perimeter. Anunoby has it for New York. They have a chance to tie it or take the lead here. Here's Brunson in the lane. Layup for the tie's good. 4:48 to go. 42 points for Jalen Brunson. All three free throws gives them 43, and the Knicks have the lead with 3:40 to go. Brunson leading in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson. Knicks lead by 2. We go under a minute to play.
The New York Knicks are world champions for the first time in 53 years.
Fox with 5, gives it to Wemby. Wemby floats for 3. No good with 1 second to go. It's over. At long last, for the first time in 53 years, the New York Knicks are the world champs.
It's happening, Knicks fans. It's happening. It's been 53 years. But for this moment, it was well worth the wait. A playoff run that'll go down in history. And a team that will live forever.
React with us right now on Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The New York Knicks are NBA champions for the third time in franchise history, the first time in 53 years. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. You heard him on the call last night. Mark Kestisher joining us here now on Game Day. Kesty, thanks for giving us your time here on what I'm sure was a wild night. I want to look at this from a broadcast perspective first, all right? As a play-by-play guy and certainly a national broadcast, such a huge moment like the New York Knicks are about to win the championship. What are those moments like for the play-by-play guy having a pretty good idea you're about to have the final call of a championship win?
Yeah, guys, good afternoon. And look, I'd be lying to you if I didn't think, I'm starting to think about it as the series goes on. You like to be fresh and call what's in the moment, but I do think on some level, at least for me, I feel like there's a weight of expectation for myself. How are you going to tie the bow on something extraordinary like last year, Oklahoma City winning its first championship, or the Celtics, adding an 18th banner, or the Milwaukee Bucks a few years ago hadn't won in 50 years. And then as a child of the Northeast and realizing, I was 5 years old when Red Holzman delivered, the 1973 championship. And I don't remember watching it or in most cases listening to it because I don't even know if it was on live or tape delay back in those days. But having been to the Garden so many times and seeing those two lonely banners for over a half century, just gives you pause to think, let's get it right. And so you have a decent idea of what it is. And it was kind of cool that we really didn't know till like the last possession, that this was about to end. San Antonio felt like they were in it until, about 10 seconds to go. And then you realize, here it comes. And then, whatever comes out of your mouth, as I always say, I just hope I was speaking English.
It's not very common that the national voice is also the local voice of a team, and that was the case this year with the voice of the NBA, Mike Breen, who, of course, also for many years has been the voice of the New York Knicks. Did you get a chance to run into him after the game?
I did. As a matter of fact, Zaz, I made a point. I was watching him from across the way. We were actually on the complete opposite side of him, broadcasting in San Antonio. And I waited about 20 minutes because he had a lot of people coming up to him. He still had some responsibilities. But as soon as he got out of the table and walked out onto the floor, that was the first time I went out on the floor and made it a point to just go over to him and shake his hand and just say, look, I know you've been a Knicks fan your entire life. I know you've been a Knicks broadcaster since the 90s. It's also not an easy place to be the national broadcaster of record who's, supposed to be right down the middle for both teams, and he is. But knowing what it meant to him, it was great to just, for 30 seconds, just chat, say congratulations, enjoy the moment. And he called a lot of bad basketball the last few decades. And so to get that opportunity, I'm so happy for him.
It's an incredible credit to him, isn't it, where in all sports, in all of our major North American sports here, when we get to the championship round, you have the fan bases who are in the championship game or the championship series who blame the play-by-play guy that he's biased toward one team or the other. When in this case, Mike Breen is literally the voice of the New York Knicks, and I didn't hear any of that.
That is total credit to Mike, who is one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, one of the greatest human beings of all time. And, I know that's who he is. I know he cares so deeply for the league and for the San Antonio Spurs, in addition to the New York Knicks. And I think that's what makes Mike so great, is that I think folks realize he loves basketball. He has loved it his entire life. He has lived it as a broadcaster. And, the team itself, I know New York is across the chest, but I've heard from so many people in this run the last few weeks that this is a likable team. Usually I hate anything from New York. I love this team. And you could watch a Mike Breen and Walt Clyde Frazier broadcast, and you may not like the home team, but to me, I love listening to that local broadcast because I know it's going to be fair and unbiased. So I think Mike Breen kind of epitomizes that. He brings that to the national microphone. And I haven't heard the playback of the television game yet, so, I can't say what went on last night, but I can just assume that it was, slanted, obviously, toward the Knicks as they're about to win a championship. I'm sure it also had plenty of San Antonio Spurs as they had that double-digit lead for the fifth straight game. But when he brought it home, I've heard the final call. He certainly did it more than justice. That's a historical call for the New York Knicks franchise.
Mark Castasciore, he was on the call last night, the voice of the NBA on ESPN Radio, here with us, Game Day on ESPN Radio. It's the first Knicks championship in 53 years, so it's the first Knicks championship that I've seen in my lifetime, and we're talking about a team that for a couple of decades now has been miserable. I found it was a strange viewing experience, for me at least, when the final buzzer sounded and the New York Knicks are NBA champions. It was an odd viewing experience to me.
I totally get that because it's, I don't know if that's a New York thing. If it's an Eastern Conference thing, I'm not sure where that falls for you. But I do think there are teams that come along, and despite, as we say, the laundry that they wear, they're so easy to root for. I'm a kid from upstate New York who really doesn't have any fandom left with any sports, but I didn't like any Boston team growing up. Disliked them all. And, when the Boston Celtics of, 2015 and on, and, their runs to the Eastern Conference Finals and the 22 finals that they lost, the 24 championship that they won, I really appreciated the parquet, the people of New England, the franchise, and the guys who built it. So, I think if you don't have a dog in the fight, and you have that kind of appreciation and viewing experience, I think that speaks to the people who built the team and the people that run the team that they did it right. And the Knicks did it right this year, and it all worked out for them. They made some very tough choices, including firing their head coach after the conference finals run last year. But Mike Brown was the right guy at the right time. And Jalen Brunson put himself not only in Knicks lore, but, basically Springfield, Massachusetts, 5 years after he's done.
For Rick Brunson, we've heard the stories, Knicks assistant coach, former New York Knick, for Rick Brunson to train his son the way that he trained his son his entire childhood, teenage years, and then they're both in New York and bringing a championship to the city for the first time in 53 years. It really feels to me, Kesty, like one of the all-time great American sports stories.
It really is. And one of the lasting images that I'll have of the immediate aftermath of the championship was literally Rick and Jalen Brunson met and had that first hug right in front of Doris and PJ and myself. That's just where they met up. And you could see the emotion on Jalen's face because, as you said, it's not like Jalen was a child prodigy. Rick worked him hard. And, Jalen's not the most athletic guy, but man, is he smart, and man, is his footwork amazing. And all those years, it's not for everyone. We see it all the time. Sports burnout, especially when you have a parent who is a professional player And, Jalen didn't get tremendous size, but his game, he stuck with it. He didn't go in the first round, even after being the National College Player of the Year and 2 championships at Villanova. And, worked his way to the Knicks, took less money with New York, and they built the right pieces around him. And when they were teetering, and they teetered a lot in this series, in the fourth quarter, Jalen Brunson comes in. I think they were down 9 with about 8 minutes to play in the game, and then he runs off 13 straight points. And the one you'll remember is the drive by Wembanyama and just beating that long arm for a bucket. It's special. It had to be incredibly special for Rick Brunson, who wasn't a star, but played on the 99 runners-up for the Knicks in the 99 finals. And for the father to see all the work he put into the son, and for the son to go through all that work and stay with it, and then play for the father, I can't imagine how amazing that was last night and will be all the way through the Canyon of Heroes.
One more for you here, Kesty. I saw a picture post-game, when all the players are taking their pictures with the trophy, and there's one picture where Jalen Brunson is holding the Finals MVP trophy, and with him is Patrick Ewing holding the Larry O'Brien trophy together. And to me, that is such an unbelievable photo to see Patrick Ewing holding that Larry O'Brien trophy. Did you see anything after the game last night that was especially interesting to you?
Yeah, it was really cool, and I didn't see that one live. I saw that picture too. But to see Walt Clyde Frazier on the floor after the game talking about this Knicks team, and he's, the only guy who was in San Antonio with 2 Knicks rings, coming into that game last night. John Starks, Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley. It's the team was a family, and the former players, are also a family. And even, I'm sure people get tired of all the celebrities, who are traveling back and forth, but they're their own family, with Spike Lee and company. And so it was this little traveling circus, of people that come together and love Knicks basketball, love Madison Square Garden. And just to see, I think I called it a generational drought. It's multi-generational drought. And the multiple generations of Knicks fans and Knicks stars were all there last night. To see them come together after the game was a truly special moment. Regardless of what happens to the Knicks from this time forward, they'll always have the 2026 Knicks, the never say die Knicks. Home road doesn't matter. Pulled off a championship, and one that will be remembered for a long time.
It's an historic night in American sports last night as the New York Knicks are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. Kesty, excellent job. Thanks for giving us some of your time here today. Get some rest.
Appreciate it, Zaz. Going to shut down the voice for a couple of weeks, and we'll see you at the draft.
Jonathan Zaslow and Tim Welsh here. Excellent job by Mark Castasher. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio. We want to get back to your phone calls as well. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll hear from you. Greatest free agent signings of all time. Where does Jalen Brunson rank? This is Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Celebrating 30 years of the NBA on ESPN Radio.
Kerr keeps it. Here's Pippen. Pippen outside the arc on the left. 8 on the shot. Hands back Jordan. Here's 6 on the shot. Jordan keeps the dribble. Jordan fights. Jordan hits Kerr. Kerr, 18-footer, good!
And we're just getting started. The NBA is on ESPN Radio.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
When you're a maintenance engineer in a beverage manufacturing plant, you keep production lines moving and quality on track because there's no room for slowdowns. With Grainger's vast selection of high-quality motors, sensors, belts, and hard-to-find parts, you can get what you need fast and all in one place, so nothing gets in the way of getting the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bandwagon fan. The biggest insult in sports. But this summer, during the FIFA World Cup, it's an invitation, America. Never watched soccer before? Perfect. Think a corner kick is a karate move? Sure, why not? Prefer sports where players can use their hands? Me too. Just here for the snacks? Now we're talking. So grab a bag of Lay's and jump on the bandwagon. We're undefeated. Lay's, the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Buster Olney here for La Quinta by Wyndham. Summer mornings move fast, whether you're heading to the job site or catching the first pitch. But not every hotel makes it easy to start your day right. At La Quinta by Wyndham, you can wake up to a free Bright Side breakfast, including hot waffles, fresh fruit, eggs, yogurt, and more. It's the kind of lineup that helps you knock your morning out of the park. And while you're at it, book your next work trip at LaQuinta.com to earn Wyndham Rewards points with your qualified stay. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Terms and conditions apply.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Leaning in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson.
2026 NBA Finals MVP is the captain, Jalen Brunson.
It hasn't sunk in. I'm just thankful that this opportunity presented itself and we were able to get it done.
This is Mr. New York. He is the new Derek Jeter of this generation.
I envisioned at some point I knew I was going to win.
Jalen Brunson is him when it comes to New York basketball.
Jonathan Zaslow and Tim Welsh here with you. Game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Good to have you aboard here. The New York Knicks are your 2026 NBA champion. You know, Tim, this is 8 consecutive years now. There has been a unique NBA champion. It is the longest such stretch in the history of the NBA. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, Tim. This was the sport where, you know, you got the least parity from 20, you know, in 2015 to 2018, 4 straight years, you had the exact same finals matchup, Cleveland and Golden State. You know, we're talking about at the beginning of this century, the Lakers with the three-peat, you know, teams going back-to-back years like the Lakers in 2009, 2010. They win the finals back-to-back years. 8 consecutive years, brand new champions. Do we get it again next year? Will we get a 9th straight, Tim, next year?
I think the pattern's been set. I think the way of the second apron, the way the cap goes, and everything else.
Yeah.
So why not? Let's figure it out. Let's figure who do you have next year, Zaz?
You know, it's so hard because you go back to like it was only a couple weeks ago. We're talking about the Spurs are taking over the league now. Victor Wembanyama, there's no stopping him, and now they lost 4 out of 5, and it was the Knicks who are the NBA champion. And it's so hard to say these teams are going to get back. Because in 2023, like the Denver Nuggets, this is the beginning of the dynasty. The Nuggets, they're going to be back. They haven't come close to getting back. In 2024, the Celtics, oh my God, they're too good. They're going to win 7 in a row. They haven't come close to getting back. Last year, 2025, the Thunder were supposed to be this young team. They're going to win multiple championships. They didn't get back to the NBA Finals. And so now, you know, even we could say what we want about the Knicks, but even with the Spurs, oh, Wembanyama, this is just the start. He'll be back. Well, I don't know. Like I don't know that he's going to be back. Recent history tells us he's not going to be back because not only do we have 8 consecutive unique champions, but in all of those finals, none of the teams made it back the very next year. Matter of fact, only one of the teams in the last 8 years got back to the finals, period. And that was the Boston Celtics, who lost in 22, but got back in 24, and they won. So history would tell us for almost a decade now, the Knicks and the Spurs are not going to be back anytime soon. So it's a pretty wild stretch that we're in the middle of here in the National Basketball Association. 888-SAY-ESPN. Jalen Brunson, where does he rank all-time great free agent signings? Let's go out to Louisiana. This is Kayla. Kayla, you're up on Game Day on ESPN Radio. Go ahead, Kayla.
I got Jalen ranked number 2, and this is why. He is the complete opposite of Shaq. Everybody thought Shaq moving and going to L.A. was the best thing, and he was going to bring a championship. Everybody thought the opposite of Jalen. There were all the doubters, naysayers. Stephen A. even came out and said that this was a terrible free agent signing, that he wasn't worth that much. And then you got Becky Hammond and everybody else saying he was not another number one. He was not the number one guy. He just proved everybody wrong. So I got him ranked number 2.
So Kayla has Shaq still number 1, where there was all the expectation, and he fulfilled it. Jalen Brunson coming in at number 2. I do want to defend Becky Hammond for a moment. All right, Tim, can I defend Becky Hammond for a moment here? Can we? Okay,
she's Hall of Famer, isn't she? I don't know. I guess she's in the Hall of Fame. She should be if she isn't.
So a couple of years ago, she was, when she was doing analysis on ESPN, she says, the Knicks, they're not right now a championship contender. They don't have that 1A guy, Jalen Brunson. He's not that guy. He's too small. He's not the number 1 guy. And give this a listen here. This was Becky Hammond just a couple of weeks ago when the Knicks clinched, I guess, the Eastern Conference Championship, or close to. Here was Becky Hammond. This is on 8 News Now in Vegas, where she is the coach of the Aces. And she was asked about her earlier opinion on Jalen Brunson.
You're taking a little bit of grief from what you said about Jalen Brunson.
You are. I'm not big enough.
I never said, hey.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying.
No, I mean, I speak from experience, and I never, Allen Iverson got MVP, and he lost in the finals, and I think the 2 best teams are probably in the West. But I'm up for being proven wrong. And that's the other thing, is I think Jalen Brunson's a hell of a player. A hell of a player. I'm speaking historically on the NBA. With what I said, I don't know why that's being brought. Why everybody's so stuck on that. I said it 2 years ago. I stand by it.
I'm letting you clear the air.
There's no air to be cleared. I said what I said. He proves me wrong. He proves me wrong. I mean, good for him. But I do think the 2 best teams are in the West.
We know who you like, right?
Oh, well, you know who I'm cheering for.
Of course, she was referencing she's cheering for the San Antonio Spurs, where she used to work. But I will tell you, I'm going to defend Becky Hammond for a second here. It's not as if all of a sudden, because Jalen Brunson and the Knicks just won the championship now, that there's going to be this new wave of smaller players in the NBA being your best player and winning championships. By this count, Jalen Brunson's now just the 2nd player to do that. Isaiah Thomas did it back in 89 and 90, where he's the best player and he's that size and winning championships. And now Jalen Brunson just did it again. So for Becky Hammond to doubt whether or not Jalen Brunson can be that guy, okay, she ended up being wrong. We're all wrong with our opinions every now and then. For Becky Hammond to be wrong about it, this is just the 2nd time that a player of this stature has accomplished this feat. So, yeah, Becky Hammond was wrong, but for everybody to point to Becky Hammond, all of a sudden it's like she doesn't know basketball? Give me a break.
Give me a break. It's okay. Everyone has an opinion. You have one. You have a bunch.
I got great opinions.
Absolutely. That's why I'm here. I wanted to hear from you today, Zaz, and Becky Hammond.
Yeah,
and maybe Jay Wright.
We're going to talk to okay, all right.
Maybe. I think the Nova Knicks, somebody else. They should give Jay a ring. I know he's got 2 already.
All right, well, we're going to let you ask him then. Ask him if he thinks he deserves the Knicks to send him a championship ring. That's right. 2-time national champion head coach Jay Wright. He's going to join us next. This is Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cole, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From the finals to the Stanley Cup and, of course, mandatory minicamps, I'll react to it all in my upon further review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com.
If your team is good, I don't mind you saying it, but Clemson is not good. They're yesterday's news, and I don't know why Chris can't get that through his head.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I might have to go, E-Dog, and check out The Proof is in the Pudding.
Yeah.
Because we all love pudding.
Yeah, and give us some, do a reconnaissance mission on this. Pudding. Of course, it's always got to be tasty. The proof has to be in the tasty pudding. Because there's no tasty pudding, then there's no proof. No proof, no tasty, no proof when it comes to pudding.
I love it.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown at Fenway.
It's over the wall, and Josh Young has changed the game.
The Texas Rangers are in Boston to face the Red Sox under the bright lights on center stage.
It is gone. Wilson Contreras.
The Rangers at the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The Baseball Tonight podcast.
Don Kelly, I think, is Aaron Boone, the Pirates manager. Yeah. He, like Aaron Boone, is like the nicest guy ever. Yeah. And I don't know if you've noticed this, Dan. He's already been ejected 7 times in his first 186 games. He's got 3 already this year. And I'm thinking, man, Don Kelly and Booney are like the same guy.
The Baseball Tonight podcast is on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Gusto.com.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Asking players to fix a problem you made is rich, especially coming from somebody in Nick Saban that got rich off of the exploitative practices of college sports for decades on end. And now that we've had state legislatures balance the scales, we want to get the players more restricted.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
The Stanley Cup Final on ABC is more than a quest for the cup. It's 134 years of putting it all on the line and the heaviest 35 pounds ever lifted. It's broken curses and broken hearts. But for those chasing it, it's everything. The only question is, who will take it? You just have to watch the Stanley Cup Final presented by Geico on ABC and the ESPN app.
This is Freddie and Harry.
Jalen Brunson being unguardable, that is not built to exist right now in the current NBA.
Right.
I probably am taller than him.
Not probably.
Yeah.
Not probably.
Probably.
Not probably.
Stop being nice today.
Exactly.
Like, you know you taller than Jalen Brunson.
First of all, I'm surrounded by beautiful, handsome black men, okay? So I'm always going to give y'all, I'm going to throw y'all an inch or 2. I'm never going to short you.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The future is happening now on ABC and ESPN. One of the most talented classes in history gives every team a chance at a star. Collegiate dominance mixed with unreal upside. This draft has everything.
This is one of the best and deepest drafts we've seen in recent years.
Who will change the league forever?
With the first pick
at the NBA Draft, June 23rd and 24th on ESPN and ABC.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm John Ryder. World Cup group stage matches continue, and Germany leads Curacao 4-1 in the 65th minute in Houston. The first game for both of those squads. Knicks with another finals comeback as they win their first NBA title in 53 years after a 94-90 victory over the Spurs in Game 5 in San Antonio. Jalen Brunson scored 13 straight points in the fourth quarter, and a game-high 45 total, was named Finals MVP. New York won all 4 finals games, rallying from double digits down. Former Knicks guard and current ESPN NBA analyst Iman Shumpert.
A long time coming. These boys went out here and did what we could not. There's been plenty of players that have come through. We've all tried to, take on that story for the city, try and get them as further along as we can. I made it second round, but to see them hoist up that trophy was special. To see Stephen A. that emotional was well worth it, honestly, for me.
Iman Shumpert on the Hoop Collective podcast. The Carolina Hurricanes look to win their second Stanley Cup in franchise history. Their lone Cup win was 20 years ago. The Hurricanes facing the Golden Knights in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in Las Vegas and on ABC TV at 8 p.m. Eastern. College Baseball World Series, an elimination game right now. Ole Miss leading Troy 2-0 in the first. It's on ESPN TV. In the majors, the Marlins lead the Pirates 2-1 in the eighth on 2 solo homers of Paul Skeens. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays 2-0 in the third in Toronto. Mets a 4-1 lead on the Braves in the second. New York with a 4-1 first of Bryce Elder.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll continue to react to the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup, and look ahead to what should be a wild offseason in the NBA. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Brunson leaning in, gives the Knicks the lead back on a 15-footer. 45 points for Jalen Brunson.
2026 NBA Finals MVP is the captain, Jalen Brunson.
It hasn't sunk in. I'm just thankful that this opportunity presented itself and we're able to get it done.
This is Mr. New York. He is the new Derek Jeter of this generation.
I envisioned at some point I knew I was going to win.
Jalen Brunson is him when it comes to New York basketball.
This is Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. We're hearing from you out there, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776.